Buddothpada Aryan Hanse's feet for his selfless service to relieve the sufferings of mankind. So it is because of his perseverance, devotion, and commitment that we are able to uh, experience true Dhamma today. And he never thought of his own liberation from suffering. He still works hard to share this message of true Dhamma with the entire mankind, despite their language, geographical location, caste, creed, uh, race, or without any discrimination. Because 2500 years ago, Gautama Buddhacharya Vahase disclosed this beautiful truth of uh, dependent origination. It is the middle path in the sense there aren't any extremes, no duality. So when the causes and conditions are present, the effect will be there. That is what we experience as an existing world and an existing self. So, Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Hansa. So, today, as usual, uh, let's try to find an answer to the question, why is this Dhamma important for our life? So, people used to believe Dhamma is to be realized at like after middle age, or kind of after 50s, 60s, when we were small. It's only our grandparents who went to temple clad in white to observe Ceylon days. So that was the uh, false nature of practicing Dhamma at that time. We were totally ignorant. We never knew this Dhamma is for the liberation of suffering, despite the age, despite the class, despite any social status or educational status. Even a small child can liberate from the suffering or experience peace, tranquility, calmness. So, this truth is for everyone to understand the reality, real nature of life. Otherwise, it is not only for a particular group of people. Now, although we have this label, the Buddhist, on the birth certificate, it is just a label like the name assigned to us. There is no difference. The newborn or an infant born to the world has no religion, no name, no nationality. It's just like a seed, a small sapling grows from a seed. Because of that natural phenomenon, the nature supports the existence. So, as a result of that phenomenon, the birth happens. So, you may argue, how can that be natural? Didn't a man and a woman uh, come together for the child to be conceived? True. But if we dig deeper, it's also nature. It is the hormone system of the man and the woman that made them to involve in, I mean, the romance. I mean, when they come to a particular age after the puberty, the hormone system begins to work so that sexual attraction takes place. So true, isn't that again nature? Was the hormone system governed by us or controlled by us or so called self? So, this, I mean, everything is nature. So, we have to understand this truth. So, when we realize that everything is nature, we actually get rid of a lot of stress. It relieves us from a lot of stress because we feel guilty because of certain things that happen in life. We feel guilty, we repent. So, if somebody poses the question, if you can go back to your childhood, or if you are offered to have a new birth, how would you change your life? There is a question. I mean, I have heard people posing such questions in get togethers and even in friendly um, chat programs on media. So everybody has something to change. So that shows they are repenting over the past or certain actions that they believe that they have done. Everyone I mean, not just one, lot of things to, uh, if they reflect on their past due to ignorance, they repent. Even I have such worries. I always feel I could have given more time to my mom. Since my kids were small at that time, my mother was staying with my youngest sister. So I was like workaholic. I had lot of responsibilities in the place where I worked earlier. Actually, I was working in a prestigious school in Sri Lanka at that time. So um, I was a part of the management uh, committee at that time in terms of English subject. I was looking after all the projects and co-curricular activities, even um, ex- exam preparation, so on and so forth. So I was like, I feel I neglected my family. Now I'm talking from a mundane perspective. And also, my father uh, died after a stroke. So I remember the doctors um, who examined my father. mm, Actually, the truth was it was such a severe. He was subjected to severe brain damage. Uh, Actually, I cannot explain those medical terms, but still, uh, in normally we call it a stroke. So my sister actually wanted to intervene. She, being a doctor, she wanted to, I don't know, some blood training was done. Uh, Even the doctors knew that it is not going to work, but because of my sister's, I think, request, they did something that made my father to stay like a vegetable for 1 month. I think. 1 month, which made my sister repent a lot. So, why I am telling this, we all have such worries. Now, when we go back to the days of Gautama Buddharajanan Wahanse, the Angulimala Thero, the innocent fellow, his lay name was Ahinsaka. Ahinsaka means pure innocence, the literal meaning of that name. So, due to a misunderstanding of the teacher wanted to take revenge upon this young man who has just completed his education under this teacher because of false accusation made by one of his peers. So he took revenge by asking him to uh, offer him a necklace made up of human fingers, 1,000 human fingers. So he went on killing because he was so loyal, so obedient. So he went on killing people, and he has when he encountered Lord Buddha, he had already killed 999 people, and he was chasing his own mother. So that's at that point only Lord Buddha came to save him. So he, even after becoming a monk, he couldn't get rid of his guilty consciousness. Lord Buddha strategically uh, showed him that life is only uh, a thought. You can't talk about a lifetime uh, exceeding the thought. Thought, the duration of a thought. So that is why this Dhamma, the true Dhamma disclosed to the world by Lord Buddha, brings us so much peace, so much tranquility, so much calmness. It soothes wounded, ignorant minds. Actually, mind in the sense we used to believe that there is an existing mind, and we have all these past memories in the mind. We thought, okay, uh, we do not remember. This is actually uh, pure ignorance. After actually, I can remember things happened at the age of 4, from 4 to 5th. This is my 56th year. So I can remember lot of things. But when I say I can remember, it is pure ignorance. It is not remembering. There is no memory. It is the beautiful mechanism of telepathization, beautiful concept of telepathization that happens. So, whoever listens to this Dhamma, actually, if you really understand, realize, forget about realization. Realization may take some time. Understanding Dhamma itself relieves you from lot of burnings, lot of sufferings, lot of worries. So today, also yesterday, I was talking about the same thing. Why one should listen to Dhamma, and why one should look for Dhamma, and what is the what would be the outcome? Because there should be a purpose. Now we live in this 21st century, there is a huge competition in the world. It's like a rat race. Everybody wants to be better, be better, be better. So, the world is so much governed by the power and the wealth. Actually, or education. Those are the three people. Most of the people are behind power. Then another uh, set of people are behind wealth, and some another group of people are behind education. So that is how they try to secure their status in the society. So if we talk to a young man, they always say, I'm busy, busy. We were the same, honestly. We don't have to talk about other people. We were the same. We wanted to do a degree after degree, diploma after diploma. And then to start business, try out new business. Even if someone uh, peeps into our noble teacher, our noble friend Buddothpada Aryanvalse's life self, it's uh, obvious that he was once a leading businessman in the country. So we actually we thought achievement after achievement is what makes us live. There should be and even we feed the children with this. You must have aspirations, expectations. That's what make us live. True, because mind, that is the mind. So today, uh, actually, what I wanted to discuss is, have we understood the mind, the nature of the mind, the illusory nature of the mind? This illusory nature of the mind should be thoroughly understood. What is this mind? Lord Buddha himself says, mind is the forerunner of all actions. O chittena niyati loko. So this all these concepts of time, like past, present, future, they are thoughts. They near far. Now, just let's try to try to understand the thought formation, to understand the magic of the mind. Just imagine a small child, a small child with the radiant mind who is in the cart, sees something, sees something in the sense, the just imagine this child is quite healthy. He has got all sense faculties: eye, ear, nose, mouth, tongue, skin, etc. And the moment the eye opens, the seeing happens. The process of seeing happens. So this seeing is some shape only, but the child in the cot does not have any sense of the distance. Just try to experiment this. Just open your eyes. Does the eye give you any idea of near far? Near, far, how does it happen? Just open your eyes. If you haven't walked in your immediate environment, now you may be seated in the living room. If it is not a place that you have walked around before, does your eye tell you anything about the distance or the gaps between the shapes that occurs in the eye? What I'm trying to uh, tell you is, now just imagine, now since this is my house, I know now the dining table is uh, in front of the cupboard. Chairs are around the dining table. The flower vase is about the calendar. It's below the statue, and the bookshelf is next to the dressing table. Towel rack is behind the door. So all these locations of these items are just prior knowledge in the sense the thought, they are just thoughts, because I does not give any idea about near, far. I just, it creates certain shapes, creates in the sense the function of the eye is seeing. Seeing in the sense the shapes only. But ignorantly, what happens? We believe we see the chair in front of the cupboard. We see the table behind the wall, or sorry, uh, behind the sofa. We see the flower vase in front of the wall. That's how we think that we see. But actually, does the eye see a flower vase in front of the wall? The chairs around the table? The bookshelf next to the dressing table? Just try it yourself. So always you to go back and forth from radiant mind to current experience. Radiant uh, mind experience and current experience. then it's easy for us to figure this out because this is so complex, so deep. This Buddhist philosophy, we cannot even imagine the wisdom of a Buddha and wisdom of an Arahant, wisdom of our noble teacher, because they see them through the super wisdom, abhinya. Or if you talk to Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse, you will be, able to talk to him. He's always there for people to uh, he's always there for us to clarify and verify things. Constant guidance is provided out of immense kindness and empathy. So, the radiant, although I use the word radiant mind, we talk about the pure sense faculty experiences. Radiant mind is uh, the mind without previous data or previous perceptions, the fresh perceptions. We are going to always referring to radiant mind. What we are trying to do is to understand the nature of fresh sense faculty experiences. So, first thing and the last thing to do in the path to Nibbana is to understand the mechanism of these sense faculties. So, it's worth spending time to understand this very, very clearly. So, today, let's try to understand the difference between pure sense faculty experiences and the sense faculty experiences of a grown up or who have a sense faculty experiences of someone who has uh, exposure to, who has had exposure to some amount of data or perceptions. So the child with the radiant mind does not have previous inputs, data inputs whatsoever. So the eye functions, certain shapes arise. Shapes arise, they cease. The tongue functions, tastes arise, they cease. How easy the life would have been. No judgments. Oh, this milk is sweet, this milk is sour, this milk is awful. No judgments whatsoever. The taste arises, taste ceases. No reference to milk, no reference to pineapple, no reference to mangoes, no reference to pizza, no reference to rice and curry. Just taste, taste rice, taste Caesar. I shapes rice, shapes Caesar. No reference to mother, no reference to beautiful pictures, no reference to colorful things, no reference to trees, tables, chairs. What a kind of relaxed life we have had, life in the sense experience. So, no, now I want to tell you one thing. Now, sometimes when the child, I mean the newborn, no, I mean at the age of 4 months, 5 months even, they play with their own stools or poop. Sometimes they put them into mouth, but the taste, some taste is felt, smell is felt. So just a smell. But if it's for us in the sense we used to do the same, but now would we do such things? For the child, it was just a smell, just a taste. Then touch also, warmth was felt. That's just the warmth, not the warmth of the mother, warmth of the wife, no warmth of the son, daughter, no, nothing. The freshness or the coldness of the air conditioner, coldness of the fan, no, nothing like that. Just the sensations in relation to the eye, shapes arise, shapes sees, no stories. My mother is close to me, father is far away from me, the table is close to me, the chair is behind the table. No, no, any consciousness or no any idea of the near far concepts, just shapes. So, what happened to us? What happened to our radiant sense experiences? Gradually, these individual sense experience began to merge with two, three sense experiences. To understand it very clearly, this we can talk about it because of our noble teacher's guidance. Otherwise, we even didn't know actually. So that's why uh, we are so very much grateful to Lord Buddha. After 2600 years, even how many flowers are offered to him in a day? How many plates of food, bowls of food are offered to him in a day? Even the monks are offered alms as a mark of respect to Lord Buddha. They are sons of Buddha. So this gratitude, this respect, homage is for him because he disclosed this truth which cannot be perceived by humans or anyone without such great wisdom. So Lord, Lord Buddha very beautifully explained how these individual sense experiences merge to create the notion of a thing or notion of existence or the feel of existence. Now just imagine the child in the cot as his eyes function, certain shapes arise. So as the skin functions, certain body tactile sensation arises. It ceases then and there. That is nature. As the nose functions, some smell sensation arises and ceases then and there. As the tongue functions, taste sensation arises and ceases then and there. Gradually, as the child grows, merging of these sense experiences happen. Now, when the mother comes near, that some visual or some shape, then the warmth, the body sensation connects with that shape, and the taste of milk connects with that shape, merges with that shape, into that shape. And the smell of milk or smell of mother also merges with that shape. Then the sounds, mother's voice also become a part of that. And with these sense experiences, some connected perception arises. It is nature. This merging of sense faculties, sense faculty experiences, is a natural phenomenon. So the isolated smell, isolated shape, isolated sounds, isolated tactile experience, isolated smell, all connected. So it gives a kind of solid outlook to that perception. That perception is not just the shape now. It's linked to the smell of milk. It's linked with the uh, taste of the milk. It's linked with the sound of the voice. It is linked with the warmth. So some existing something like this is there. Some feeling of existence arises. At that moment, the duality also arises. The moment some existence feels that some perception is, I mean, something is there, because now individual sense experiences have merged to form a solid entity. Still, the child doesn't know that's the mother, but some perception is there. When this experience happens, somebody introduces, maybe the mother herself introduces the word mother to the child. Now, these sense experiences got connected. And then, however, without the name mother, also there was some kind of knowing, some perception, some thingness. It is always thicker than the individual sense experience. The shape of the mother alone is not as powerful as shape of the mother connected with the voice, warmth, voice, taste, smell. That individual experience is always not burdensome, actually, because it is also kind of to a certain level felt as a thing, but still when they merge, it's really worse. And at that point, when all sense experiences merge and some perception of existence, some feeling of existence arises, the worst thing happens. The name is also introduced. Okay, now there is a perception. Now the name is also introduced. Some sort of mother perception is there without the name, with the merged sensory inputs. Now the name is also there. That is the first complete thought. It may be father even, it may be a toy, it may be a ball, even a cat, teddy bear, whatever. Whatever the thought, all these sense faculty experiences are there. That's why we feel as if it, it exists as a complete entity, external entity. So we cannot just say it is an external entity. The moment the existence of something arises, the self perception too arises along with that. It's like it's like two sides of the same coin. On one side, the existence of the mother, the other side, the existence of me, the duality. me and you, here and there. So this duality, and not just that, when when a certain thing is found, there is some need to keep it as it is. There is some value, value in the sense not monetary value, but some subtle need to keep it as it is. This actually happens due to the impact of taints. Taints in the sense the vibration that telepathizes into zygote when the now I'm just deviating from the point, that thought formation point, to tell you why this clinging to things, or why this craving or attachment or aversion happens. Because although we refer to the child in the cot, the nature of the mind of the child in the cot as radiant, it is not the same radiance of an arahant's mind. Arahant is a fully awakened one, this one with supreme wisdom, like Buddha's son. Buddha is the greatest wisdom, but Arahant also have lot of wisdom. They are fully awakened. They have uh, realized the Dhamma through themselves, not as knowledge, through penetrative insight or vidarshana. They have fully realized the mechanism of sense faculties and how the self-perception arises, and they have fully liberated from the self-perception. So, what I was trying to explain is this, yeah, why this natural clinging or craving or attachment, or on the other hand, aversion happens. If it's a radiant mind, we use that word, but still, why this attachment? Why the child uh, grabs the phone or some object given to the child? Or why does he or she tries to keep it? Why does he or she cries when someone tries to take it? Why is this child uh, always turning to mother's side, even though the body uh, doesn't have any pain, kind of not hungry. Even when the child is not hungry, always he tries to get closer to mother and looks for that warmth. Why? It is the impact of taints or sasrava. Sasrava taints, that is the vibration telepathized into the zygote when the first cell, unified cell, uh, uh, when the sperm and the ovum come together, we call it zygote. The first sign of life in the mother's womb is indicated with the telepathization of this vibration, which carries all attributes, all data of previous births from mundane perspective. So that due to the effect of that, when the first perception is formed in the radiant mind, there is clinging. Clinging is unavoidable. Clinging or some uh, subtle need to keep it. If certain sense faculty experience or sensory input is taken as a thing or a person, clinging is inevitable. It's there. This mechanism is beautifully explained in Dhamma, and it is explained from different perspectives. So if we look at the thought formation from a more scientific angle, actually these descriptions are really available on Wisdom of Asia website for someone who, uh, who is into science and who likes to, understand this uh, from a more rational perspective, can visit the Wisdom of Asia website. So I will also try to explain it a bit. According to science, this entire universe is made up of energies. All energies. Energy never uh, perishes. Energy only transforms from one form to another. So, energy, in other words, we can say vibrations or waves. So, vibration, there is a natural phenomenon when the frequencies of vibrations match, they interact. There is a natural phenomenon that vibrations or the waves of similar frequencies match or come together. And when these wave ends connect or interact, they automatically generate some power. So this is beautifully explained using the positive and negative terminals of a battery. Positive and negative terminals, when connected, electricity is generated. So in relation to all sense faculties, what happens is this natural phenomenon. So it is so beautiful. If we take the eye, the physical eye is just vibrations, waves, external formations. Let's take a tree. It's also waves or vibrations. So the vibrations of similar frequencies interact and that shape rises, the reflection is fallen, or the interaction of vibrations happens in the eye, not outside, and it generates some power. This power, actually, it is not just one vibration, a flow of millions of vibrations generating power. Each interaction generates power, and that power is the value that I told you before, that need to keep it as it is, or existence feel, or life feel, is nothing but that power automatically generated with the interaction of opposing terminals of waves or ends of waves. So this is such a complex phenomenon. We have to contemplate a lot. We have to listen to Dhamma and contemplate, try to understand it. So Lord Buddha has used numerous metaphors to explain this Dhamma. So today, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse tries his best to pass this message to everyone, and fortunately, even the village mothers are able to understand this, and now most of them experience it. So this is for the humanity. This is not for so-called Buddhists on alone. So let's work together and follow this path and try our best to end the sufferings and attain the supreme bliss of Nibbana. Once again, I pay my homage at my noble friends, Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse's feet, and I'll see you tomorrow at the same time. May the noble triple gem bless you all, Dhamma friends.
Spring of wisdom rising bright, spring of love radiant light, spring of joy that fills the earth, timeless heart of sacred birth, wisdom of Asia, shining
liberation from all birth, liberative from mind's deep thirst, liberation from fear and death, freedom carried on each breath,
wisdom of Asia, ever aglow.
Ignorance with light,
dispelling suffering as we rise, compassion
opening all eyes.
Wisdom of Asia, steady flow.
Truth of life and truth of mind,
truth no time can leave behind,
truth of birth and death made clear,
the path of peace is always near, wisdom of Asia, ever we go.
May the Noble Triple Gem bless you all. Teruvan Saranai Aryan Wahanse. May I pay homage at your feet. Teruvan Saranai, everyone. Salayatana Loko Loko. Salayatana Nirodho Nibbano. Here the whole Dhamma is explained by Lord Buddha. All these years we didn't know that the world is created by our own senses. So what we did was we ran everywhere around the world to stimulate our senses, isn't it? And still some people are running. Most of the people are still running. Lord Buddha said to Angulimala, I have stopped running. It's time for you to stop. So actually, if we analyze this, can you see that all these years we were entertaining our own senses, either the eye, ear, nose, smell, feel, and thought. Even though we were entertaining those, it was actually never enough. If we take the radiant mind, where we also came from, it was so pure, isn't it? Like a pure white sheet. There were no defilements at all. But the baby in the cot, he also has eyes, ears, nose, tongue, and a body. And he also reacts to the light, to sound, to taste, to smell, and the body feel. And he cries when he is uncomfortable. And he smiles when he is not hungry, and he is comfortable, isn't it? He does not think about himself. So, is there a me there? No, there is no me anywhere, isn't it? So we can see it is a system. But the baby, he also can suck milk from the mother without even knowing that. Later, he can lift his head, turn to sides, he can sit, stand, walk without involving me. So we can clearly see that there is no one involved in these actions, isn't it? It is a sensor function. But the child also sees, hears, smells, tastes, and feels. But there is no soul. There is no me anywhere. So if we take the eye sensor, there is no me in the colors. There is no me in sounds. It's only a vibration. And our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahanse explains, there is this underneath power, a current, a self vibration. So later, when the child grows up and goes to the Montessori, Now his world is created by colors, sounds. And actually he didn't have a world earlier, but now his world is created. So in Montessori, the colors and sounds are introduced. Red, blue, yellow, green, likewise, the colors are introduced. For example, say the teacher shows the child a cup. So the teacher says, it is a cup. So isn't it a sound? Cup is a sound. So then the teacher says, this is a red cup. So the child gets the mental image of a red cup. That is how the red cup was created. So even later in life, if somebody says the red cup, the image of the red cup will create. But here we should know that not only the color and the sound, but ditta sutta mutta, the smell, the taste, the feel of the cup, all merged into one. So likewise the red cup is created. So next the teacher says the blue bag. So as soon as the sound comes, blue bag, the image of a blue bag creates. It's as a mental image. The image has a solid blue bag. Say now the child is taken to the garden and he hears the sound of a crow, and he asks the teacher, what is that sound? So you know that usually children ask questions, no? So then the teacher says, son, it is a sound of a crow, and she will show the crow in a branch. And she will continue to say, the crow is a bird, it is black color, and he says, kak kak. So the child gets the solid image of a black crow who says, kak kak. So imagine the child goes home, he sees a crow in his garden. Then he might show that bird to his sister and say, that is a crow. And he says, kak kak. So now the mental image of a crow is created because the telepathizing system starts to work now. So imagine the crow sound comes. As soon as the sound comes, the mental image of a crow will create. Then and there. So this happens moment to moment. So our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Wahansa explains that everything is a moment to moment creation, and there is nothing called memory. So this happens with all the senses. For example, if we take smell, if I say jasmine flower, the one who knows about jasmine flower, not only the smell, but the softness of the petals, the shape of the flower, the color of the flower, all comes in a fraction of a moment as a mental image. So even you might imagine or think that about the jasmine plant at home, how you planted it. There are a lot of flowers in it, and how you plucked the flowers with mother and went to the temple, and the jasmine flower will create a big story, isn't it? The mind is such that it needs something to get attached. So that's what the mind sensor does. It's like feeding data to a computer, isn't it? So it knows only what is there. So imagine I say bread to a person who talks only Russian language. Will he understand it? So he won't understand it, because in Russian bread is called kleb. So in Chinese it's called miangbang. In French another thing, le pain. Likewise, so different languages to the same object. So likewise, there are different languages, and if we learn that language only, we know what it means, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight is that if somebody is seeking for Nibbana, the first thing you have to do is to find how the mind is created. Because Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma. Lord Buddha said it to the 5 hermits 2600 years ago. But our society is still in action and effect, isn't it? The karma pala bhumi. So when Lord Buddha said, I am preaching you a never heard before Dhamma, it means the dependent origination Dhamma, the cause and effect Dhamma. The clear path to Nibbana is only there. But due to so many reasons, throughout the years, this wonderful Dhamma was hidden for so many years, isn't it? But now it is revealed. It is revealed again by our noble friend Buddothpada Aryan Mahansa. So now the path is clear. And we know that Lord Buddha has said dependent origination Dhamma, and Lord Buddha has revealed it to the world. So what is dependent origination Dhamma? It shows how the mind is created, how the suffering is created. So our world is created by our senses, salayatana, loko. So as we said earlier, the radiant mind, the baby in the cot. Baby did not have any world, but he had the glue or the shastrava for the attachments. Even though he has the senses, eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and the body senses, the mind sensor is not yet created. But he also sees, hears, tastes, smells, and feels. But still he can't identify what is it. So even the baby was taken to another country by other parents, the baby don't know it. Say a Sri Lankan baby was taken to China, so he will be raised there and he will learn that language, Chinese language, and he will call those parents mother and father, learn their language, speak in that language, write in that language, and also think in that language. Although the origin is Sri Lanka. Chittena niyati loko. So this is a mind created world, isn't it? But to understand this is not that easy. First we have to listen to Dhamma, Janato. Then you feel it, Passato. So we have to see all the senses, how it works, isn't it? So here we want to say that there are a lot of practical programs conducted in our Metmalarna monasteries. So one can practically experience this through oneself. How the world is created by our senses and how one can get released from the external world by feeling it. And you will feel that the thoughts are also not real. It's a creation due to speed. So once you see that, you will be released from the thoughts as well. And once that happens, only the actions are there. And there's no one who is doing these actions. There is no me, no soul. So if we say this in a shorter way, that the external world is not real. Thoughts are not real. Only an action, and no one is doing it. So the practical program is nicely created by our noble friend Buddothpada Mahansa. So anyone can experience this. So anyone has to know this Sarthanyana, the Darshana, or the true Dhamma part, where it shows how the mind is created, where one can see how the light is created due to the speed, how the sound is created, how the smell is created, how all the senses are created. It's actually due to the speedy vibration, a creation. So once you contemplate on this with wisdom, Yatabhuta Jnana, how the colors and sounds, taste, smell, feel, Ditta Sutta Mutta, the vibration merges into one to create another vibration called a thought. And you will see all are creations and illusion. It is not real. If we take it as real, it is due to our ignorance. So what we have to know is that this illusion, we can't get it with mind, but we have to see through wisdom. So if someone wants to get rid of suffering, the only way is to see this truth. The truth is there is actually no me. There is no soul. Only a system working. So who is there to suffer? So in Sutra Deshana, Buddothpada Sutra Deshana, in Patthana Karana, Aryan Mahansa explains and highlights that it is also shows us how the mind is created through the senses. So what we have to know is this is not knowledge. It is very practical. Actually, as Aryan Mahansa highlights, this Dhamma cannot be written in a book, or one can't get it from knowledge. You can't get it from knowledge. Or you can't get it from doing concentration meditation. You can't go to the practical side without knowing the theory also. Means Satya Jnana you should know before you go to Krutya Jnana. So Aryan Mahansa always explains without knowing the darshana or the how the senses are created, how the mind is created, there is no path to Nibbana. So what we have to understand is, if somebody preaches saying that taking that outside world as real, then we have to be very careful because there is no path there. So the only path is through insight meditation. What does that mean? It means to see through the stimuli, see through a thought, how it is created, how all the five senses are created. So especially we have to know, without knowing that this darshana or the true Dhamma path, there is no meditation. Dasana pahatabba and bhavana pahatabba. So we will see what happens when one does concentration meditation. So we know there are several types of concentration meditation. Say, in concentration meditation, so it trains the mind to focus on to a single point. It could be breathing, it could be a sound, it could be a object. For example, awareness of breathing, repeated chanting, maybe focusing on a color, focusing on a candle. So there are several types of concentration meditations. If we take the breathing meditation or the anapanasati meditation, so there the mind focus on the sensation of breathing. So breathing in and out. It is often at the nostrils or the abdomen. If we take repeated chanting, which means repeating the same sound, then also one will go into the focus meditation like a trance. Also there are this love and kindness meditation, metta meditation, which means concentrating on developing feelings of compassion and love towards oneself and others. And there is walking meditation, where the mind concentrates on walking. So whatever type of concentration meditation, it involves choosing a focal point and keeping attention on it. So it is in the mundane world. But it can help in a way to improve memory, to sharpen their mental focus and be attentive. But also it can calm your temporary, because the thoughts, it comes as usual. We know that it automatically happens. We can't stop the thoughts. So say one went to a concentration meditation retreat after some disaster in the family. So just to get rid of the suffering. Say you stayed there for 2 weeks and maybe you were calm. But what happens as soon as you come back? The all memories will come back, isn't it? So we know about this telepathization system. So it happens with whatever you see, whatever you hear, smell, or think. So it's just like that. One can't keep a rubber ball underwater. So as soon as you release it, it will bounce back to the surface, isn't it? So, but as we said, you can get a temporary relief in the mundane world. So, to be peaceful in the busy lifestyle. So, people seek a path to be free from the busy lifestyle, from the stress. So there are many interpretations of this meditation. So some say this is what Lord Buddha has taught, but it is not, isn't it? As a real Buddhist, we should know what Lord Buddha has preached to the world. And we want not a temporary relief, isn't it? We want a permanent cure from this suffering. So Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend, always asks, are you in the body? Are you in the mind? Who are you? So if we take the body, if you are in the body, how can you get sick? Actually, we don't know even at this moment. One of the system must be sick, isn't it? It could be either the respiratory system, cardiovascular system, endocrine system, nervous system, and so on. So sometimes the whole body has a pain. Sometimes we have leg pain, knee pains, back pains, stomach pains, ear pains, headaches. So can we stop these pains? Imagine having a toothache. We can't stop it, isn't it? We can't even stop being hungry or thirsty. If there is a me somewhere, so we could be able to stop this pain. Yes, temporarily we can take some medicine, but is there a permanent cure for this pain? So as you can see, this is a system functioning. There is no me anywhere. So if we go to the cancer hospital, we can see how the people are suffering, isn't it? So yes, we need a permanent cure, isn't it? So am I in a thought, in the mind? So now we know that the world is created by the six senses. Whatever created is a thought. So just like that, we have another thought called me, which is actually not real. So as we said, there is no me in the body, and there is no me in the mind either. This actually we have to contemplate. So like all the other creations, me is also a sensor creation, a thought. If we go deep and analyze, our noble friend Buddothpada highlights, it's a power, a current, which comes with the zygote vibration. If we take a dead body, imagine a dead body. It also has eyes, ears, tongue, nose, and a body, isn't it? So it has all the senses, but the vibrations does not happen. So the mind sensor does not work. So we say that the person is dead. Just like a tree, mind conscious is not there. So this is a story of one vibration, one thought. So in that one thought or one vibration, the birth and the death happens. So me is this power, the current. So is there anything in a current? There isn't it? For example, our noble friend Buddothpada says, if we clap with both hands, the sound just appears from nowhere. Can we implement a place and time? We can't, isn't it? Hetum paticca sambhutam hetubanga nirujjati. So if there is a cause, there is a effect. Cause and effect, Dhamma. So likewise, you can see this vibration is not real at all. So that's why we can't implement a birth or death. So this should be seen through wisdom, not with the mind illusion. So that's why the darshana, the true Dhamma, the Satyajnana, is very, very important in this path. So as we said, it shows how a thought is created and how we suffer due to a thought. And there is no me who is suffering at all. So that is why we repeatedly say, and Buddothpada repeatedly highlights that there is no path to Nibbana without knowing this Satyajnana or the wisdom of truth. There is no way without insight meditation. So we have to understand in this path, the soul the soul is getting dissolved little by little. So what happens with concentration meditation? With concentration meditation, the stimulus becomes real. In other words, the outside world is real. So what happens is the soul becomes more and more powerful. But once somebody is thorough with the insight meditation, then the concentration meditation will happen. Simultaneously it will happen. Samatha Vipassana Yugandan. So what we have to know is that this path is to be free from our own mind, to be free from the illusion, to be free from myself. If we again talk about the senses, eye, ear, nose, tongue, body and mind. Eye works like a camera. It can take only a photo. So if one is not blind, when his eyes are open, it takes photos. So likewise, if we take the ear, if one is not deaf, so its work is to vibrate to sounds. Likewise, the eye can't select whatever good, I want to see this, I don't want to see that. No, it happens automatically. Likewise, the ear, it can't select this is a good sound, this is a bad sound. It just vibrates. Its function is to vibrate. So likewise, the nose, it also can't select. Oh, this is a good smell, this is a bad smell. Likewise, no, it is the function of the nose. It is a sensor. So if we take the tongue, it's also a sensor. It can't identify what taste it has. The skin, it's a sensor. So it feels hot and cold or pressure. It can't analyze anything. It is a sensor. And if we take the mind sensor, it also works automatically. So all these are sensors. So if we have sensors, the sensors do the functions. So different animals have different sensors. For some time, we can't hear the sound which the dog hears. Sometimes a human can't see what a cat can see, isn't it? So likewise, eye to see, ear to hear, tongue to taste, nose to smell, body to feel, and mind to think. So is there a me anywhere? If we deeply contemplate with wisdom, so one can see that there is no me or soul anywhere, isn't it? But we add this thought, me, to any sensor which is created at that moment. So say I see, I hear, I taste, I smell, I feel, I think. So how is this I is created? So how this I got so powerful? How can be there a soul who is suffering? How this me is born? The me is born once a thought, say a thought becomes a thing to you, then you feel the fire. Then that fire is none other than the soul. So the repeated thoughts it creates a powerful me as well, isn't it? But here we should know that there is a fire in the senses as well. So example, if we hear a loud music, the ear sensor can't bear it. Say there is a very bright light, so the eye sensor can't bear it. It will start tearing. Say if somebody gets a very strong bad smell, the nose sensor can't bear it, so we will close the nose. Likewise, if the tongue get a spicy hot taste, the tongue sensor can't bear it. Say we have burned our skin. Oh, there is a needle prick. The body sensor can't tolerate it. So likewise, if a thought comes repeatedly, then that also one can't tolerate it, isn't it? So what I wanted to highlight here is that, is there a me in any of these senses? There is no me, isn't it? So the eye is sensitive to light. The ear is sensitive to sound. The nose is sensitive to smell. The tongue is sensitive to taste. The body is sensitive to hot, cold, or pressure. But there is actually no me in these senses. The radiant mind also had this. He also cried. He also smiled. But only the senses were working. So there is no me at this sensor level, just like the radiant mind. But what happens once the mind sensor is created? Mind sensor collects all this and creates a mental image, which is me. My eyes, my ears, my nose, my tongue, my body, and my mind. Me, my mind concept is created. So with that power, so say example, you see a tree, you feel that the tree is existing. It is because due to the ignorance. But now we know that the tree is created naturally through these senses. So the one who sees through wisdom, he won't take this tree as a real. It won't become real to him, because he knows that the tree is a thought, creates with sounds and colors. So he won't find a tree from outside. It is a thought. But with that thought comes another thought that the tree is existing. So in the mundane world, what happens? In the mundane world, the tree is real. It is there outside, existing, living. But what happens once you see it with wisdom? He knows that me is a thought. Likewise, mother, father, child, sky, moon, sun, tree, all are thoughts. Likewise, me is also a thought. I am living is also a thought. So underneath there is this, the existent field which comes with the vibration of zygote itself. So whatever you see, whatever you hear, whatever you taste, smell, feel or think, the existent field, it is there underneath. So whatever you see, hear, smell, taste, feel or think is your world. In other words, me and world are not two different entities, it is one. So how do you identify this me or soul? How do you identify? So if the tree becomes real or exists into you, or you will feel a fire that I should keep this tree, then the soul is there, me is born. So if you are born in that particular thought, obviously there is a death as well. So how do you know that you are born in that particular thought? It is by the feel of burning within. So as we said, this is a system. Senses are working. Senses are functioning. There is no soul. But we tie this me to this stimuli. So what happens if the outside world is real for us, and if the outside world is existing, then the other side, me is there who is living and seeing the world. It's just like the two sides of a coin. So if there is this existent feeling, in the other side, the alive feeling also creates the same moment. It can't be separated. So if we take an example, say we get a smell of joysticks. So we get the smell to the nose sensor. If the nose is blocked, say with a cold, we don't get the smell. But that smell, the perception, we tie that to the smell of joysticks and say it is a smell of joysticks. So what happens if it becomes a thing? Say when we go to a temple, there are lots of joysticks around, isn't it? Different types of smells. So what happens if it becomes a thing? Then unknowingly we create the bhavaya. So we actually even didn't know about this previously, isn't it? It's because we feel that the joystick is there, existing. We feel it as I get the smell of the joystick. Though the nose sensor gets the smell, isn't it? But the mind sensor, it creates the story of the joystick smell, and I smell a joystick. So all this creates automatically from the system. Actually, there is no me. So what I wanted to highlight here is that if there is no fire within, whatever creates does not matter, isn't it? So if there is no fire, there is no me, or no birth, or no death. So when one is in this path, this awareness and the wisdom, it is very essential. It is essential to identify this self-vibration. So if we take the joystick smell, is there anyone who is feeling the smell? So there is no one smelling, isn't it? Then it becomes only a smell. It is the function of the nose sensor. There is actually no me, my, mine. So our noble friend Buddothpada highlights, this is the path where one loses oneself. Actually, there was never a me anywhere. So we have to contemplate on that. It is actually a current, a power. So this power is different to person. The Chittaropana Balaya, the charging power. So how much the outside world is real to someone, the power is more. So these days we can see the wars going around the world. So how much this outside world is real to them, we can see that. So their ego is very powerful. When there is a powerful ego, they don't feel others. So whoever sees the world is not real, they only will be very humble and feel others. So as long as someone is in the mind, then the feel will be diminished. Can't find it. So if we look at the animal world, they don't have much of a mind, isn't it? They also fight, but it is for a short time, short period. They don't take it far. So mostly the animals, they live with the feel. Actually, if we observe animals, we can learn a lot from them because they mostly live with the feel. Some animals have different senses, sometimes more than humans. They also fight for territory, food and water. But it does not go for thought strings, isn't it? Like in humans. In humans, because their ego is so powerful, they have these repeated thoughts. Oh, that one has done this to me. Likewise, it Abhisankarana system works. So the thought becomes more powerful. And the defilements, ill will, hatred, the desires, it becomes more and more powerful. So it is none other than me. Also, humans maintain a habit and art. So these habits also covers the path to Nibbana. So I have seen some people maintain a strict timetable, a routine. So they have priorities in life. Some are very particular about health, money, family, diet plans. So likewise, there are a lot of habits. So some even say, this is my life, this is my way, this is my way of doing things, don't interrupt. So when we are in the path, we have to identify our habits as well, isn't it? So this could be due to genes, either environmental factors or from a previous birth. So we have to identify those things, turn to our side and be true to ourselves. So what we have to understand is that this is a story of a one vibration. It is the power of a one vibration. And whatever it is only a thought. Example, the children, parents, cars, houses, money, sun, moon, pets, anything. Any stimulus you get from any sensor is a thought. So this thought gets power, the value, due to our ignorance, because we don't know the truth. So what happens once you know the truth? Know the truth with wisdom. The power to the thought, the particular thought will diminish. The me becomes powerless. For example, when you go to the temple, you get the smell of the joss sticks, but you don't get it as I get the smell of joss sticks. But this you have to practice. First you think with knowledge, but with practice it happens automatically. You feel it. So there won't be any fire towards the smell of joss sticks, because no longer the outside world is real to him, and he knows that it is a thought and there is nothing in a thought either. But he knows this is a joss stick, the smell of a joss stick, but no fire towards it. So that's how someone can be free from the world. So as always, we are very grateful to you, Aran Mahansa, for giving this beautiful Dhamma to the world. May you live long. Theruvan Saranai. ආරයන් වහන්සේ තෙරුවන් සරණයි everyone.
In the dark of the dreaming mind, a bell of truth is calling near. Through the smoke of fear and time, a single word makes the path appear. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. When the last breath falls in peace, the storm of the self grows still. With Buddothpada on the lips, the heart returns to silence and will. Buddothpada, Buddothpada. It's time to rise. Open your eyes, break through the night of lies. It's time for Nibbana within. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Wake up to the truth. Buddothpada, awake humans, be awakened humans. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, let awakening begin. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, awakening in silence deep. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, where the mind no longer sleeps. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, breath is soft and flowing free. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, no self remains, just clarity. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, stillness shines like morning light. Buddothpada, Buddothpada, truth appears beyond sight. Buddothpada, 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 awakening, awakening, Buddothpada. Religion bless you all. We'll start this sermon today. This is an effort of Buddothpada Aranwasi, who advised to have 24/7 English song sermons as well as one discussion from Sri Lankan time 3 to 5. And thank you, Aranwasi. Thank you for normal guidance. Buddothpada Aranwasi actually started doing this about almost 6 years ago. He started talking about this no self-dharma, no self-anger, how to feel that and how to feel the non-vibration, how to understand the non-vibration, how to become with the status of nirvana. Or if you want to put a name to it, you don't have to put a name to it. It's just a cessation of suffering. So he felt it some time back and then started telling it about 6 years ago. So he was just releasing it to the YouTube so that someone will hear it one day and actually indeed. And we are trying to actually put that into English language. And it's great. It's great to put it out there. If you really understand this, if you it, actually your suffering will be slowly reducing 100%. It's not even imagination. Everything will be just same. It's just your burning will go down. How does this happen? It is because of the understanding about your own birth. What is your own birth? Well, every fraction of a second, your rising is happening in the sense your birth is happening, but never understood how it works. But you thought there is someone living for 70 years. That is the birth. You thought, not really. That's not your birth. Everyone is trying to actually, even the scientists in the world, renowned spiritualists, they are trying to incorporate the science into that and try and understand what is the beginning of this. Is it finished when you die, or was it just a physical birth which happened? Well, 100% we know that from a lot of true events that the birth is not just a birth. It has so much details. There's genetic component of the ovum and the sperm when they come together and form the zygote. There's a genetic component mixture and new genetic component. We can talk about that. But actual vibration which telepathize there is completely different. The everything, every data, everything is just in that power, just in that vibration. This power, this vibration is going to pop up each time when the stimuli is a thing. That is what the living is. That's what the life field is. It's going to pop up. So when the stimuli is felt as a thing, which is called bhava in Pali, jati, it's a birth of you is there. It's a phenomenon which you should slowly understand. If you have never heard about these things, you can understand that there is a sensory outcome, yeah? Yes. Apart from senses, you don't have any other experience apart from senses. Yes, you might understand that too. If you are thinking about something, it is just the sensory outcome only. If you can't think about something that you have never encountered, you will think about something that you have encountered. And what does that mean? What does encounter mean? Encounter means actually, encounter means just 5 sensory faculties which have sparked before. So understanding the sensory organs of the stimuli is 100% the part of understanding who you are, because the power of the stimuli is same as the self vibration power. But to understand that it was the only thing which was there is the stimuli, or the stimuli. What does the stimuli means? Stimuli means actually um, stimuli means thought, or the chair, the table, everything that you don't have to think about them when you just look around the room. I have always said the perception is there that it is a chair. You don't have to even think about that, isn't it? Perception of light, perception of touch, they're also there. So if you understand the stimuli, that means the thought, or the chair, or the pineapple, or the uh, daughter, son, mother, father, sister, brother, friend, wife, husband, partner, whatever, doesn't matter. Whatever the stimuli, the amount, the level that you have taken it as real is the actual you, level of you, nothing else. Cessation of suffering actually is starts from the actually starts from the understand, fully realizing that there's never a self but just a stimuli which is which is has become a thing due to the ignorance. What is ignorance? The vibration, and the speed of the vibration is actually the reason for the ignorance. In the sense, speed and the speedy vibration is vibration which is just a great speed is the reason for the life aid. If you really understand this system, how this mind is formed, do you understand? I have been trying to tell that. I think all my Dharma friends must be doing that 24/7, trying to explain how this vibration has become a thing. So people want to actually feel well, feel good. That's the whole target of people, humans. Humans just want to feel good. If you understand this Dhamma, you will be feeling good even at the moment that you're feeling sad. Because it's in the feel side completely. You will feel lighter and happier. At the same time, you will be facing a difficult situation or actually sad situation. And you will be sad too, but still that feel will be there. Feeling Dhamma is also not superficial. It has to become experience for you to really understand that there is never a self. If you practice this Dhamma and you feel the non-vibration, you 100% know that it is the non-vibration because it's completely different experience. You can't really say that, and because saying it is just going to bring a picture, but we can give clues that it is just by understanding the stimulus, just by seeing rising and cessation of this skandha or the aramana or the stimuli or the spark is the best way to come to the non-vibration. In the sense, non-vibration to surface. It's very interesting if you can understand this no self phenomena. It's okay if you have problems in understanding because this is not completely normal story. It's not a story as such to be stored in the data system, isn't it? No, it is not. It's something you have to feel. So to feel, actually, you have to kind of fully understand that the baby that you can think of, the child, the one who did the high school, the primary school, the high school, the uni, the one who got married, the one who is having kids, who is a father now, and one who is working, one who is sick now, going to the hospital, one who is almost dying. This story is felt as if we are like one single person. And there is a problem here. Why is that happening? That is happening because of the speed, the sensory function. Even the mind sensor is very fast, very fast. So the mind consciousness feels there's something. Thought arises. It is felt as something. Even the light is rising of light is that fast vibration of the eye or the fast vibration of this specific receptors where that vibration synchronizes with some vibration up there. Just imagine you are waking up in the morning. Okay. Suddenly you have a world now. You feel like, oh, okay, I'm in the bedroom. What's that? And you might go for a tea to the kitchen. Right? Just imagine that. If I say something like butterfly, what do you think will happen? Of course, whatever the butterfly will pop up in your mind. It's popping up. Can you understand that popping up thing? Where is it coming from? You might say, if you know Dhamma. And so if you don't know Dhamma, you will say, yeah, it came to my memory. Then if someone has heard Dham, that person might say, yes, the systems in the herd, it was just a sound, butterfly. But then when because it is combined with everything, because the actual butterfly thought has, or the stimuli has, sound part of it, the visual part of it, smell part of it, taste part of it. If I don't think anyone has tasted a butterfly. If it is relevant, it will be there. And the touch part of it, you know how butterfly would feel, isn't it? Yeah, some kids will know how if they touch, they lose the ability to fly. Accidentally, you may have touched a butterfly. So the butterfly is thought, but you get the whole 8 aspects of it. 8 aspect. What is the 8 aspect? 8 vibration. It is the 5 sensory organs, even though it is 8 vibrations. What? It is because the skin has so many variants. That's why. So don't worry about it. This is still the 5 vibrations, but the skin has so many variants of vibrations. It has given 4. So 4 plus 4. Other 4 is what? Vision, the sound, the smell, and the taste. These are the other 4. The skin has 4 aspects: hot and cold, and solidity and liquidity. These are kind of in butterfly. When I say butterfly, it doesn't feel like a piece of rock. You definitely get the idea that it is a moving, alive animal, isn't it? Yeah, because ignorance is such that it gives you that idea. The idea is not only the problem. Actually, what is the problem is that you feel like actually butterfly is there. That's a different entity. So just imagine butterfly becomes a thing. 100%, 100% you are there. This self view is there. If the butterfly view is taken as real, yes, yes, I saw the butterfly. It is there. Uh, it's dying. It's not well. And if you really feel that the butterfly is outside there, your self view is completely full, completely right. In the sense, the person is in the self view. If you feel the stimuli is as outside, but if you fully realize that it's a vibration only or the perception only, then the perception is inside the self bubble as well. In the sense, inside this mind as well. So the 70 years of age or 50 years of age or 90 or 100 years of age or 110, still this form world or the mind world or the mind bubble, it is the same. Until you die, you won't actually release from the mind. So the butterfly, again, going back to the butterfly is a stimuli or a spark. And that spark, if you feel this, the level that you feel that it is there is the actual um, is the actual thing. If you keep understanding that the butterfly was the whole thing that was there, the spark, but when it is felt as real, this pop up of self is also there. And that is felt as a long string because each time, because this mind works so fast, these sparks come so fast. The speedy occurrence of these sparks is the speedy occurrence of this stimuli. Because of that, each time this pop-up happens, pop-up seems to be continuous. That's why we feel as we were continuous in the past and we will be continuous in the future also. That's the projection that we have. The problem started from when the butterfly is felt as a thing. This feel is a problem. What? Because of the inability or inadequate knowledge about that it's a spark vibration only. You have to feel this too for you to actually believe that. Just believing something doesn't necessarily matter. It's like you believing world is flat. Or next time someone says world is round, then you believe, okay, world is round, not flat. This is not how it is. This is not the way to actually understand Dhamma. It is to understand how world is flat is also a thought, world is round is also a thought. World is a thought, and this thought, if it is taken as real, then you are there. Whatever you feel like you is there because of the self view, self perception, the synchronization to self vibration is the reason. The pop up, when the stimuli is a thing, the self pop up is anyway there. That pop up means it's synchronizing. So when the power is there, the jati is there, the same thing. It's even though we separately talk about that, it's just kind of the same thing. The chair is felt as a thing, the butterfly is felt as a thing. Of course you are there. You feel you are there. It can be different ways. So the butterfly is the spark or the stimuli. Aranmansi once explained nicely that me is a spark ball. Actually, it comes to the final level. It is just eye vibration, ear vibration, skin vibration, nose vibration, and the tongue vibration, and the mind. Mind also can act as another organ because thinking, thoughts can pop up at any time, and that can be felt as something. So it is really important to understand this fully, that the spark is the thing that Lord Buddha actually insisted you to look into. What is the rising and cessation of spark? The same spark can have the sensual part of it, the perception part of it, and the vibration part of it. They are not separable as such. They are they can be felt differently. Yeah, kind of. So the just imagine you went to the you went to the garden. You saw a butterfly. What happened there? The eye spark. But what came directly? What came is butterfly, right? Eye spark. But directly it's a camera. Eye is like action is like a camera, but no, it doesn't look like it's a camera. The direct output is the butterfly, which is felt as a thing. That's the normal way. So the one who is admiring the butterfly would be there. It's an entertainment in such a level. That's a sensual world. You entertain the something out there. So you can touch, you can look at it, you can feed it, you can do anything with that. Yes. Mm, But in the form level, it's just a perception level. It has nothing to do with the outside. Kind of in the mind. But underneath that is vibration. So when you come to the vibratory level, you will feel it definitely 100%. You will feel it. This is felt as a vibration. Can you place it anywhere? Can you say, oh, the vibration is in the eye or the. No, it just felt as something. Something. It's not anywhere. Like you can't place anywhere, but it is felt as something. That vibration is fast. The speed of this system. That's the speed of this system. And as soon as you realize this, you feel the non-vibration. Why? Because the vibration pop-up can't happen. When the butterfly is a thing, what popped up before was the self-vibration all the time. But they hear it's a no self, non-self. What does that mean? Absence of self-perception, absence of self-vibration, absence of that pop-up. Why? Because the bhava is not there, the pop-up is also not there. So it's kind of emptiness. Very important to understand this. It's difficult to say also, but still it's very important to understand this. It's our fault that our delivery methods may be actually faulty so that you don't get it. We are trying our best to understand that it's only the spark that was there was the pineapple or the butterfly, but the actual self pop-up is inevitable if it is felt as a thing. If the chair is felt as a thing, if the sound is felt as a thing, or the light is felt as a thing. All these 8 components, 5 sensory organs, should be fully realized for you to plus the mind. 5 sensory organs plus the mind should be fully realized to actually become an arahant. That means to become the non-vibration. Becoming the non-vibration can be very difficult because of the stimuli having so much power, but it will slowly reduce. It will slowly reduce. There's no hurry anyway. You can't do much about it. How about understanding this? Even understanding is really good, whether you feel it or not. But feeling it is really interesting and really important. Because then you don't have doubts that there's no self, there's just a vibration which is not there when the stimuli is not felt as a thing. That's the whole experience that will, the insight that will come with the first experience. If you have this experience again, the insight may be different. And again, if you feel again, the insight will be different. So all about the self pop up. It's all about the self vibration that you go into deep aspects. anything can pop up at any time to your mind. It's not abnormal. But feeling it as a thing is a different thing. It's a bit tricky because you don't know this. That's the whole thing you would believe anyway and feel like it anyway. So it's only a few people who will really listen to this type of Dhamma and fully realize that there's never a self. Never, never a self. If you actually understand this whole thing, the way you look at the life would be different. Well, there'll be problems, yeah, 100%. The petrol will be there, not there. Price will be going up. The mortgage is going up. Yeah, war is there. All these are thoughts, the system. Yes, they are felt as a problem, isn't it? Huh. Yeah, but the whole thing, the most important problem that we have is uh, the kind of the misunderstanding that there's someone here who is experiencing these problems. That is the most difficult part here, that's to understand. Is there someone who is experiencing these things? The sadness, the happiness, even the jealousy and all that, the defilements. There was a very good discussion yesterday, 3 to 5 Sri Lankan time. I invite everyone to come and discuss your problems, so question your this Dhamma, even it's fine. Not an argument. We can't have an argument online, but we can have a uh, healthy discussion about what you think and how to relate to us. Because I can remember once a person came online and asked, I know what you're talking about. I have felt this before. He was talking about a meditative state, but he didn't know that there was no self. But he was talking about this meditative state. So don't misunderstand this with the meditative states. It's nothing to do with that. It's complete piercing of one thought with insight meditation, even though we call it meditation. If you want to call it meditation, you call it meditation. If you don't want to, you just drop it. It doesn't matter. The experience is what matters. What matters is experience. If you experience a non-vibration, if you experience it when the stimuli is, the spark is not a thing, then definitely you fully realize there was never a self, but the self feel was coming at each fraction of a second. It keeps coming back because it is kind of a similar vibration. It is felt as like you. But then when you're angry, very fully angry, or how much the stimuli is felt as real, the emotions can be higher and the vibration will be high. Any vibration which is in the wrong wave side has a very big uh, vibration to end. You get it? This feel of someone that was having the year 5, year 10, year 12, uni or not uni or job, whatever. And now, up to now, and to the future also, you can project this phenomena. Is not true. It's not true. It's the thing you want to understand is the full theory should be like, at least the theory part should be understood for you to feel. What's the theory? Theory is that this is only the creation of the world. The world, so-called, the outcome is actually a creation of the sensory organs only. And the speed is felt as something that is why the misunderstanding of self is there. Self was never there, but it was felt because of the sensory organ output, this spark. Yeah. So important to get this correct. When the when your life is complicated or you're feeling sad, you tend to look into this spiritual side and see who is feeling the sadness. It's very important to understand there's no one here, but there is a feel which is a function of the sensory organ, which is confusing, isn't it? Because the mind sensor also has this output, like the light, the sound. The mind sensor also has emotions, kind of emotions. Even before that, before the mind is formed, also there are basic emotions, happiness and sadness. They are basic. Once the mind is fully formed and everything is a thing, then the anger, guilt, the hatred, malicious, being malicious, being jealous. You can go to the limit of killing someone because you have to feel that they're there. But the association is only with the perception. Remember that. Even though you feel like you have, just imagine you accidentally catch the touch a butterfly wing without your knowledge. You just touch it, and then the the wing got damaged. What do you think? What it's all the perception, but actually didn't the wing get damaged? Well, you might ask, but whatever that happened in real kind of thing, what you're trying to say, we can't appreciate that because it's Chitena niyati loke or Salayatan loko loko. That's how Lord Buddha said that. So only related within the sensory organs you can do anything. You can do anything or just within the sensory organs. What do you think? Yeah, it can be a bit confusing. It's okay. Just drop it if you feel too tired of it. But it's very easy to understand the spark, isn't it? The speech stimuli. Yeah, it could be petrol at one moment, the food and next moment, and then maybe the daughter at one moment, or maybe the mother next moment. So this system keeps changing. What didn't change? Yeah, the self didn't change. I experience all the stimuli. That's what you really thought. That's the thinking. That's what you thought. But actually, that's the perception also you have. But this is actually just a part and parcel of the sensory organ function being a thing. It's not a thing, this power is going to go down, folks. It's very important that you experience this at least once. Then the doubt will not be there about this, that there was never a self. Here only speed of this vibration. Yeah. Mm. Isn't it interesting that we are even talking about this now? Yeah, there was not a talk about this non vibration before. It's beautiful to see at least someone like Aran once he started talking about this 5 years ago. That led to for us to even listen that randomly. No whatsoever compelling thing for us to listen to that randomly. It came to my attention through YouTube videos because it was talking about me. I was very inquisitive to learn about me. So I started listening. It was kind of to understand who am I? Question, who am I? Understanding the question or even understanding the problem is initially good. What is the reason for suffering? Suffering is the vibration. Suffering is the actual self vibration. If you go deeper and deeper, but if you don't understand it initially, just think suffering is like someone dying and you feel sad, that is suffering. Someone, you lose money and you can't survive now because there's nothing to eat, that is suffering. You can keep saying a list of things that is suffering, isn't it? But actual suffering is much more deeper. This mind world is suffering. This field world is also suffering. If one has to fully realize that there was never a self and what was out there was a spark only, that spark is also not real. With that spark, just to see what this is. This spark we are talking about, it arises when the causes are there. The eye doesn't function just automatically. The synchronization should happen. That is what is called eye. What do you think about these 24/7 Zoom sermons? Everyone trying to uh, get you to understand about this non-vibration. Such a beautiful realities. It is. Aranvan says way of telling things is unique. It's so simple. That's why even monks, venerables will be uh, feeling like threatened because he has this unique way of saying things, unique way of making them simplified, making everything look very small. And even the self vibration, it's not a big deal. Just a misunderstanding, isn't it? Those fast vibration of the sensory organ that you misunderstood as the self. But if it is known fully, you will feel the absence of the self vibration. That is the no self perception. If you don't have the no self perception, your path has not begun yet. These are tricky parts, though. You don't really get this properly. If you haven't felt the non vibration, your path has not begun yet because non self perception has to actually get stronger and stronger with time. And self perception should get weakened and come to a zero for an arahant to happen. If you have questions about this park, that's the best thing ever. But there are views much stronger than sparks. What is it? They're like ideas which are solidified, which are consolidated so much that you can't believe anything otherwise. Just imagine you have a belief that one person is very bad. You can't really come out of that. It can pop up anytime, isn't it? Even if you feel like, this person is not that bad, still that bad component can pop up at any time. It's the same with the self-view. If it's strongly there, I mean, no one can even talk about these things with them. They will be like shrugging their shoulders and saying, well, stop talking about this. I know I'm here. I am the one who is deciding about my life. I have privacy. Leave me alone. I want to live happily. No one can challenge my privacy. No one can actually harm me. I will choose to be happy or unhappy. It's not your problem. If I'm suffering and if I become an animal in next realm, home, it's okay. I don't care. These are the talks that someone will give. But if you're that confident, why are you suffering at this moment? That's the thing. Why are you suffering this moment if you are fully confident that, okay, leave me alone, I will be happy anyway? Then be happy if you really can. It is the difficult part is actually getting this right. Some people will not even be ready to listen to this no self dhamma because their belief of self is so strong that even dhamma will be looked at in same angle. They will take it as a challenge. Sometimes that can happen as well. They will take the dhamma as a challenge and try to understand it. But actually, if you listen to this dhamma, only halfway you can go through the mind and you will feel that it is slowing down. Then you will ask Aranansi and Aranansi will happily tell you, please stop being in the mind all the time. Understand the mind. Mind is not true. Mind perceptions are not true. So you can have a view, and view is actually a mind perception. That will shock you because you are believing in something. Okay, world is round. Now you believe in that, right? Before that, some people believe that the world is flat. And there can be someone who is believing the world is oval or world is this and that. Yeah, it's the same way. There's beliefs which have felt very real. Someone can talk about the feel very strongly and still may have not experienced the non vibration. Still there's a risk. Just imagine someone is in the field all the time. They feel everything, but if they haven't experienced the non vibration, there's 100% risk of fire again. There's potential for fire, potential for suffering, potential for deep suffering, potential for perception, potential for waves. Yeah, there's 100% potential for anything. So even the non-form meditative states are not that appreciated. Form meditative states are not appreciated. Sensual world meditative states, staring at something and you feel like you are in a kind of a meditative state that's completely the sensual world. So it is very important to understand this Dhamma. Actually, Aranans is every day trying to say this and mainly in single language. He has 5 a.m. Zoom, which is happening in Sri Lankan time in single language, 7 o'clock at night, which is happening in again in single language, which is amazing, which you can really tune into. But if someone can't understand Sinhalese, it is a problem. So I invite you to listen to these sermons and come for the Zoom discussion at 3 to 5 from Sri Lankan time so that you can actually understand this bit further, because you will have 1,000 questions if you actually fall into this, if you really hear this and if you understand about this spark. One has to actually understand about this spark and become the spark and see if there was anything else. Yeah. So we wish you that you will understand this Dhamma. May Triple Gem bless you all. Thank you, Arana, answer for your noble guidance. Thank you, everyone.
That there is nothing that exists outside and there is nothing that exists inside. The feeling of self is an illusion. It is not true. All the stimuli or experiences of sound, color, taste, smell, touch, and mind are only thoughts, and thoughts too don't exist. It is all a lie. No beings, no any living thing exist. Nothing exists at all. This is the pure truth which we need to understand, and you must maintain this awareness or mindfulness of the truth whenever you have thoughts. Once you have realized the pure truth, you will be able to feel your self-identity arise in a thought. You will be able to recognize it. That is wisdom. Being aware or being mindful is wisdom. If you like something, if you want to acquire something, that means that there is a feeling of self there. This means that we have to watch ourselves or be mindful of ourselves. We have to focus on ourselves, not the outside. We have to always be mindful and constantly check if our I-ness arise. We have to see if we have a feeling of self-identity. If we realize that our self or our I-ness exists at some point, then we have to compare it with the Dharma, the pure truth. Then we have to question ourselves. If nothing exists, then how is it that I feel that I am here? If the pure truth means that there is no body and nothing exists, then we should not be feeling this me concept. If we accept a thing as true, then the self concept is also made instantly. If we believe that a thing exists, an illusory self is formed instantly along with the thing, then we also can say that it, the thing, is also me. If the pure truth means that there is no body and that nothing exists, then we should not be feeling this me concept at all. If we accept a thing as true, then the self concept is also made instantly at that very moment. It would also be the same thing if we say the thing we believe exists is also me, or even if we say that it is me. Mehenin Mahanse, I understand that there is nothing outside Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, from the way you said it, I feel what you are saying is that there is no outside, but there is you, who is the observer, who sees that there is no outside. Is that what you mean? There is a very important point to bring to your attention. Let us see how a thing is made. We have only 6 senses, haven't we? It is only through these 6 senses that we receive everything, isn't it? Whether there is a thing or not, everything is felt only by our mind consciousness, Vijnana, isn't it? Mehni Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, now let us understand how the mind consciousness is made. Let us try to understand how a thing is created in the mind consciousness. The mind consciousness receives only sparks from 6 senses. The 6 senses are sight, hearing, smell, taste, touch, and thoughts from the mind consciousness. A spark that comes from the sight and a spark that comes from hearing creates a thing in the mind consciousness. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Tiruvan Sarnai Aryan answer, Tiruvan Sarnai, all the my friends. This is Buddothpada, English Zoom discussion. Today also we discuss the basic pure Buddhism concepts. And here we speak about how the things are created and how I am created. We have already discussed this profoundly, but today also we would like to bring to your notice that awareness and mindfulness is how important it is. And whatever you feel, whatever you think real is not real actually. They are illusions. So there you feel, if you like something, if you want to acquire something, that means that there is a feeling of self there. That is mentioned in the book. So today also we discuss Pure Dhamma. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila first to start our discussion. Terwan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Terwan Sarnai. Actually, I will just start. I missed the first bit, but I will just start from what Mr. Bernard mentioned. When we want something, are we there? So the actual thing we should highlight here is, so I'll try to reiterate this again and again. So alive feel is coming when you feel it is felt that the thought is real. So we'll try to understand this. So imagine we'll take like randomly about 5 thoughts. In the morning you get up and you think about few things, we'll say, and usually if we haven't listened to Dhamma before and we haven't actually not understood any of this Dhamma, all the 5 thoughts that has come in the morning has felt true, right? But we didn't know about that. We didn't know anything about this feeling. The thought felt as true is the feeling of self. We didn't understand that. Now we do know that, because Aranwansi has been telling this multiple times, not multiple times, maybe 1,000 times. So now imagine that 5 thoughts are coming. Still, at least one, you might feel it. What do you feel? You might feel that thought. What do you mean by you feeling a thought? This has never occurred to us before Aranwansi. What is meant by feeling a thought? Because we usually think. But what is meant by feeling the thought? So imagine, I will complicate the picture by telling 5 examples, like dramatic examples. One would be, I have to make the breakfast. And another one would be, I'm late. Another one would be, today I have to go to work. The 4th one will take it as, I have to pay the bill. And 5th one would be like, what? You can put anything. I will not cook, and I'll eat something from the leftovers. Okay, I made something up. So those are the 5 examples. You can say anything. It doesn't matter. Whatever 5 thoughts. In the morning when we get up, we had 5 thoughts. The thing is, the thoughts are not important here. I'm actually telling this because I just joined later. I didn't hear much Shani's talk, but I heard what Mr. Bernard said about the thoughts. So if we talk about these 5 thoughts, what is important? So which one make you to feel? I mean, all 5 you might feel, or 3 of them, you might not even feel that the thought has come. You might feel really dramatically, you might feel it. So there are so many variations, isn't it? So imagine that all the other thoughts, suddenly you realize you are like 2 hours late to get up. I'm just taking an example. So you feel it. If you feel it, because sometimes you might not even bother. But if you feel it, you feel it. So the feeling the thought as real is different. Thought is different. So we have to understand this because we get complicated. Which thought should come, which thought should not come. There's nothing like that. There's nothing like that. Thought pattern is anyway different in people. Different people have different thought patterns. In a village, the thought pattern would be different. A king will not be thinking like the person working in the palace. So the thought patterns would be different, thoughts would be different. So what is happening here? What is actually this important thing here? The feel that you get that it is real, that is you. But underneath this, there's another layer. The light is felt as real. Sound is felt as real. And touch is felt as real. And we usually don't have to talk about it because we directly feel the thought kind of thing. So we keep understanding. So you have to understand at least one sensory organ properly. So when you understand what is their quinoa, or what is this a thing we call, I don't know whether we are telling it properly when we say a thing, that when there is a value given to the thought, how can we measure it? We can't. We can only measure it by feel. We are masters of feeling. So feel is not about the emotion though. So it is again getting complicated. It's not about the emotion. It's about the after listening to Dhamma. This is different. This feel in Dhamma is different. It's not about the feel we had, it is okay to put there as same. But this what we tell here is actually is whether it became a thing or not. So I would stop there and maybe we'll have a good discussion like every day because it's really important to have a discussion. I think that's what brings out best of us. Like everyone has their good points, isn't it? So can we have a discussion? Someone can unmute the phone and the mic can join. Sanna?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. තෙරුවන් සරණයි to all Dhamma friends. First of all, I pay my homage at Dada Mahase's feet. Dr. Kokila, it's a very beautiful way of putting this and starting the discussion. So, when you said the 5 thoughts, when you gave those examples, actually, depending on the value one attributes to those thoughts, the rising of self happens. For example, maybe somebody was starving. So in
Actually, we'll change
Yeah.
the wording. It's my fault.
Yeah.
It's my fault. I should have told it in a different way. I think we'll talk it as power, because it's actually not self.
Power. Yeah.
There's no self.
Power.
The power. That's actually, that is what we misunderstood as a self.
Self. Exactly.
Yeah. So we'll change the wordings. Yeah. Sorry, that's my fault. Yeah, all good.
Nice. So then for someone who has some urgent commitment in the office, that I am late to the office, that thought would generate more power. And if it is the red bill the one has got, then that would be the most prominent powerful thought. So that way it might generate power, and someone who hasn't heard this truth, pure truth, that it is not automated formation or automated rising of power through the thought itself, may take it as the self, that I feeling this, I have to do this, the notion of I will arise, but now we know that it is the power generated through those thoughts themselves, as a natural mechanism. And then actually today the focus is also basically on the self, how this self view is generated. And Dr. Kokila, there I have to ask for clarification regarding self view and self perception. So since you started with alive feel, this alive feel or existent feel, with that the self perception is again generated automatically, but the self view is kind of, it is something that we can liberate from not very easily, when somebody liberates from the external world or come to the stage of stream enterer, the person gets rid of self view, but still the self perception continues till a later stage. Is it so, or will you be able to clarify that?
I think theoretically, the way we tell may be right. Most important thing would be to feel it. So that is, I think, the gap. When we try to tell that, we can tell it in multiple ways. When we try to say something, this anyway kind of it's an example we can say, but actual feeling would be when the power we were talking about, how it arises is when there is vibration here. When the self vibration here, there's always potential for that to be vibrating and getting similarity or resonance to anything. That's the same as the light. But when we actually, when we kind of understand that it was never this end, that is where the release of the power does not appear. So we have to feel this at least once without the power. Power is we are talking about this self vibration. So that there should be a moment where that is not there. Then only we can talk about this as the self view. The doubts will be gone, and the self will be like a challenge. So yeah, we can say with the examples, but the main thing is to feel it. And the importance is to feel it.
To add two examples from my experience, Dr. Kokila, before I listened to this true Dhamma, I suffered a lot because of several thoughts which I got so constantly. One thing is about my mom's death. Actually, with my sisters, because she wanted us to admit her to Javadanapura Hospital. So she died of actually influenza. She told, no, don't take her to a private hospital. This is the best place, and admit her to that hospital. So we did so, and however, we couldn't save her life. So, despite her advice, we could have taken her to another hospital. Kind of guilty feeling was bothering me all the time at that time. Another thought I had was when my son was very small, there was a helper, the woman to look after her. She was very kind, and my son, I think he was at the age of maybe three. She used to call her Amma all the time. So I was so ignorant, and one day I actually beat the child for that. So now they are quite big. Still, for so long, I suffered because of these two thoughts. And when I saw the truth, actually now they don't occur. Even when you were giving these examples, I wanted to talk about them also. So when we see that they are mere thoughts, there is no substance in them, the relaxation that when we do not give value to those thoughts, the power never. That the thought may come, but it would not have any impact on me, any emotion or sad feeling. Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila. So that's all I
Parents, Anna, actually, we can actually reproduce this telepathization. I would say, for an example, just imagine you see like a episode of film or anything like that in the TV, and a mother is beating a child. And as soon as you see this, the resonance will be so similar. You would immediately feel the situation that you were in before. This is how trauma works, even for the child, but this is for the mother. But what I'm trying to say is that is not the thing. That is not the problem. That is not the problem. So even the first time, what I was trying to say is, thought is not the problem. What Mr. Bernard started to say, that I want this thing, is another thought. But the thought itself is not the problem. How true that you feel that thought is existing is the problem. How alive you feel that the thought is real. Oh my God, I don't know how I'm putting it really, but it's really important to feel this. So you telepathize, you resynchronize to that. You keep synchronizing to these old things now. So that will happen all the time. That's how mind works. That's the normal human mind. Can telepathize into your small age where your father hit you, and then you can also go into the same stage where you hit someone or whatever. It doesn't matter. When you see an elderly person, that might resonance immediately to your father or someone you know. It doesn't matter. But what I'm trying to say is that is not the problem. The problem is how real you take these things. That's why Aryan Wahanse is repeatedly telling the feel is important, the feel is important, the feel is important. Because if you don't feel it, that doesn't matter. But this is with the right vision. So we have, I mean, we talk about this right vision all the time. So that's why I'm getting deviated here. I'm not talking about the right vision here. Like I'm talking about someone with the right vision, how to like correlate these things, because the feel is the main important thing. Because someone in the past might recollect their past. Lord Buddha will tell Kimbulwat, there's a city called Kimbulwat or something like that, and the Lord Buddha used to say the wind from that side, even wind from that side is feeling so good. So if someone did not understand this Dhamma, they will get confused. Same way, like when Lord Buddha wanted to punish another monk, he actually led him to the gate, telling about 7 times to go away. Not go away, actually, tucha, I don't know how to say that in English, but belittling him, but it was to get his ego down. But if someone looks at that without Dhamma, then actually someone can misunderstand. The main important of feel is what you felt. Because as we discussed that day, feeling doesn't lie. The thoughts are lying. So thoughts can say anything. Thoughts can say anything. It doesn't matter what the thoughts are saying. But what I'm trying to say is, important thing is whether you felt it or not. So because if you felt it, perapasu nowe, what is that? It means like there's no as at the same time.
Then and there.
The self-perception is there. So the itta sanya, atma sanya, they are like just this. Then and there it happens. Like if you feel the feel of existence, and feel of life feel kind of is different, but it becomes same. Likewise. And another example, you can.
I was not clear, it seems. What I wanted to tell was those
No, you were clear. I'm just adding. I'm just adding things.
Okay. All
I'm
right.
not. I'm specifically not trying to correct each other. Sometimes I'm just trying to add things so that we maintain a constructive, discussion, because it's not directed towards you. Hopefully you get it. No. Actually, it's not.
Dr. Kopila, it's clear. There was one for someone who doesn't know the truth. Definitely, thoughts are a burden, and
we get shaken by them.
Burden, but what I'm trying to say is what Aranwanse is recently trying to transmit. That's why I'm trying to say that in English, because feel is important, and if you ignore the feel, you are cheating yourself, and that's very common. So very, very common. No one will even know that you are doing that because it's just inside business anyway. So what I'm trying to bring up is the thought is not the important thing. How you felt that it's there is the thing. And you have to actually master feelings. Otherwise, you will actually miss. You will put an umbrella thought saying, I don't feel anything anymore. And that will become another like a picture, like a mind, like a thought, and it will actually mask everything. But that's not the path. Aranwansi keeps telling that's not the path. Path begins when you start to feel the self vibration, or this actually like in the other way around, that whether you felt it or not. So this is kind of not the beginning. This is kind of in the middle actually, because the beginning is with the actually knowing that and feeling that the no self-perception. Anyone else who can add something? Yes.
Peron Saranai, all Dhamma friends. Just about the two incidents that Sudharma mentioned. What I felt was she feels that those two thoughts are coming again and again, and she automatically there is a value given to that. So she feels heavy about those two thoughts. And now the value which gets added with each thought each time, doesn't it depends only on the individual, the system, individual system, because it depends on the data that system had, how much of data. Now, for example, if regarding the mother, if Sudharma had a very close relationship and she was very, very close to her mother. So that means the amount of data which was in her system, I used the word her system, so the data that she had from the small age up to the time of her death, when the amount of data is enormous, the frequency of getting that thought again and again, surfacing that thought becomes more frequent, isn't it? For a person who didn't have a very close relationship with the mother, this abhisankarane, or this strong value, or the value which is added to that thought will not be that much. So won't it change from person to person, and depends on the amount of data which occurred over the past time, and a person will feel it very lightly, a person will take it as a very serious thing. Am I correct in that way?
I think yes. Yes, but there's another thing that I just, when you were saying that, it's really good. The number of times that when you use that number, how many times that it has come to the surface, the thought, how it clearly augments this issue. of self vibration. That's very, very important. No, the thing is, it's really interesting to see from birth, kind of the time of the mind actually, because not the actual physical birth. I'm talking about when the mind started. So the thoughts keep changing. So whatever the thoughts that are very close, and so imagine somebody lived with the parents for 50 years, and parent dies, immediately you feel like a vacuum, like there's a vacuum in here. How do you get that? Because the self vibration has arisen like billion times in that one particular stimulus, if it is the mother or father. So imagine you are for 50 years of age and your mother lived till about 80 or 70, and the whole your 50 years, you know the mother, you know about the what mother did to you, what you did to mother, what you did together, and so much so on, like endless actually. So how do you feel that vacuum, and how do you feel that every detail in that in the end part is so important? How does this happen? This is all not because there's someone actually here. It happens with all this science where the self vibration will be never there alone. Self is not there alone. There's nothing like that. So what happened? It arises only with a stimuli. And if the one stimuli keep coming again and again, and the self vibration arises in that particular thing because it keeps coming as real, that's the vacuum. That's why some people even suicide. I have seen like elderly couples where they live like 50 years together. So they marry at 20 and die at 70. Just imagine 50 years together, and the partner dies, other partner goes very quickly, like that person dies too. They feel like empty. How does that happen? That happens because that system is fully confused, because the vacuum part is so powerful that the emptiness is so powerful that system can't handle it anymore. So we need to understand this system a lot, kind of master it. When you master it, there's no self at all. How this keep happening, how this self vibration keep happening when the stimuli become real, and how it augmented the whole thing, because now it's not just a vibration, it's now a thought, because the self view, as we talked, so it becomes mage amma, my mother, my sister, my mother went to the hospital, because it won't matter if the neighbor's mother went to the hospital. Or it might matter if the neighbors are so close to you, but it won't matter that much. So everything circles around you. The self view, actually the me, it surrounds me. So it's so beautiful to see how this system works. Actually, there's no self, but how this system works, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Actually, I also have more or less a similar experience to what Sudharma said. My father had a bit of breathlessness, and then when I took him to the hospital, he was diagnosed to have this heart problem needing surgery. So he was clinically fairly okay, and then I had to take the sole decision about the surgery because the cardiologist strongly advised to do the surgery. But he was clinically, apart from little breathlessness, he was okay. So as the eldest in the family, I had to take the decision about the surgery, and he didn't object. And unfortunately, he underwent surgery and he didn't recover from surgery. So that was a kind of shock which was coming to me until fairly recently. And then there was another incident at his funeral. One of his close friends said that if the surgery was not done, he would have been alive and well. So those two things actually, that the fact that I took the decision and that friend's comment has been coming as a thought, very painful thought now. That means it was given a heavy value. That is why I was feeling so heavy whenever that thought was coming. And until fairly recently, actually, until I listened to this Dhamma, then I realized how this mind sensor is working, and then how much of value has been added to that. That is the reason that I was feeling so sort of bad, and I was feeling very guilty about it, about taking the decision. So it's similar to Sudharma's
No,
thing, actually.
this can be worse, Dr.
Yes.
Sakuntala, because there are decisions that we have to make when the patient is in the intensive care unit, and you have to take the decision to remove the stop the resuscitation or stop the machine. So actually, it's really important to discuss this. When the self is there, decision is yours.
Yes. Yes, exactly.
That is the thing. That the decision, if it is taken with some heaviness, yes, the self is already there. But if this happened to someone who is a stream mentor, even a stream mentor might have this, the feeling, but that person will know that will not feel it so bad. So the thing is, how much Dhamma you have understood and how much Dhamma you have felt is the main important thing. Because then, like imagine for an example, Aranhanse is there and taking a decision, he will just take the decision, that's it. It's so evident how he takes the decisions anyway. He just takes the decision, that's it. And whether it goes wrong or right, well, someone has to take the decision. No? So, in this mundane world, you can't really understand whether there is self-perception or not. So, only that person will be knowing that whether it was there or not, the self-perception. Even with the person who has no self-view also will have like a kind of self-vibration. Still he has, nothing has happened to self-vibration, it is still there because and then we'll have the craving or the anger. So it's very difficult to understand. So this system works in a different way. This is again, there's no self in the Dhamma path also. What happens is you feel the non-vibration and then it keeps manifesting more and more, that's all. And one day it will be the only thing that is there as the perception. but nothing happens to the other perceptions. This is only about the self-perception, because this is about fighting with one thought. Self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration is just one thought. But you can't attack that one thought without knowing how it arises. And it arises with the help of all the other stimuli. Each and every stimuli. Isn't it? Yeah,
Yes.
someone else. Yeah, we can have the discussion. Sranka is also here. It's really good to keep adding stuff, because this is beautiful. I mean, that is what is needed. Yeah.
Yeah, Theruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kopila and Dhamma friends. Yeah, I mean, I suppose irrespective of, what incident it is from person to person, whether it is an incident or whether it is a person or whether it is even an object like a house, some people can get really hooked up about a house and worry and stress about the house for their entire lifetime. Somebody can get, stuck with either something they've done to their son or something that has happened to their son, or whether it's an incident or person or whatever it is. What is the common pattern is everybody suffering with the stimuli. As long as the stimuli becomes real, then that self-perception has arisen, isn't it? So I think we discussed about the exist and feel and the self-perception being two sides of the same coin. And Vahanse also brought that up, I think, recently, saying if there is a stimulus, and if you think that stimulus is real, then the I is born then and there. So the whole purpose of it is, I mean, if you see the common trend, the common thread of all the Zoom discussions and the things that parents or people say, including our own experiences, if we haven't had the true Dhamma, we are moving from stimuli to stimuli. That is what we have called life, the experience, the thought, because now we know that
even that one we can say we are moving from stimuli, but actually it's stimuli.
Yeah.
So nothing else. But the problem is there's we attached to that in every kind of way. So that's the problem, I think, because in some or other, because there's a layer underneath, even below the thinking level, there is a layer underneath where we have all the other five senses. So they are working, and it will be felt as real. It is a feel only. So even in that level, it's not even thinking. So we are like this trap is so immense, and no wonder that it is difficult to kind of grasp, isn't it?
Whole thought process thing that was being explained by R.N. Mahansa is also very, very complicated. I actually was trying to join the afternoon or morning Zoom also to actually, tell R.N. Mahansa how valuable last night's Andolanaatmaka discussion was, because I think even when I was trying to speak to you on that Zoom several days ago, Dr. Kopila, that was what I was trying to say and failed completely. What I was trying to say was the fact that, the thing that he brought out through that experience of a mother yesterday, and Swarnamali also joined in and explained it, but R.N. Mahanse, I don't know from where, is so good. The beautiful explanation he gave to the thing that you feel, the thought, the thinking. So there is thinking, and then there is the feel of the thinking.
That's what I was trying to bring up today.
Yeah. So it was so subtle, and that was the part that I was also trying to see, because in the experience there was this thinking that was happening, but the thinking didn't have power. So if the thinking didn't have power, then there was this question that was kind of circulating again, thinking that, okay, I know that there is this thinking, but the thought has no power. So then, but still there are thoughts. And it wasn't as if I was thinking about the thoughts, but there was this innate kind of feel, but I couldn't, there was no way of articulating it properly. But R.N. Vahanse brought out that so well. I was trying to kind of get a bit more from that perspective from him in the afternoon, but I think he elaborated a little bit in the morning Zoom as well. So the thing he said, I think, to that mother, the mother in the Andolanaatmaka, of course, had a certain amount of feel experience, and a little bit, she was a little bit in the mind as well. But then in the morning, so he was recounting experience. Several mothers were recounting their experiences, and one mother said that she was still observing the thought. And then R.N. Vahanse mentioned, why are you observing the thought? That means, the I is still here, the person still exists, and that there's a person existing observing the thought. If you have had enough access to the Dhamma and the understanding and the practicality has been well understood, there is no need to be observing, because that Dhamma knowledge, that core wisdom, because of the Vidarshana practice that one has embarked on, should have been well entrenched, well embedded. And what we mean by that is through that entrenchment, through that integration of it, like being the Dhamma, understanding the thought through and through, to know and then to understand and then to feel that there is no substance in it, then the knowledge gives way to wisdom. And it was that point that he was trying to raise, which I couldn't express myself in the last session as well, that it's that feel. The thought is not a problem. As you, Dr. Kokila, I think I have heard you saying that so many times. The thought is not the problem. The emotion is not the problem. It is, if there is a heaviness, if there's a value, if the thought becomes a thing, that is where the problem lies. Because in that heaviness, in the power of that thought, lies the ignorance, lies the fact that there has not been a thorough examination of the Dhamma, isn't it?
Yeah, true. It's really beautiful. Discussions are ongoing these days. And we can really easily misunderstand this watching the thought also. It's very easily done. Everything can be easily misunderstood anyway. And we are telling by experience. I mean, we do it all the time. So it's okay.
But Dr. Kokila, in which Zoom did you talk about this feel, this explanation that Ms. Surangika told about 12:31, no? In the morning Zoom.
No, R.N. Vahanse was talking about this last night as Andolanaatmaka Deshana, and also in the morning at 5 o'clock, and also there was a good discussion at 9:31 too.
There was, I have to go back to that. Please, Dr. Kokila, can you, now I feel that you were trying to elaborate on that earlier also. Can you please talk a bit more about that feel in relation to the thought?
Yeah, that was the exact thing I was trying to say in English, because it's our task kind of thing to, kind of try to give this in another language.
But Dr. Kokila, for the benefit of our English listeners, maybe we can explain the beginning, how one first has to, reflect. And then there's that active thinking, the Savitaka nature. And then the fact that
you can do that actually, Surangika. You can tell that. Yeah. Can you tell that a bit?
Yeah, about a few days ago, I think we did mention it. But so once one gains the understanding, or when one accesses the true Dhamma, teachings, there has to be that active reflection. There has to be, you pull it around, you unravel the thought, how the light forms, how the sound forms, how these senses, how these perceptions get manifested through the senses and through the vibration and the speed of vibration. All those things have to be well understood. How the light consciousness, the eye and the sound or the ear consciousness, all these consciousnesses come together to combine the mind consciousness. All that has to be unraveled, analyzed, dissected, and to do that, one has to use the mind. I mean, that is the beauty of the human being and the human condition, that whilst the entrapment is also through the mind consciousness, it is the mind consciousness that is used as a tool to undertake that vidarsana practice. So initially, as we said, to do the savitakka savichara, that active reflection, one uses the mind, and that has to be done. You can't say that you can do only so much and this much. It depends on the person. It depends on that person's understanding. So to the extent that that person has sufficiently understood, well understood the Dhamma and analyzed and understood the core, got a core understanding of what the thought is, the thought process, and the fact that there is no such thing called the mind, that active reflection has to happen. But then gradually, through that understanding and vidarsana practice and putting it into the practice as well, through the practical program, the active reflection gets replaced eventually by almost an auto-reflection. You don't have to actually really think about it and start unraveling incidents, and when something worries you and some day-to-day activity happens and you feel a heaviness in your heart, automatically through that initial exercise that you have done through a prolonged period of time, there is an automatic understanding that comes, and one would find that one doesn't have to dwell too much in the thought. Only when something really bothers the person, then one understands that there is that object has become a thing, and then at that point there can be a reflection. But even if that is not there, there is an auto reflection, and the thoughts don't become a thing. So there is that active reflection, and the second stage we can perhaps call it passive reflection. But then both of those stages are only intermediate or beginner and intermediate kind of stages. The final stage, which Arhan Wahanse and Dr. Pukila is trying to explain here, is the most, I think, challenging thing, is that it gets replaced by the feel, and that arises only when one has experienced, even for a split second, the anatma or non-self perception. So I'll stop there, Dr. Pukila, for you to continue.
Yeah, actually, I just realized that what you were trying to ask the question. Do you think you can ask it in English?
My question at that point was, this was something I think I was grappling with, was so that the anatma sanya experience is a split second experience, but then the confusion comes with the fact that there is an emphasis about the feel, and but there is a sense of stimuli not being a thing. So there is no burning sensation, there is no heaviness, there is no value attached to the thoughts. And one gets about one's day-to-day activities, at least that's the experience at the moment. And there is a lightness, there is an inner calmness.
Yeah, what is left is the form level now.
Yes,
what
so
is,
the thoughts.
What is left is not the sensual level. When the sensual level is calming down, now the next one would be the form level.
Yes, I think that also you tried to explain, I think, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? You kept trying to explain that it was form, even in the English Zoom. You said that the form, and you, I think 2 days ago, you were trying to explain the form and the formless world, and how that gradual, we pass from the sensual stage to the form stage, but the form stage is also obviously not the ultimate, and the formless is also not the ultimate.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so the question I think arises, I'm not the best at this because there's the English room, and anyway, we are not the best people to tell. The Aranwanse is the best to tell in a single Zoom meeting. But what I'm trying to say is, the grappling thought that you have here about these words, or what will happen here, this so that, I'm talking to you directly now, Suranka. So
Yes.
the future idea, there is a future kind of feeling that we are trying to explore. Is it this or is it that? My only advice would be, just drop them. Just drop them.
Yes, I think I understood that, Dr. Kokila, from I think your last few days, your talks to the other people who joined the Zoom. I think I kind of got it that that's what you're trying to say, and as well as even the other Andolanatmaka Desana, because it's a thinking about the thinking, isn't it?
Yeah, just drop it. Like you drop dead, you just drop it. Because I'm not telling you to drop dead. No. I mean, these words can be taken wrongly. I'm telling, just let go. And actually, if you are able to do that, it is not easy. It's not easy. And one particular moment of that only bring the beauty of this Dhamma. That is the exact thing we can't do. We either try to be like a security guard and try to monitor the thoughts, or we will be like, exactly. We are trying to check ourselves whether we are cheating or not. It's such a funny thing.
I think the issue was almost exactly, I don't know whether that's true. R.N. Mahansa is the best person. I mean, sometimes we don't know what's happening to our own experiences. I mean, we used in a conventional term, that mother in the Andolnatmaka Desana, R.N. Mahansa said that there was an oscillation between thinking, the thinking was not becoming a thing, and the fact that the thought was getting... that there was an inner wisdom that was understanding the thought as well in that mother. So, and that was something that was kind of similar to the experience that I was trying to explain to you, that the thoughts have no power. Then there is an innate awareness.
Yeah, that's the sensual part, though.
No, there is an innate awareness that the thoughts are flowing as a natural occurrence of the mind sensor, and that is felt, meaning it's the feel, the wisdom.
Yeah, but that's what you have told long time ago. That day also I told you, then let the feel start working about the light, touch, and taste, and these 5 senses. I don't think you have still started that. I don't think you got it that day. This was like months and months ago. Like very good months ago. In a single Zoom discussion at the night, I think I told you, now the thoughts are enough. Now you know enough about that. Now just feel it. Just feel whether these feelings are true. You know, the touch, is it true? Just forget about the thoughts. But you still haven't grasped that thing. So when we come to feel Surangika, it's all the six senses. So you feel the thought, you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the smell, you feel the taste. Do you get it?
But the question I had was, Dr. Kokila, that nothing becomes a thing.
Yes, but that's in the form world. You haven't penetrated that. That's the message that we are trying to give.
What I was trying to say was that the anatma sanya, the experience in the split second moment, is only a split second moment, or that feel that one encounters of that particular different type of sense, or whatever the sensor that one feels without the self-perception occurs only in a split moment, and then it all comes back to the mind. The mind works now after that, the self-perception, no? Not the self-perception, the mind. I mean, you come back to the awareness of the existent field, no? So, and then finally only the self-perception completely gets dissolved. So until that happens, that anatma sanya thing is not an ever-present thing, no? So that means that the thoughts still work, the mind sensor works.
But you don't have to worry about the thoughts now. If you are so clear about the thoughts, just forget about the thoughts. Why can't you do that?
I wasn't worried about the thoughts, but
no, you still have the.
I was thinking that, and then I felt as if I found the answer in a sense as well, because I thought, is this a level of thinking or thoughts that are going through the mind appropriate or not? So, and then, then almost immediately the answer comes saying who says appropriate and who says not, right? That itself is the mind, isn't it?
Yes, still in the mind. That's what I'm trying to say. Still in the mind.
Mm-hmm.
Still in the mind. So let go is difficult because we are addicted to this mind. So just let go.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Just let go. Forget about that. Even the feel, you can forget about the feel too if you're that confident. Otherwise, you will never actually not forget about. You have to understand. It's the wrong wording, but I used it for you because you have mastered this now for some time. So I'm thinking you have to forget about mastering now. Not. Do you get the point? Not the actual true Dhamma. Just relax about thinking about the truth. That part is a bit difficult, but just relax. Overall, just relax. Let whatever you feel.
Yeah.
So you might feel, actually then this mirage thing will actually relax, and you will feel everything. You will feel your boss, you will feel your tea maker, you will feel your the sound in the tree, you will feel the sunlight, you will start to feel everything. But that stage will not come because you're restricting it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I have given this message a long time ago, but I think the message didn't go clearly because, our messages never go clearly because of our incompetence. But the message is to, if you have that kind of confidence in Dhamma and the noble friend, just let go. But it's not for everyone. Just in your case, I think you have to relax a bit more.
Mm-hmm. Yes, Dr. Gopila, I think so as well, because
and if you ask the question, Aranhansi will definitely say that one day, can you remember, I asked a question and he asked me, are you Mongol? So he might tell the same thing to you, because this is beyond questions now. It is to feel, and he will be like, what are you questioning? I was actually questioning in behalf of the others, but then true. I have stopped doing that too now. So, do you get the point?
Yes, Dr. Gopila.
Yeah. But
Difficult
you
to,
need kind of
yeah.
some kind of confidence to let go also. This relax completely so that feeling will the feeling will master feeling itself. But then you have to feel the feeling is the self perception again, but this is kind of reversing that. And if you know the truth properly, like that, even the touch is not the nothing to do with the self.
End of it. Yeah.
No, nothing to do with the self, and it's just the origination of the the originated from just the sensor. This will completely turn anyway. This will keep turning anyway. Even whether it's a stream enterer, this is the same path. Same path. Nothing is the different. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Anything
Thank you,
else?
Dr. Gopila. I think we're running out of time now.
Yeah, we are actually coming close every day to 4 o'clock. I mean, it's really good though. At
And
least
sometimes it's so difficult to explain in English as well, isn't it? Because the words, not that it was successful even in Sinhalese.
yeah, that's okay, but we are trying.
I think it's more challenging in English as well.
Yeah, but we keep trying. We actually, if you try to give a message to even with the sometimes our gestures tells a lot of things. Your face tells a lot of things. Your sound tells a lot of things. Your smile will tell a lot of things. The way you look at someone might say a lot of things. So, yes, it's beautiful. It's beautiful.
Saranai, Dr. Kokila, all what you say can be felt by someone like you or Aryan Hanse because with that wisdom only, right? The things, I mean, through to read or to understand from somebody's Then
No. Some people have these levels anyway. Nothing to do with the right vision. Some people actually in good olden days, there are so many Rishivaru and stuff that who felt directly who is in front of them and so much stories. So it is not directly related to right vision, but with the right vision, it is different. Right vision is the feel can be there. This feel is isn't it Surangika? This the feel can be there. There have been people who feel more than others.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah.
One small thing. I have the experience, Dr. Kokila. So things I believe, okay, this is very well related to Dhamma and this is a good thing to tell Aryan Mahanse. So I plan and tell. Then and there he rejects it and shouts at me. Sometimes without any intention I ask a question. So it is something sensible. So it's so beautiful and I don't know. I mean, so we cannot even define what that wisdom is like. Okay, Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Teruvan Saranai. We worship Aryan Hanse and we thank everyone. We thank Shani. Thank you very much, Mr. Bernard, for starting the discussion, and thank you everyone for joining the discussion. May Triple Gem bless you all. We'll join again tomorrow.
Teruvan Saranai.
Thank you, Dr. Gopila. Teruvan Saranai to Aryan Mahanse and Dhamma friends.
Teruvan Saranai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therun Sanayaran Mahansa. Therun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 69. The Dhamma is only felt by wisdom, O Jnana. The Dhamma, the pure truth, is not felt by thoughts. The realization of the pure truth is beyond thoughts. Nibbana, the total abandonment and elimination of all forms of craving, cannot be achieved by thought. If we think of anything, it becomes a thought. Mihinin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, what we feel when we maintain an awareness and wisdom to realize the pure truth is totally different to have thoughts in the mind. One, awareness, and second, wisdom are beyond mind, beyond thinking. Awareness or mindfulness is what we need to realize the pure truth. This realization of the pure truth will enable us to come out of this illusion and suffering. Let's say, for example, that you are trying to tell awareness by using words. Can you explain non-existent in words? If somebody says that I am an arahant, is it something you can speak about and explain in words? Some people claim to be arahant, but from the way they enjoy their senses, we are unable to believe so. We can see that they are associating with a self-identity. They associate with material things that they like. We also understand that they earn a living too. They cook and consume food that they like. We can see that they entertain their five senses. They cannot realize the Dhamma because they have a self-identity. This can be seen from the way they enjoy life. The followers of Dhamma cannot obtain any valuable advice from priests who claim to be arahant. The priests themselves would not know how to follow the path to realize the pure truth. What is important to us is to follow the path to realize the pure truth. When we are on the path, we need not bother about the four supramundane stages of the spiritual path. If we give too much of importance to the stages we achieve, then we develop an ego and fall behind, then move forward on the path. What is important to us is to eradicate our greed, ill will, and delusion. We need to be on the path to understand and realize the pure truth. We have to develop an awareness to the pure truth. Awareness that nothing exists outside, no inside. We have to know that everything is a thought and that the thought too is not true. It is a lie. We should develop awareness until we realize that we do not exist at all. When you realize that you do not exist, that is when you will totally drop your self-identity about yourself. Then, is there anybody to become an arahant? When you are at the stage of an arahant, you cannot say that you will not be born again. In this fourth stage, Araham, if one does not have a self, who is there to say whether one will be born again or not? If there is no one, then who is there to be born again? Now, what should we understand? We should understand that there is no one even at this moment. Mehemin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, what is important for us is to realize the point where we melt into nothing. For that, we should realize the pure truth. When we realize the pure truth, we realize that there is no being, there is no person, that there is no self. Avidya Ashesha Nirodho means ignorance, not knowing the pure truth. If you have already realized the pure truth, you begin to feel the truth. When you feel the truth that nothing exists outside and that everything is a thought, you begin to see the self in every thought. When a feeling of self arises in a thought, you will know. Therwan Sana, everybody.
Everyone Saranai to all of you. First of all, let's pay our homage to Aryan Mahanse. Tirwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila.
Sorry, I joined a little bit later, so I didn't actually hear the part that Shani read. Sorry, I couldn't hear that.
Ms. Rangika is there.
What was the discussion about?
That was page 69 and page 70, Dr. Kokila. So started with explaining that one who sees Dhamma sees me, that Buddha's word, and that thought we cannot realize pure truth through thoughts. It goes beyond thoughts. That was being emphasized. And the most important aspect in the first two paragraphs is the awareness and the wisdom. So in one of other sermons also, Aryan Mahanse.
So the prajna and the jnana?
Prajna and
jnana.
Sihiya. Wisdom is, I think, prajnavo jnanaya, because in English we have...
Prajna and jnana are different, but anyway.
Yeah, Doctor, but words we find it's very difficult to use exact words in English. No, so there are three words like knowledge. Anyway, Danuma, knowledge is used for prajna also, and discernment and wisdom are there. Wisdom is the exact word for prajna. So whatever it is prajna over here. Wisdom is the word. Wisdom and awareness. Awareness is mindfulness. See here. The importance of
kind of super awareness.
It may not be super awareness, Doctor. It is actually for someone to see the truth. He or she should maintain awareness, and this wisdom here means seeing the truth of the stimulus.
Yeah, I think it is a super awareness because the awareness here is always the awareness that there is no self. So that awareness is different to every other awareness we know. So we don't have a name. That's why we have put another name. Like actually, you don't need. But what I'm trying to say is we don't have a word for that kind of awareness because we always have an awareness for actual existence.
Yeah. presence of mind.
Yeah.
Actually, yeah, right.
So we don't have another word for another, like not non-existence. We don't have that. So it's very difficult to say, but I think that's why the word problem is there. So what was the discussion after that?
Yes, awareness and explaining the importance of maintaining awareness or mindfulness, that is not to be deceived by thoughts.
Yeah,
So when one has the awareness only, that mindfulness only, one will be able to apply actually Satya Jnana. Whenever the thought occurs, to penetrate through it, one should have that awareness. And then talking about self-identity also, without understanding how the self-vibration arises, one cannot again liberate from this duality. Then Dr. Kokila further elaborates on the up to Arahant, the 4 stages, stream enter, what happens at the stream enter stage, liberating from the external world, the path level and the fruition level. Then at one's returner level, how one feels the diminishing of defilements and how he or she becomes that is without any effort, how the defilements may diminish. That is the fruition level. Then non-returner level, I think, the stage where one liberates from the mind and becoming that fruition level, finally the Arahant. So what is being emphasized is you cannot achieve or think of any of these using the mind. That is the big mistake people do. So you must feel it. And it is the summary of entire journey, I should say, because how one should liberate from outside, inside this duality, it is being mentioned. So finally, what is being said is, even if someone says Arahant, and that I am an Arahant, so how do you know how to become that? Only that very person may know, but you cannot achieve any of these stages through your mind. So that's it basically. So in terms of awareness and wisdom, Dr. Kokila, so 2 examples comes to my mind. In one of the sermons, Aryan has explained it through the simile of the sky, that is space and the cloud. When you have this awareness is like that space. It doesn't get involved with the thought, which is compared to a clouds. Clouds may occur, clouds may appear and disappear. But awareness is there, it doesn't get inside the cloud. It only kind of unexplainable, still entity, still in the sense that doesn't shake, it is consistent, and through that we can understand it doesn't get disturbed. Whatever the type of cloud that appears, it doesn't get disturbed. And in one of Andolanatmaka Deshana, Miss Swarnamali came up with the metaphor of a lake surrounded by hills. So there is a beautiful lake full of water. The top or the surface of the lake may have ripples due to the winds, but underneath there is still water. So that awareness is something like that. So the thoughts may, at the upper level, thoughts may create ripples, but the awareness may prevail without being disturbed. So, what actually struck, I mean, when I was trying to come to terms with this is, Aryan Mahanse's beautiful example of the ladder. Basically, these two aspects, awareness and wisdom, are like wisdom means yathabhuta jnana, ability to see the truth, to see through the thought, is like the two poles of the ladder. So if one to proceed, just like you also said, parallel railway line, railway track, the parallel, like the two lines, they should go in, they should be, they are parallel to each other, because both are equally important. So that's it, Dr. Kokila. I can add, I mean, that is basically nothing from my experience. What is being explained by Aryan Mahanse in this conversation between Meherin Mahanse and him. That's it. So the awareness, wisdom, and the 4 stages of the path. And also that we can't do anything with the mind. We must awaken to the feel. Teruvan saranai, Dr. Kokila, Ms. Surangika.
Yeah, I was listening. There are few things, I don't know whether I'm even able to tell any of these in English, the capacity to tell, but I can try because of this jumble of words. It's so complicated when we try to say something, it gets, because even the metaphors can be taken slightly according to the receiver's end. So that even the metaphors can be, understood differently. So the I don't know, the no self-perception, we tried to discuss that day that a small baby who is in the cot slowly grows up and then become the 7-year-old or kind of whatever that age child who has the mind now. That child had the awareness. I'm trying to get this across. Tell me if that doesn't work, because that may not work. So that child had an awareness. It is not the correct awareness in Dhamma. It is an awareness. But in that also, baby doesn't have these defilements. Baby is free. Baby has the mind, has not developed the mind yet. That system has not had the mind coming up yet. The awareness has the self-vibration. So the feel is not the Samma Sati. It's not the awareness is not the Samma is what? The correct awareness. According to Dhamma, because we have 8-fold path, so there's correct awareness. So when you talk about the correct awareness, so the child...
Dr. Kokila, I think it's right awareness, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, the right awareness. So I'm trying to get through a message, but so the child with the radiant mind also has an awareness, but it's not right awareness. Someone
someone who has actually passed the stages of stream enterer and going on, so forth, has the right awareness. So can you see that there is a small difference there? Actually, a great difference, but we should be able to feel the difference. Yes.
Is it right view that you are referring to, your right awareness? Samma Ditthiya.
Samma Satya I'm trying to talk about.
So that is right mindfulness. Is it?
Yeah, whatever that is awareness.
Yeah, that's right. Clear. What got little confused. Okay,
so I think I understand what you're trying to say, Dr. Kokila, because unfortunately, the baby is the closest possible example that we can use to communicate, isn't it? The radiant mind at that stage. But at the same time, it has its limitations, which is the point that you're trying to bring across. That the basic feeling that the baby has is the basic feeling, but the right awareness is can only be reached or realized through the understanding of the mind, whereas the baby, the mind is not developed at all. So it is at that basic level, but the stream enterer reaches the point of devaluing the mind by understanding the mind. Am I making sense?
Yeah, and then I just wanted to get through Sudharma's heart, like not heart. I just wanted to go across her so that to understand whether she understood what she's talking about, because it's so difficult to communicate here with this language, but we are trying to say people can talk about a lot of awarenesses. So, but when we take the idea, it is with our perception we take the message. So we need to know what perception we are trying to get. So I'm trying to actually reiterate that the awareness, super awareness, or the right awareness is different to just clear awareness without the mind in the baby. So there's slight difference. What is a slight difference is the main important factor here, because baby is not an arahant. Baby is not even close to arahant. But the baby is actually close to arahant, but not. It's like a catch, because baby has no ability to contemplate any of these things. But someone who has heard Dhamma will experience at one point, go through all these stages and go through even the baby stage and feel the non-existence. This anatya, anatma, sanya. And that is the only thing that is going to change this person. Where they understand even the feel that we talk about is just a function of the sensory organs. By understanding that, by feeling that, the fruition level is there's a fruition level where some of the fetters will be broken. And Likewise, I don't know whether I'm getting this across to you, but the right awareness has this clear view of no self-perception or absence of self-vibration. The absence of self-vibration has nothing to do with the baby's normal awareness in that field level. Did I make sense? Any sense, Sudharma? Because I'm not sure whether
Yes, Dr. Kokila, I was actually trying to get what every word that you are telling makes sense to me, and what came to my mind is, Dr. Kokila, that when with this awareness, one has the 100% confidence that these whatever are the manifestation of the sensory faculty, it is just the automatic generation of them without the involvement of the self.
Yes, and also Surangika will agree with me. In the whole world, actually, there is so much about this consciousness and being happy with the consciousness, being okay with the consciousness. I don't know, there's so many words. If you're listening to English podcast, I listen to them just to know that what people think about these things in the world. People do talk about this moment. They don't talk about no self-perception. They talk about being in this moment. I'm sure Surangika must have had a lot of experience around this, because I know she goes through a lot of stuff too. So what's the difference of Lord Buddha's Dhamma, and what's the difference from that and from being aware? Because a lot of people in the world, they talk about being aware and being happy with that awareness also. So we have to be very, very, cautious, because the message to the people who never listen to Sinhala sermons, they might actually switch off this, thinking that we are telling the same thing, because there are so many people talking about being okay with the consciousness. Consciousness is the final thing. Consciousness is the fundamental thing. They even talk about so many other words which I will not talk at this moment, but being aware about the consciousness has been talked so much, but super awareness or the right awareness is slightly different, because not slightly, actually it's different, because it's mainly about non-self vibration, because no human will have that no self vibration unless he or she is a Buddha's disciple. What do you think, Surangika?
Yes, Dr. Kokila. That is why I think right at the beginning you were trying to clarify what Sudharma said. Probably that's the way, Sudharma, it might be even in the book, because sometimes based on the translations, there could be a few, errors in translation as well. The problem with the Western world is, as Dr. Kokila said, this awareness is not only Western world, now even in our country, Sri Lanka also, you get this awareness thing, and you get mind awareness app. Even meditating, there is an app now. People put the mind awareness app or the mind app or something, and then they think they've done their meditation for the day in the morning. So this awareness and super awareness, it's like earth and sky. The difference is vast. So that's why I think, as Dr. Gupta said, one has to be quite careful about awareness as opposed to avadiya. And I don't know whether there's a separate word for avadiya, Dr. Kokila, as opposed to adhigata samadhiya, but anyway, we'll leave that aside.
That's what I felt. I felt the avadiya is not this here. I thought avadiya was a meditative state, but the problem is I'm not sure about these English words.
Yeah,
that's what I felt.
So the point that you are trying to also make is the issue with awareness is, and the people wanting to be present in the moment, which is what the westernized society is trying to do, because they think by doing that it at least keeps them away from their sorrows and stresses and worries kind of thing. But the issue there is that then not only is there a person trying to be in this moment, the moment itself also has become real to them. So they have absolutely no idea as to the concept of self, whether it is a false perception even, or whether the so-called moment, what do they call as in this moment? Have they even analyzed or even thought about what this moment is? All those concepts have been, I think, kind of clouded over. All their thinking is, don't go to the past, don't go to the present. If you're in the present moment, then your worries won't plague you and you will be a little freer, and therefore, you can savor the moment. And that's the other aspect. Being in the moment is another kind of means for them to be able to enjoy the present moment. So it's bent on happiness, that the material happiness that they can gain by being in the moment. So all of these things
and
are
also,
quite contrary, isn't it, to the truth teachings.
Yeah, Surangika, the other thing is that little baby is also happy, even though the radiant baby has no kind of suffering. Even they cry because they feel the vibration different. They're not particularly unhappy about self or thinking about self, but the self vibration is there. So we have to kind of, even when we say radiant mind, we can get confused. That is the thing. The path radiant mind and the non-path radiant mind. So everywhere there is confusion, and I'm sure whoever who listen to Dhamma, we yet don't know whether we have really fully understood what Raranwansa is saying, even because he would use the same words.
Yeah, that's exactly true, Dr. Kokila. The more one progresses on the path, there is that on one side, there is a realization of those very finer points. At the same time, there is a realization that there is a deeper meaning that has not been grasped.
Yes, so imagine people doing those podcasts who are not Buddhists. They don't know anything about that, but they are talking about feel as well. They talk about the consciousness, being happy with the consciousness. That's definitely the feel. They talk about actually ignoring the mind too. But none of these things actually is going to work because even if they are in asanya, what is the asanya? I don't know. When there is no perception also, the self, the vibration self, perception self, thought can arise at any time, even after 80 kalpas or something. So there is always this tricky thing where that's why I try to reiterate all the time this right vision, right, whatever the right thing, view. What is the right thing? Yeah. So what is the right thing is that there is no self. Because if you miss that, we can talk about so many feels. Do you know? Like we can say about feel, because we feel with the right view or wrong view, we never know. Because it's only according to the person we can understand that or according to actually we can't even guess. We can't even guess. That's not something we can do, because someone like world popular people, I'm not talking about Sri Lanka actually, I'm talking about the world. There are so many people who talk about these topics so beautifully, and they are really, really popular. I mean, not just popular. So the one of the podcasts done recently said, "Awaken Living: Practical Guide to Being Present in the Moment." I'm not going to tell the names, but if you go through that, you know there are very similar things told, and you might say, "Oh wow, that person is an arahant." We never know. You can't say that, because it's very difficult to say just because you are awakened to the moment that it is the right view, with the right view, or without the right view, or with the right awareness or the wrong awareness, because there is wrong awareness too. What is the wrong awareness? Not that you feel that rubber is metal. This is about actually the self-perception being there or not. Yeah, we can discuss. Actually, it's really, really interesting point. What do you think? You all can add. We can have a good discussion about that. What do you all think?
Dr. Kokila, there was Sarana, in this context, the right view is this that is the ability to see the real nature of the thought, or the creation of stimulus, isn't it? How it gets created without, there is no person to entertain with the sensory input, and there is no value. So
those are thoughts. The whatever you told was thoughts. No, the actual thing is to feel that.
Yeah, feel that. First of all, one should have that knowledge of truth, isn't it? Then
that's true. But the actual right view starts from knowing the non-self vibration.
Yes.
Feeling the non-self vibration. So that is the tricky part, I think, here. People talking about the feel in the world, they also do talk. As I told you, I just looked at the thing, and now I didn't just memorize it. I went to that site and I just read it from there. So when we talk about these things, if we keep saying the same words, actually people might misunderstand. Oh, they are talking about awakening to the moment. Yes, that is the thing. And then, yeah, it's all being already told. And I'm like really telling this is not so. This is not so. Because no one talks in this world scenarios, no one actually talks about this properly. Like no one talks about this no self-perception properly, because they talk about the consciousness 100%. They talk about that. They talk about being aware, the feel. They talk about all that. And how beautiful that is. How it doesn't have any of those suffering, because that is also a level. But you have to maintain that. That's kind of a thing that you have to maintain. But in this part, there's no maintenance at all. There's no maintenance. So, I would like someone else to participate in this discussion. Any additions?
Dr. Kokila, can you hear me? I
Yeah.
found a problem with my mic a little while ago. Can
No,
you hear
we can hear.
Just few things that I I have sort of understood about these topics that you were talking now. Being in the present moment and the being mindful or mindfulness, which is actually practiced mostly in the Western world. Now actually it has come to our cultures
even not
also.
the mindfulness. Now it has extended to coming out of the mind and staying in the awareness. Now it has come to that level. So the mindfulness was a old concept. It is old, but nowadays when I look at the when I look at the actual these days, they talk about being aware, just being aware, nothing about the mind. Being aware, just being aware. Like they mainly talk about the consciousness
and being in the present moment. Is it
they don't even
same?
talk about that. Yeah, it is same. It is same. It is same. Because you can't be in the past. If you're in the past, it is the mind.
Yeah. Now, one of the things I have heard was that being in the present moment or being in the present moment was practiced as a person is concentrating on what he or she is doing. Now, for example, if the person is sweeping or if the person is chopping some vegetables, concentrating on that act was described as being in the present moment.
That's
but
one
in that
aspect.
Situation, in that aspect, purely the person is there, a doer is there, and the doer is concentrating on what he or she is doing. So that is completely on the miccha side.
After that,
opposite of the samma is a miccha, where yes.
Now these days they actually talk about awareness about awareness. Kind of so many words. If you can get so confused because they talk about being aware about awareness or being aware about presence. That's actually what they are talking about is not even the task. Aware about awareness, kind of aware about presence, aware about actually it's all about the self vibration they are talking about. And they are okay with that. That's like they're happy with that. They are kind of talk about that. So we have to clearly, when we discuss in English medium, we have to clearly try to say the difference. Difference here is we are not talking about being okay with the awareness, being happy with the awareness or the unconscious consciousness or anything like that, because there are words used like this. So we are not talking about being okay with the consciousness, like or the unconscious or whatever. We are actually talking about that even the consciousness or the self vibration is not there. It is there when the self vibration is there, yes, but it is actually not there. So this is very tricky. It's very tricky. This is actually the exact point where you will feel the non-vibration will understand. Even that self vibration, we were like kind of okay, is actually not there. So if we don't get that, if someone has not become a stream enterer, that person, even when that person has gone on to level where there is no awareness about awareness, there is sanya, Nasanyayatana, even that level, there's still you have nothing to do with nirvana. You have nothing to do with actual liberation of mind. So that's a tricky thing. That's a tricky thing, isn't it? Like,
yes, I haven't actually seen any of the podcasts that you mentioned, but isn't there a person or an observer in those situations where
100%,
I mean,
100%.
who is 100%? So that is the difference, isn't it?
They start from there and they lose it, but then they start from there. That's why the self-perception is there. Now imagine who has done, I am not a meditation person, but I can understand this through the this part now, because if we have the idea that there is someone, also you can go through this kind of same way, because then you will you have the idea that there is someone and you will actually go through that too, because the observer part and the perception part will both not be there at one point. That's the nevasanya nasanyayatana, because there's asanya, isn't it? There's definitely Lord Buddha has explained all these things, the how people went into those realms.
Yes,
and
I think Arhat state. Yes, sorry.
Yeah, there should be a clear difference. So the right vision and feeling the no self vibration is the only difference here, because then you don't look at any of these things in that same glasses, because we have a red glass, or we look at the world with the idea that that with the observe effect, and you lose everything, but the observe effect is always there. You will go to the level that you won't feel anything, yes, but still the observe effect is there. It has not vanished per 100%, and that's why even in 80 kalpas, which is a very long time, and where the Lord Buddha's even time is gone, there would be a chance for vibration again. There's chance of vibration again. So we have to understand how vast the difference is and how tricky the path is, isn't it? So the only thing
the difference.
Yeah, tell.
Isn't that the difference between this now Samma Ditti, Samma Sankappa, all that, which starts with Samma, that as you mentioned earlier, there is no doer, there is no person on this side, whereas the same 8 things are described with the addition of Miccha, Distri, Miccha Sankappa, Miccha Ajiva, like that. Where Miccha, the word Miccha represents that there is a doer.
Stream enterer. That's why the problem is this all starts from kind of stream enterer. So the stream enterer already knows that there's no self-perception. Kind of there is self-perception when when the stimulus is kind of important. Otherwise, the no self-perception has been experienced then there is no kind of the Samma starts. That's the main difference, I think. I think that's why Aranansi keeps telling this is the portal. And there's no other portal also. What the reason is, whenever we have the notion of this self, even subtle, because the baby, it should be very subtle, no? The little baby in the cot, self-perception is so subtle, because it's only in the feel level. You only feel things. You don't know anything about us mind. But at that level also, if the baby dies, there is a vibration. Definitely there is a birth again. Kind of resonance again, isn't it?
Yes,
So
the difference. Yeah, the difference between the small baby and the arhat, that both levels we talk about the radiant mind, but in the baby's level there is no thought formation. So only the sensor level and the fields are there. But at the same time, the trains or this glue which can give rise to the defilements later are there underneath, isn't it? When it comes to the arhat state, the thought formation is there because already what has been achieved will not be reversed. Thought formation is there, but that glue is not there.
Sakuntala, Dr. Sakuntala, actually, I was trying to tell this because when we reverse this also, imagine when we try to reverse this also, you can slowly go in this path and come to the baby's level, even without samadhi. Do you understand?
Yes.
That's the Brahma level they were talking about in Michaditti, the wrong vision level.
But the sasava is there in that case.
Yeah,
also,
but they didn't bother about the sasavan also. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yes.
So even a person who has, so imagine who is in arupa dhyana. Imagine the arupa dhyana person. Arupa dhyana person is the person who feels.
Only a vibration, isn't it?
In the sense,
no physical body.
No. Actually, in life also.
Yes.
He doesn't have an idea. That's why someone has in that situation, he may not be able to take Lord Buddha's Dhamma even if Lord Buddha is in front of him. It's difficult to understand because he's already having that perception. The perception is that there is self-perception, but you are in the field level. The mind is not important to him. The form level is not important to him. Definitely the sensual world is not important to him. So Lord Buddha actually didn't go to them. They can't change. So Lord Buddha actually went to see the Paswagata man, where they didn't have the Arupa Dhyana. But anyway, why I am struggling so much to tell this is my intention is actually here to reiterate. People can go to certain levels in this path with the knowledge in the mind, but whoever who is listening to our sermons it will not happen hopefully, because we always only talk about no self dharma, but when we talk about this in English, we are trying to put it to everyone in the world. So I'll try to rephrase it so that this is all about, even if there is a perception about light, so these basic consciousnesses, light, sound, body, smell, taste, these are the only 5 things we have as basic, as per the small baby. It's such a beautiful world because there's no defilements in it. And same, when someone can come to that level wrong vision. But here the difference is we understand even that consciousness that people talk too much about being fundamental and all that is not true. That's the difficult part to put through to the heads, that even the consciousness is not true. That is only a function of the sensor levels, sensor cells in the organs. It is due to the speedy vibration. So this has to be felt. If you feel this only, you will realize how speedy that is. So that if you feel this, and you will understand how that is not true. That's the main point that the whole world is missing. What do you think, Suranika? Do you have anything to add?
Okay, I think that's a very, very fine point, isn't it? To be able to feel the basic faculties and that sensory things. I think Asanti also in a Sinhalese Zoom recently was emphasizing over and over again the importance of the practical program. And in that program, how much one can actually, through that practice, gain an understanding about the fact that all that can be experienced is basically the manifestations that are coming about through the sense faculties and the sense faculties only. And if one pays attention to that in I think the first stage of the practical program, the fact that, a light is discerned, and then it is the mind that puts an interpretation on it. There is a sound that gets constructed, and it is the mind that puts an interpretation and a label and a name to that sound. So if we keep on practicing this and seeing it through the senses, how this whole thing comes about, and this whole external reality, which we call the world, gets created by the mind interpreting a notion, the mind interpreting a manifestation, then it becomes clearer and clearer. Where was this so-called self? Where was this so-called identity that we created called I, me, and mine? So I think the practical program in every stage seeks to bring out very important points of the core teachings that one can realize from stage to stage, which will then come down to, as you said, Dr. Kokila, the fact that there is ultimately only as long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, there is only finally the basic sensory perceptions through the faculties, and the faculties only. There was not a self and never a self here to begin with. But that realization is so hard to come by, and it has to be meticulously practiced through going through those stages, along with understanding those very finer points of the true Dhamma. It is not an easy task, but it is not impossible either.
Yeah, because no one talks about consciousness being not true. No one talks about it. No one talks that the non-vibration is the fundamental. No one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so. So, and it is very hard to go through the head too. I mean, when you listen to some people's podcasts, they talk really so many people, like millions listen to them. And to see what they are trying to say is be okay with the mind, be okay with the sound, be okay with the vision, be okay with whatever. And then people keep questioning, what about the thoughts? Yeah, let be. Then someone can say, oh, maybe he is an arahant. But the core thing is not there. The only one factor is missing there. Only one factor is the right vision. So it is very, very important. I mean, not to our listeners. I think it's just, I'm trying to get through this to the world. Actually, if you really want to know what Nibbana is, you have to really feel this non-self perception where consciousness is also nothing, and that is where Nisatto Nijjivo Sunyo. Sunyo is empty of what? Nothing. Not about empty of anything. It's empty of fear, empty of self-vibration. So it's such a beautiful Dhamma, not to be missed and to be discussed in future, I hope. With so much clarity. Not everyone will even feel this, but if someone has even, this, like I have heard some, narratives that people talk about these experiences, unusual experiences. They talk about their unusual experiences. Specifically, there are people who actually try to do spiritual stuff. So they talk about these unusual occurrences where they feel the consciousness and stuff. But they never actually talk about no self. But they sometimes talk about, Lord Buddha has talked about these things. They actually mention it in some parts, but not necessarily. They are not actually combining them. It's not their fault, but it's not actually used there. So that's what we are trying to do, isn't it, Saranga?
Yeah, I think sometimes the issue with this society is that the self-identity is so strong, Dr. Kokila, that they can't take the concept that of this no-soul Dhamma. It is such a thing that if you think about the way Aryan Mahansa over the last 4.5 or 5 years started, that there were deeper meanings in his earlier talks, which one realizes only later. But at the same time, the way he proclaims the Dhamma is also, he takes a stage, isn't it? So everything is revealed to a certain extent, and then he takes us along the path a little closer. And with that, the sudden shock of saying to a person who is new to the Dhamma, there is no such person as you, and all that kind of thing, people find it hard to take in the conventional world. And I have listened, in my experience, I have listened to other Paramartha Dharma, whereas in those Dharma, they straight away say there was never a person here to begin with. But you won't find that kind of, it might have been there, it would have always been there, but it is put very gently. It is introduced through almost like a gradual realization that a person can get it without kind of rejecting it and going away. So there is that beautiful nature of the way this Dhamma has been introduced, I think, over the years, which if you try to do something like, try to give it...
Yeah, I think time has come now, maybe. And it will never come again also, because the way that the generations work, I think in the newer generations, like, the time to come, I think people will not be even sensitive sometimes. I don't know. I may be wrong, but the generations can keep changing. But now this may be the time, because there is a kind of people who are kind of in search of happiness, in search of trying to understand who I am, in trying to feel the spiritual stuff. So there is an awakening. Otherwise, we won't come to the YouTube and try to search for Dhamma. So there is definitely an awakening where, when we talk about other people in the world also, just one video, you will get like millions of views within few days. How does that happen? That happens because there's people keen to know.
Yeah, that's true.
There's people keen to know, but the problem is the access to them, or the getting across across to them is the challenge. And when we try with the words, they actually might think, they're talking about the moment also. We are talking about the moment also. The same kind of thing. They talk about the field, so we talk about the field too. Because everyone knows, everyone is aware now. The mind is actually a tricky thing. That is not true. Everyone knows it. It's just that they just have to feel it. And that's where the whole trick is, I think. Most of the spiritual people in the world, I'm not talking about the Sri Lanka, I'm talking about the world, most of them are aware, not the people who enjoy the sensual world. There are a fraction of the world where people are trying to find the spiritual path. They all are aware that the mind is not true. But the thing is, they just can't understand how the liberation works, because you just being liberating from the mind consciousness is not enough. You have to understand the other consciousness is like the worm. Even that level, we need to pass that level. That is the main thing for the no self perception. So yeah, there is a challenge, and we are actually trying hard to try to put this into words, and we have our flaws, isn't it?
Yeah, I think the challenge is the wording and the language, and also the fact that there's so much of similar common terminology being used out there, that they put all the teachings and whatever they hear into that same basket, isn't it? And if they've heard awakening, they've heard awareness, then they listen to one or two other things and they say, yeah, that's also the same thing, isn't it? And then, as you said, they dismiss, and unknowingly, unfortunately for them, they're dismissing something that quite possibly would have been Buddothpada teachings. And they've gone behind something else which is promising consciousness or unconscious consciousness or whatever it is. But the other issue is that they want to experience that. And then they want to come out of it and speak about it and be able to relate it to people. And they like to do the teachings or teach it to other people and that kind of thing. So what happens there is, fundamentally one understands when you think about their experiences, is that they have absolutely no idea of the self vibration. And that is the thing that is promulgating this suffering, this samsaric cycle. They have no idea of that. And why? Because they have no access to the core Dhamma teachings, which is why.
And Surangika, there's another point. They also have the experiences. What they say is, I felt the shunyatave, but I felt the emptiness. That's how that's how they say. I mean, there's no correlation between this Lord Buddha's Dhamma in a proper way.
No,
so they think they have faced nirvana, like something they felt nirvana, whatever.
Yeah,
that's the basic. I think problem here that is not the thing because that's the same thing. No, when we listen to Andolanaatmaka Deshana, also what we hear is a mother would be saying, now I don't feel anything. And Aran must be scratching the head because, well, she doesn't feel anything now. What can I do now? Is she going into asanyatale then? She can't feel anything. Then is that the path? No, that's not the path. It's actually you feeling that this side is empty. Is then the actual why the stimulus can't go until the breathing is happening. So the complete 180 degrees turn is not taken properly, isn't it?
Yeah, and the thing is, and that also shows a lack of the true Dharma teaching or the inability to understand it, because sometimes one can experience the fact that, actually, maybe there's something wrong. I'm not feeling that properly, or I'm not sensing it properly, or something. But then, moment that thought even comes to the head, then one understands, number one, that it's a thought. Number two is that who is this so-called I? That means that, there's more to be cleansed, more to be cleared, more teachings that have not been properly understood. So one can, at different stages, we go through all these hurdles, and we can stop and languish in a particular, as you said, pitfalls, because the pitfalls are many. But as long as you have the noble spiritual teach, as long as you have the
Actually, as long as you participate to these things, Zoom discussions, otherwise you will not feel it, because you will get cleansed if you actually participate and actually seriously try to understand. You can randomly, like as a side talk, you can do something, but still, no, if you're really keen, you will get it. I'm 100% sure about that. If you're really keen, you will get it. You will feel it. The no self-perception. That's the main important thing. Nothing else. It's the main important thing. Now, someone might think that the feel is the main important thing. No, that's not then. No self-feel is the main important thing. So, but to come there, Aranvansi is taking, so, as you said, so slowly, nicely, he's trying to take them to the feel, and then to, like show them that it's nothing. No one feels it. There's no one to feel this. But that's the basic challenge we have, I think, isn't it? Yeah, I think we are running out of time again today, and Shani, we thank Shani for reading the book in the beginning, and Sudharma for explaining the book again, because if I missed the book part, actually, because I don't have the book, I missed that, but I catch up with you all, and thank you, Sakuntala and Sronika and everyone for participating in the discussion, because it's useless to like talk endlessly. It's really nice to have a discussion, and 10 heads into this, the how to give this to the people who never speak any other language, who are talking only in English. We are trying our best, and this will materialize, because there must be people out there who has kind of the power to unpower themselves, or lose the you. What did we say that? You losing you. Teruvan Saranai, everyone.
Yes, that's a good one, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? That's the ultimate.
Yeah, that is the ultimate one.
I losing me, or you losing yourself.
Yeah.
Teruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, for your great explanation. Teruvan Saranai.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. And may the triple gem bless you all. And may you have a peaceful and blessed day filled with wisdom. If someone listens to these Buddothpada Dhamma sermons for the first time, you might feel it sounds different from other sermons you have heard before, because you always listen to Dhamma which is based on Kamma concept. All the time you can listen those kind of Dhamma sermons. You may even wonder whether this is the true Dhamma, or how we can understand, or how we can recognize whether this is true Dhamma or not. You might think like that way, because in these Dhamma sermons you always hear that there is no truly existing world, and always mention that you are experiencing only your six senses. Also, there is no existing soul. This is the Akalika Dhamma, that means timeless, or the non-soul Dhamma, or the Sandittika Dhamma, that means you can experience within yourself. But yes, it is the true Dhamma. You might think, for the first time, you may think, how can I trust whether this is a true Dhamma? That's why we are inviting to you to understand this Dhamma and experience within you through your experience. So even if someone understands this Dhamma, they cannot complete the path if they still have doubt or vichikicha about the Dhamma, because still you haven't seen the truth, you haven't understand the Dhamma properly. Then the old doubts or vichikicha blocks progress until it is fully removed within you. Also, you might think it is possible for this to happen in these days, because everyone is thinking that it is very difficult to experience or reach to Nibbana in these modern days. You might think, is it possible, or is what I am saying correct? Or sometimes you might think, is the place where I am on this path correct? Is this understanding correct? What I am listening to this Dhamma, you might think whether it is true Dhamma or not. You might think like that way. Because of that vichikicha, you have doubts within you. It is not clear for you. Until you clear out, or until it is fully removed, you cannot enter to this path to Nibbana. That's why it is very important to listen right Dhamma sermons. It helpful you to untangle all those points to enter this path to Nibbana. It happens because Sakkaya Ditthi means the view of self is still there. This happens because the sense of me is still present within you, and because it hasn't fully seen the Dhamma directly with your own wisdom. if we are saying about the wisdom, if we used to explain the Dhamma, we always talk about wisdom. That is also you can understand within yourself when you are practicing the differences between wisdom and consciousness or wisdom and mind. Then all the doubts and everything will disappear and will fully removed within you. Then you can understand what we are talking, and then what the Aryan Mahansa is talking about this true Dhamma. Why it say true Dhamma mean? I think there are some people who don't really know who they are in the Dhamma. They think I am just an ordinary person, and you believe that even after death there is no chance for another birth. So how can such a person see the danger of samsara then? If you really see the suffering and danger in this endless cycle, the heart would naturally feel the wish to be free. But you need to understand about the danger of this cycle, endless of this cycle. Then naturally you will fall into this path to Nibbana. That is the point. If not, you don't want to find out about the Dhamma because you don't want. Because you haven't seen how you are suffering, and it is very danger in this cycle. That is the reason you don't want to seek for true Dhamma. That is why the Lord Buddha said this. If a person truly sees the danger of samsara, they cannot remain relaxed or careless until they hear the message of Nibbana. When they understand how dangerous of this cycle of samsara really is, they will try to escape just like someone whose head is on fire. That is the example the Lord Buddha has given. Once you realize the danger of this cycle, you are then immediately you are seeking for through Dhamma. You are trying to exploring within yourself, and then you are trying to searching to find out the true Dhamma or path to Nibbana. And you will make a effort quickly and urgently to find a way out of this trap of samsara. That example, like someone whose head is on fire, how they take action to escape from that fire, like that way you are taking action, or you are trying to find out very quickly and about this system, or you try to find out the path to escape from this cycle of samsara. Sadly, some people cannot see that samsara is an unending cycle. Because of that, they don't feel the need to examine themselves for their lives. When we speak with someone, our relatives, they often say, "Oh, I don't believe in another life after death because we can't see it." They ask, how can we know what happened after we die? Because we can't see it. We can't see it now. So why should we care about this cycle of samsara? Like that way they are answering and they are asking more questions and they are arguing like that way. Because they can't understand. Because they haven't seen about themselves. Because we are hanging with the world, with everything, and then we can't see anything clearly because we are running after the world. So most people believe that after death they will go to straight away to heaven or to a God. Because everyone is thinking, I am a good person, I have done good things, and I am straight away going to the heaven. But the thing is, they don't believe in another life after death, but they believe that there is a heaven or a God. They have another place. However, they have another place to go. But they don't believe about this cycle of samsara. They can't see the danger of this cycle. They don't know whether the God is living or not. Even though they haven't seen the God or the heaven yet, no one like to say, I might go to hell. No one wants to admit the possibility of falling into suffering. They don't like to go to hell, but only they like to go to heaven. However, they have another place to go after their death. They cannot see the 31 realms from Prajna. About Lord Buddha explained. But you might think, you believe heaven and hell. People speak confidently about heaven and hell, even though they have never seen them. But what is unfortunate is that they cannot even recognize the animal realm that is right here in front of them. Why? Actually, once you realize this Dhamma, you never meet any realms in this very moment when you see the mind object arising and passing away. You never meet anything. But that is after realizing the Dhamma. That happened after realizing the Dhamma. Don't be misunderstand. But before you realizing the Dhamma, you must understand about the danger of this cycle of samsara. That is why I am talking about it, to give you an idea. You can't understand even though animal realm that is right here in front of you, like dog, cats, birds, insects, worms. These beings are living proof of a lower realms because we can see it. Yet people still fail to understand the reality of these worlds. The real reason is that many people simply don't want to accept the truth when it feels uncomfortable. If the truth challenges your belief or shows them something you don't like, you run away from it. You don't want to hear about the Dhamma because you don't like to break or collapse your world that you have built within you. That's how this mind is trapping them in this cycle. Your mind doesn't allow to hear any true Dhamma. But the Lord Buddha has emphasized that the four lower realms are their home or the common destination for beings who wander blindly in samsara. A human birth is incredibly rare. That Lord Buddha always mentioned that something gained only after a very long time. So if we think that can anyone count the number of worms living in the soil? Imagine, can we count all the flies, mosquito, birds, insects, or animal on this earth? It is impossible. But we can count the number of human. Because the human realm is tiny compared to the animal realm. This alone show how incredibly rare a human birth is. Even though many people hear the Buddha's message, how many truly understand how rare this human life is and how precious it is to realize the true Dhamma? Think how both human realms and the true Dhamma, how it is very difficult to meet both together in this real life. There are worms that happily eat things we find disgusting, but for them that is very normal. We see it as a very low form of life for that creatures. It is simply its world. This is the nature of samsara. Beings are born into different status. Each feelings at home there, while we remain blind to the truth behind it. They don't see it as suffering. In the same way, being wandering it, samsara don't realize the depth of their suffering while they are inside it. They are trapping into that state. No one can understand, even the worms or mosquito or human or God or Brahma, or they don't realize how the danger of this cycle of samsara. They don't recognize the danger because they are used to that condition. But don't you see this dangerous, and don't you feel this truth? We become blind because craving takes over the mind. That is why we run after qualifications, money, status, competition, and all kinds of attachments. Yes, we should have qualifications or skills or money to live on this earth. But that is for only living on this earth. But the craving blinds us so completely that we cannot see the danger of samsara or the truth of our own suffering. However, if I spoke about this danger after you realizing this Dhamma, you don't meet any realms. That's what I want to mention here. We are thinking that everything is real. That is the problem. We are going through this cycle continuously. When someone hears the Dhamma, they might misunderstand and think these 31 realms exist only in this moment and they don't continue. Then you might think, okay, there is no 31 realms that is that exist only in this very moment. That is also we can't take as a real. Like that way you might think without understanding the Dhamma. Then you are trapping more and more in this cycle of samsara if you don't realize the Dhamma. But that is not correct. This cycle of samsara continues as long as ignorance and craving continue. You never can escape from that cycle of samsara without realizing the Dhamma and without understanding. Very carefully you need to explore about this Dhamma. Only an Arya or noble ground, someone who has realized the truth, they can see very clearly this situation. If you are still Pruthajjana, then according to your accumulated sankhara, you will definitely take a new birth. But you cannot see it, you cannot understand. That's why you are questioning, we don't know what happened after our death. So why we are worrying like that way? And it is only in this human life that we have the chance to hear and understand and realize the Dhamma. This is the one place where escape from the cycle becomes possible, according to the Lord Buddha's explanation. So we are talking this danger in the Dhamma sermons because most people don't know it, don't notice within yourself. You do have a fixed date for your death? No, because you don't know the date of your death. That is the problem. It can happen at any time, any moment, because we can't control this body, or we cannot control. If we can control, we are living on this earth forever. Who likes to die? So how can you be sure you are safe in this cycle of samsara? You can ask from yourself that question, whether you are safe in this cycle of samsara. You might think, yes, I am a good person, I am straight away going to the heaven, like that day. But you have to explore about this Dhamma in very depth. We are tangled in craving to such an extent that the samsaric cycle becomes invisible to us. Some people don't want to hear about it, and some even reject the idea completely. Actually, this is not the idea, this is the truth. We are always talking through these Dhamma sermons. That shows how helpless beings are when they are caught in ignorance. This is exactly why we emphasize the danger of samsara in these Dhamma sermons. If someone doesn't know the danger, they cannot escape it. I'm saying again and again it because this human realm is very, very rare. No one has a guaranteed date of death. It can come at any moment. So we must help people understand the truth of this cycle whenever we have the chance. This is why this Buddothpada 24 hours Dhamma sermons offer for you. At least one person or two, if they can come out of this cycle, that would be great. Even after the Buddha awakened and revealed the true Dhamma, especially the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, the 5 aggregates, many Buddhists still follow the old ways what the Lord Buddha practiced to become a Buddha. They're really mainly on generosity, like in the Vesantara story, or they are depend only on concentration, meditation, just as the Bodhisattva Siddhartha once did under his teachers to find out this truth. The Bodhisattva perfected Dana, Sila, and many other parami, but even with all that merits, the Siddhartha still did not find the ultimate truth. He then mastered the highest concentration. Still he didn't meet the truth. Under Alara Kalama and Uddakarama Putta, who was the Siddhartha's teachers, he left those teachers as well. But these are exactly the practices the Buddha realized were not enough to reach liberation. That's why he left those teachers. Siddhartha went beyond them, discovered the real truth, and then taught dependent origination to the whole world to escape from this dangerous cycle of samsara. He awakened by seeing Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, how this mind has formed after he is offering the right path to Nibbana for this whole world. Unfortunately, yet many Buddhists today return to the old method what Siddhartha tried to become a Buddha. If we followed only what the Bodhisattva practiced before enlightenment, we will get only what the Bodhisattva got before enlightenment. You never can become to that state of enlightenment. Whenever I speak Dhamma, I start by pointing out this essential truth, all the points to untangle. Anyone who is new to Dhamma needs to understand clearly what Buddhism is about and what Nibbana actually means. Before they step into the path, they need to clear their doubts and understand the foundation. Only then can they walk the path with confidence. This is why always our noble friends Arya and Mahansa try to offer the right pathway. Even after 2500 years, the Buddha's message still shines with the same clarity as Lord Buddha showed the correct path. So even today, so Buddothpada Arya Mahansa reminded again and again, this is the right way. All of this clearly shows a part of the Dhamma that many people have not understood or practiced properly. We were seeking for this Dhamma for a long time, but we couldn't hear. We haven't any experience through practice this Dhamma. We had only knowledge. Yet most of them have continued to follow the old ways, generosity along rituals or concentration meditation without understanding the deeper wisdom Buddha revealed. We must ask question ourselves. We need to question ourselves deeply. What is Nibbana then? it is the ending of becoming and the ending of the fire. Why we are looking for Nibbana? So always, because always you are firing within yourself, inside always firing, not outside, but inside our own mind. Every moment we burn with thoughts, memories, warriors, and reactions through our five senses. We are burning all the time, every moment. That's why people seeking about Dhamma. When you feel stressed, notice how the fire comes from your own thinking. If we want to reach Nibbana, we must first understand how this inner fire is created. Greed is a fire, hatred is a fire, delusion is a fire. The fire is created by thinking, imagining, remembering, worrying. Anyway, until you are taking everything as a real which come through your six senses, you are suffering. You continue this cycle. If the fire occurring through a thought, then we should understand how the thought or mind object has formed. This is why Lord Buddha has preached the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, dependent origination. That is why the Lord Buddha said, don't look for the world outside. Find it within your own body and mind. Find it within yourself. In some occasions we can hear through Dhamma about Rohitatta's story. When Rohitatta tried to find out the end of the world from outside, the Lord Buddha advised him, do not find the truth from outside, because the truth is not out there. It is inside this body and mind. That is why he taught that Dhamma must be realized within oneself. This is exactly why the Samma Sambuddha taught dependent origination. The Buddha wanted us to see how a single moment of mind, a single thought, can create a whole state of becoming. A tiny mental movement can grow into a full existence. By understanding this, we begin to see how suffering arises within us once you understand this Dhamma. This is why Samma Sambuddha told to Bahya Tapasa, in the seeing there is only seeing, in the heard there is only heard. He was teaching Bhatya not to create a whole world out of what is seen or heard, but to see things exactly as they are. This is why the Lord Buddha gave Bahya such a short Dhamma teaching, because the Bahya had the wisdom and the readiness to understand instantly. We create a visual world through our eyes, a sound world through our ear, and countless other worlds through our thoughts. The world arises right here in this very moment of mind. The world is created through the senses. The mind builds a whole universe from a moment, but we don't realize it. This is why we must carefully observe how the mind is created. Through Chittanupassana, we must understand exactly how a thought arises, how it grows, and how it becomes a whole world. to understand whether this mind or thought is real. This is why we must also practice Kayanupassana. Explore about the body, to look closely at this body and see whether there is truly a person inside it to create a real thought. Just as we observe how a thought is formed through Chittanupassana, we must also examine the body to understand whether there is an actual self living here or whether it is just a process happening on its own. We must understand whether we can control the mind or the body. Then we can understand what is this process, who are controlling this process, how it's happening. Everything becomes very clear when you are exploring in depth about yourself. Then you must explore after practicing Kayanupassana and Chittanupassana, who is the owner of this body or a thought. So we must investigate carefully. Is the body real? Yes, it you can feel it. You might say, yes, this is real. But go into the depth and then find out everything very clearly. Is the thought is real? Then you can ask yourself. Then you might say, yes, it is real. But go in depth and you can understand more and more about your mind object, how it has formed. Is there truly a person who owns the suffering or the fire? Through Kayanupassana and Chittanupassana, we must explore whether there is anyone inside or owner for this body or mind who can say, this is my pain, this is my fire, this is my warriors. But from the very beginning, it must be very difficult to understand. You might argue, yes, there is a real person, that's why this body is moving, that's why I can think. Yes, you can think. You are eating. Your body is working as normal way. So, however, you will find out lots of things, and if you go into very explore in depth about yourself. Let's say we are suffering because of our children, because of my husband. How that fire occurring? Because so when we say a baby exists, we must look closely. Is that truly a solid, permanent being? Or it is simply a thought, an idea created by the mind? Through careful observation, we begin to see that what we call a person is only a thought made concept. The real truth is very hard to find for anyone to accept, because the idea of a person, a child, a mother, a father, a self, is only a thought created by the mind. Don't be misunderstood, because your mother, your father, your children, they will stay in front of you as a normal, but those old mind objects, you have to explore about your mind objects, how it's appear, how you experience the world through your mind objects. What people don't want to see this, they don't want to accept that what they cling to so strongly is just a mental image, not a solid reality. This is exactly why many people turn away from the Dhamma. They are so strongly attached to their profession, their relationships, attachment, and their identities that they cannot accept the deeper truth because they don't like to break, or they don't like to come out of that frames with which they have already formed around them. Some even say with confidence, "Why should I seek Nibbana? I am perfectly happy with my family and my life. I am enjoying with my children. I have enough money. So I am happy in this very moment. So why I need to find out the Dhamma?" Like that way. But this happiness is fragile. It is not a permanent happiness. And the very attachment that feels sweet today becomes the cause of suffering tomorrow. They have no ability to see that because of ignorance, because of attachment. It's true, we all want to live happily, and no one wants to suffering. That is also true. But anyhow, we all are suffering. But we don't realize. Until you have enough money, you think you are not suffering. But at the end, you will suffer. But it is very too late to understand the Dhamma. But when the Dhamma is clearly understood, the mind goes beyond that. You don't meet happiness or suffering in the old way anymore. You reach a state where neither pleasure nor pain can shake the mind, because we are all suffering and we feel happiness, everything through our mind. That is a state of mind. Because why you don't like to see through Dhamma? Because when people hear this truth, their whole world begins to break. Because you begin to realize how your world has created. Then you realize about the truth of this illusory world. The dream world you have built collapses. Then you don't want to accept that you are living inside a dream. You like for this dream. So you reject the Dhamma because of it threatens the illusion you love. Because you love your dream. You don't like to wake up from that dream. You don't like to come out of that dream. You like to stay inside this dream. That is also happen because of the ignorance. Until you are understanding what is this ignorance, then you are stay in that dream. This is exactly what happened when the whole dream world begins to fall apart. The mind becomes frightened. The mind doesn't like to accept that, because it wants to make it strong, your dream. That's how our minds be happy. It doesn't want the illusion to break because it has depend on that illusion for comfort and identity. So consciousness resists holding tightly to the dream, even when the truth is right in front of you. This is why people keep running after achievements endlessly. So it keeps chasing more and more, trying to strengthen the illusion. So what happened? You can't proud yourself saying, "I am engineer, I am a billionaire, I am a doctor, I am a, like that way you can't be proud of yourself once you realize this Dhamma, because you realize everything useless. But however, you can live happily once you realize this Dhamma, even if you are a doctor, or if you are a pilot, or if you are an engineer, it doesn't matter. If you are a billionaire, you might live very happily forever once you realize the Dhamma. If there was truly nothing outside to clinging to, there would be no pain. But we have created a strong imaginary world in our mind, and we are afraid to let it collapse. We think there is something out there. From that illusion, both happiness and suffering arise. This is why we need to practice Satara Satipatthana, Kayanupassana, Vedananupassana, and Chittanupassana, and Kayanupassana to understand and see this true Dhamma. This is why we must look closely at how the these senses work. The eye only receives shapes and colors. The ear only receives vibration called sound. The tongue only receives taste. The nose only receives smell. These are simply contacts at the sense doors, nothing more. But the body experiences the four great elements. When the body feels cold or heat, heaviness or lightness, softness or hardness, it is only the four elements interacting. There is no person to find out inside, feeling them, and only the elements know in the elements. Lord Buddha said the body is nothing more than the earth elements, water elements, fire elements, or air elements. That's why Lord Buddha asked to practice and then explore about the body through Kayanupassana, the meditation about the body. If we see very carefully, perception and mind are not two separate things. Whatever object arises in the mind at a given moment is simply the mind taking that form. And the object, the perception and the mind are all the same process. The mind and perception are really the same process. When someone observes how the mind forms and experience, they may think the object came from past memory, but what we call the object is simply the mind talking about its own creation. In truth, we can never really recognize a person or a thing as it truly is, because the moment it arises, we grasp it and start constructing ideas around it. So imagine we gave our child to someone else to raise when the child was very young. So after many years, we wouldn't be able to recognize the child's face. Even though child can't recognize her or his parent. Why it's happened? Because we haven't been continuously constructing that image in our mind. There is the process of abhisankarana. There is the process of continuously constructing that image in our mind. Then we can't remember So if the child is mine, I should be able to recognize very quickly. So why I can't recognize after many years? It because I haven't been continuously instructing that image in my mind. The same as the child's mind. He hasn't been continuously constructing that image of his parents. Then he can't recognize his parents. That's how we recognize everything as mine. We constantly rely on old perceptions. Whatever we recognize now is shaped by the perception we have carried from the past. This is why the Lord Buddha explained monks that the perception itself is an act of fabrication. That is how living beings experience life, through constructed perceptions. Always in our mind, an object appears from the past event. Actually, we can't say that there is a memory. Once you realizing this Dhamma in very depth, you will understand that we can't say there is a memory in the past. But when we are explaining from the very beginning, we are explaining like this way. Once you understand this Dhamma, you will realize that there is no past memory or past event. You never met a past event or past memory or person who had experience in the past. Once you realize this Dhamma, once you enter the path to Nibbana, nobody can understand this until reach to the wisdom of the past mind that called Pubbē Nivāsānussati Jnana. That's why Lord Buddha has emphasized there about the Pubbē Nivāsānussati Jnana. Actually, in truth, this isn't something hard to understand, but many people look for complicated Abhidhamma or advanced Pali studies, thinking wisdom must be hidden there. They can reach to that state through concentration, meditation. However, in the Buddha's time, even 7 or 8-year-old children awaken to Sotapanna level. That means stream entry level. That shows how simple and direct the real Dhamma is. It shows how the Lord Buddha has explained about the Dhamma for little children to understand very easily. Today many Dhamma sermons are misleading. That's why we need to be very careful and we need to explore everything very carefully. Because you don't want to give the true Dhamma to their children either, because if they hear the real teaching, their whole dream world will collapse. They don't want to accept that everything they cling to is just a mental construction. When a child understands the Dhamma deeply, it doesn't make them strange or disconnected. They still live a normal life. They studying very well, playing, laughing, learning, just like any other children. They have a normal life like Vishaka Upasika. Today also the same. Nothing different once you realize, understand this Dhamma, realize this Dhamma. Nothing be changed from outside. Your children will be carry out their normal activities, normal way, in normal way. The only shift is inside. They no longer take the world as absolutely real. They know it is passing experience, a mental construction. But this understanding does not reduce their love, kindness, or compassion. A child who sees the truth still loves their parents fully. They become very kind and the parents' love remains the same. But no need to worry about your children to give this Dhamma. It is very helpful for your children to live in this earth very happily and very calmly without any stress or anxiety or they will live happily without addicting for the drugs or any unwanted activities. They might avoid because they have jnana, they have wisdom to understand everything. That's what happened for your child. If you give this message for your children, when they face a problem, they don't want to suffer the way others do, because they understand the Dhamma, because they know suffering is not necessary. They know the problem is just an experience, not a real world crashing down. So they respond wisely. That's what happened for their life. So isn't this actually something good for your children? If they understand the Dhamma, they don't suffer unnecessarily like others. They still live normally, but they don't let problem break them. Isn't this something good for our children? We have to think it is one of the most wholesome things a child can learn. It is the most valuable gift you can give for your children.
about the Nibbana path. Are you on the Nibbana path? This is based on a book published by the Buddothpada publications called Are You on the Nibbana Path, which defines and summarizes the Nibbana path. To start with the reading, who is the realized being, an Arahant? The realized being has an unshakable understanding or knowing of the truth without any doubt. The realized being has no doubt about this path, and it is an unshakable understanding of knowing the truth. That knowing is experiential knowing, not just intellectual knowledge. This experiential knowing naturally translates into an inner transformation. This inner transformation happens only through the unshakable inner understanding of the truth. It is not thinking or just contemplation. Inner understanding does not make any changes to the external dealings or the external outlook. What happens is that the value given to seeming external things fades away. There's no inner resistance or attraction or inner burning with any externals. This inner power is generated through a solid understanding of the teaching. The soul, the inner current generated due to external stimuli, does not disappear, but the tempting power or enticing power to go after objects disappears. No value is given to those illusions. All stimuli through the senses have the power of attraction or resistance towards those external things. In other words, this power is the raga and dvesha. The raga means that you have the liking, and the dvesha means do you dislike something. This power is due to moha. We call it ignorance, that makes one believe that there are existing things outside and are real. The power disappears with this unshakable understanding of the truth. Illusions have no power to delude you anymore. An Arahant do not have a sense of existing things. They have seen the truth of the illusory things. For Arahant, all duties and day-to-day dealings will happen as usual. He knows this is a wall, this is a book, this is a chair. But doesn't mean everything just disappears. Nothing disappeared from his side. But he does not give any value to the chair or the book. And this is an automatic process. When we say there are no existing things, it does not mean things will disappear from one side. And it is not the emptiness that we think there's nothing outside. But things will disappear from one side when one realizes the truth. What happens is the value given to those disappear, but the value that was given to those outside things disappears completely. Arahant does not give any value to appearances, the illusions. The illusions are appearances only. As a result, we call it the Chandaraga. The value you have given to the outside world disappears. And the Tunbhumi disappears at the same time. If you see anything as an existing thing, it happens due to natural process of sensory systems. Within that natural process or system in operation, it creates seeming things to appear or illusions to appear. We cannot deny the illusory appearances. The seeming knowing of a thing is also a kind of understanding. Even a little baby has this kind of knowing of things that he perceives. This can be told as instinctive understanding. But for an Arahant, it is seen, and he is aware that there is no value at all for seeming things. They are just appearances when the necessary conditions are met. This is the higher understanding. This is the wisdom. We call it super wisdom. In the Buddha's path, what is important to be aware of the me sense. Most of the time, people put forward spiritual questions, explain or talk about Dhamma by thinking or by thinking about Dhamma and not through experiential knowing. In such instances, people are only in the state of mind plane, which is called the Vijnana state. It is just like you are trying to see the truth through Vijnana Maya, through your mind. You will never be able to grasp the truth by the mind, which is through the Vijnana Maya. This isn't the path Buddha explained. You have to go beyond the mind plane or transcend the mind. Here, most importantly, you have to recognize the state of thinking without thinking about something, or contemplation, which is the Savitakka. Otherwise, you will be confused and misled. Dhamma is known to Sihiya. We call it awareness, a kind of inner knowingness through which knowing happens. This is a knowing without a knower. If one moves along with Sihir, which is awareness, not through thinking, then one will find the Nibbana path. The state of thinking does not take you to Nibbana. Thinking is a state of Savitaka, which is the state of thinking about something or contemplation. It helps one to logically argue and understand what the teacher is trying to explain. What is important is the Sihir, which knows your thinking or not thinking or thinking about something. That is where the Nibbana path opens up for you. If you go about thinking, that thinking should be known to Sihir or being aware. This is a very subtle plant. This is a very subtle point. Sihir, being aware, etc., refers to kind of inner knowing, a subjective knowing without a subject. This is difficult to put into words. They should be known to oneself and grasped by oneself experientially. Since this is very subtle, you have to be very careful. Otherwise, most of the time you will be misled to wrong recognition and conclusions. Thinking is Savitaka. There also you will see the truth intellectually. Importantly, that should be seen by Sihir. It is called wisdom, the jnana. That is to be known to Sihir, that it is a Savitaka state. From Avitaka state should be known to Sihir. This is not contemplative state. This is a highly advanced state. This is a state of absorption and freedom. Savitaka state will eventually bring you to Avitaka state. There one will experience the freedom from senses and sense objects. Those who are on the Nibbana path should be very vigilant. Most people who are on the path unknowingly keep the me alive. They are talking and questioning keeping me, which is called the Atmiya Bhavya. There is no point saying there is no me, yet feeling the sense of me inside. It is very important to recognize the me sense and how it rises its head. The inner awareness of Sihir is very important here. Meanness is recognized by Sihir. Sihir is not a thought. The me sense is nothing but the sense of individual self or separate self, which separates me from others. This is seen by Sihir. The fading away of the me sense is also seen by Sihir. You have to see this very carefully. When comes to the savias, when it comes to the untainted mind, which is called the Prabhasvara Chitta and Arahant state, the Sasavya Svabhava is the form which is the Rupa created due to energy vibrations. Energy vibrations comes through all the senses and create different forms. Thoughts are also formed by vibration. When form is created naturally, there is a feeling of existing things. Once you understand and recognize Dhamma, there will be no existing things. You know how the energy sparks happens and seeming creations come into existence. If you do not know Dhamma, things exist everywhere and those are real to you. One may say that there are no things out there, but in his mind there may be existing things. This is a very subtle point which most misses to recognize it. 5 precepts are naturally observed here. You are not observing the 5 precepts forcefully, artificially. It happens naturally within you. In the Nibbana path, 5 precepts are upheld. Not only this, but all the observances, the sila, are upheld. Those who are on the path only recognize the true inner wisdom. When we talk about purity, it is the state being freed from the sense of the me or Atmiya Bhavya. This is the true purity. Atmiya Bhavya or Itta Bhavya, in a sense, an energy vibration. If one lies or tries to hide meanness or Atmiya Bhavya, there is surely a separate living entity in that person. That is why he tries to defend me all the time. And attempts are to safeguard this false Atmiya Bhavya, the feeling of me, the notion of me. There, me has risen, and its heads up. So purity is being free from the Atmiya Bhavya. In other words, recognizing that there are no existing things. It does not mean things you see will disappear. Things you hear will disappear. Things you feel will disappear. But one recognizes that those seeming things have no reality and are mere illusions. Things exist as skandha level, and the routine way of life goes on as usual with no change at the material level. However, the discharge, the aropanya, or the inner excitation arising from sense stimuli neutralizes. It neutralizes that, the arising senses, the stimuli. Mundane people have an inner sense or charge of existing me and mine. This is the Sakkaya Ditthi. All thoughts derive power due to the Sakkaya Ditthi. Getting freedom from this inner charge, which is the aropaniya, is getting freedom from thoughts. This is the seeing of Chittane Niyati Loko, or seeing the truth. This is where the Attagame occurs. The Chittane Niyati Loko means the seeing that truth. There's no intentional giving up, yet it naturally happens with the recognition of the truth. This is what happens when stabilized with the recognition of the truth. This is the address of one's final destination. Once the truth is recognized, one should be in absorption to become this recognition a living truth. And this happened beyond doubt. A glimpse will not suffice. Strong conditioning can pull you back to old habits. What will happen is your sense of me, which is Atmiya Bhavya, slowly starts to fade away. And there is no other Dhamma than this. It is the disappearance of the false me sense, or Atmiya Bhavya. The fading away of Atmiya Sanya, in other words, fading away of the illusory me, the notion of me created by the power of inner charge, the aropanya balaya. The illusory me in our fictional story gradually fades away. When you do your day-to-day work, you should recognize this me first. Your defilements are nothing but this me sense. Likes and dislikes are the product of me sense. You should carefully observe how me rises and during your day-to-day activities. 3 worlds are created in one thought, in one we call it in Aramuna. Victorious over 3 worlds, Trilokanato, mean transcending the 3 worlds in the thought. This me is also created in the thought. This is a very subtle state. When you engage in day-to-day activities, you should be able to catch the me experientially. Buddha's path is not a belief system or prayer. You should be able to feel yourself how powerful this me or sense of individuality is. The dissolution of the me sense also belongs to oneself. No one else can do it for you. On the other hand, you cannot do it. The me sense does not exist. It is an imaginary and derives power as per your will or thinking pattern. Even if you want, you cannot create thoughts. This is a system at work. In reality, there is no one called me. If me exists, he should be able to destroy the Vitakka Vichara as per his will. But what is happening is a number of senses are functioning as per the natural phenomena. We call it Chitta Niyamaya. Nobody is activating the phenomena. Nothing can be done by yourself. Even you cannot show the truth to yourself, because what you think you are is imaginary, non-existent. There is only a realization or revelation of the truth, Nibbana. What one can do is to make oneself qualified to receive that revelation. In other words, make yourself deserving for the revelation of the truth. In the current state, you may not have qualified for the truth due to your own defilements. We call it klesha. You have to recognize the fact by yourself. After that, you have to be qualified to fulfill the qualifications to receive the truth. As indicated before, irrespective of making others attain the truth, you yourself cannot show the truth to yourself. In this context, what another can do is only to guide you in the right direction, having explained Dhamma. Only this direction or the path can be shown for one to move forward, progressing or not in the direction is each one's own duty. When I say you cannot show the truth to yourself, you should be able to grasp the enormity of that statement. Whichever way you think of it, you cannot show the truth to yourself. What is essential here is it to do what needs to be done. What is needed here? First, you need to recognize what is this truth we are talking about. Once you understand the truth, all concepts, ditthis, that you are holding tightly onto should shatter. The conventional ritualist offerings like flower offering, lighting lamps, lighting incense sticks, religious processions will not take you to Nibbana. If you are on the Nibbana path, you have to recognize these impediments. To do all of these, there must be somebody, and that somebody is doing all these rituals with the hope of betterment for that body. Here, instead of dissolving the me-ness, the feeling of me, the notion of me, these actions will strengthen that me, myself, I. You see these types of actions happening in most of the religious, the temples around, promoting these actions, they misguide the people rather than showing the truth. These in fact make the me feeling, the self feeling strong and grow even bigger. It is very clear that there's no nibbana in those activities at all. What they have done so far is putting all people deep in ignorance. When they say you are going to heaven after this life, you need to ask whether these heavens are, where these heavens are, and how does it happen? What's the process? What they have, and when that me feeling gets stronger and stronger, the mithya dishtiya, the wrong, the ignorance, it's harder to dissolve. It's harder for someone to dissolve in that me feeling. And in Abhidhamma Pitaka, it has been taught by making the world the mithya drishti is that wrong view. And we have to, that's where you need that right true knowledge. And most of the time the regular the meditation centers, the meditation classes, the meditation retreat, the programs, what we see, they are mainly focused on concentrating in an object, in an thing, and trying to control the thought process. But it is not what Lord Buddha has taught in his Dhamma. When you have that right true knowledge, you start investigating, analyzing those concepts within you. First, one has to understand the Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, which is called dependent origination. And that's where you need the guidance from a Kalyana Mitra. The Kalyana Mitra is the person who has walked in this journey and who has experience in this journey, who can guide you with the clear guidance. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma, the dependent origination, shows you that sounds and forms are caused and they affect. Paticca Samuppada Dhamma shows you that the sounds and forms are cause, and the effect is the Atmiya Bhavya, or the sense of me. The cause, the for the effect of the me sense, the notion of me happens, the cause is the forms, the sounds and the forms. They are the cause that creates that forms the feeling of the notion of me. The Lord Buddha asked monks, is this I permanent? And they reply, no, it is impermanent. Then is there any individual self? And monks replied, no. Many do not know the Buddhist teaching is Atmiya Dhamma. No one can reflect on the belief in that that there's the world existing outside. And what is Satrasatipatthana means? It is that you see this outside existing world is not real through your senses. How the senses creates that spark which forms that an outside object is real. And this is the saying that there's no real world. And you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing there's you cannot reflect the Satrasatipatthana without knowing this knowledge, the Buddha, the Lord Buddha's, the doctrine, the Dhamma, the true knowledge. When you learn, when you absorb this Dhamma within you, you will know there's no existing real world. You will see it. You will see how this existing world formed. In order to practice the theoretical knowledge received through listening to the teaching, you need to learn how to observe that through Satrasatipatthana. Without knowing the Buddhist doctrine, no one reached the understanding completely. When you will not learn, you will not you won't be able to get that understanding within you. The core message is that the eradication of the false sense of me. In other words, how I lose myself without a proper understanding of the Dhamma. And this is a very practical knowledge that should be applied each of us. It's in a journey. The internal transformation happens with the dissolution of me. This is the Nissarana, the path to the Nibbana. The me sense or Atmiya is the mind itself. The existing of me is a wrong view, a wrong concept, and wrong perception. Due to long conditioning, this me has derived power through abhisankarana, and now very difficult to be freed from it. As long as there is Atma Ditti, that you are in Mithya Ditti. And what is the Atma Ditti? In simple word, if there is an existing world, there is also me who sees it. When you inquire what is this world is, you will understand that it is created by the six senses in that moment. You will never find any existing world and then know me, the notion of me as well. This needs to be, it's a feel. You have to feel it within you. In reality, nothing matters to in reality, if you don't understand that the true Dhamma, you will not be able to catch this, how those sparks create that, the notion of me. And at the same time, unless that someone who has experienced that path, who has practically experienced that within them, they won't be able to guide other people to reach that path. That is where the importance of Kalyanamitta comes into to place. Only someone who has walked in that journey, who has experience in that, only can guide you towards that path. And at the same time, in this path, you have to attend sincerely And you have to have that genuine desire, the self-motivation, and the courage to walk in this path. And the constant efforts and perseverances are much needed. You have to recognize how this imaginary me is born and how it leads you to misery. Then you will have a real wanting to see your own wrong concepts and get freed from the clutches of these. Otherwise, you do not see any urgency, any reason to do it. In fact, you need to see the danger you are facing with this, the cycle of birth, the samsara okay. We see people are born, grow up, and get old, and get sick and die. And at the same time, we see all the destructions around us, how much people suffer. But still, we don't, unless it happens to you, and unless you experience some disaster within you, you will not realize how dangerous this cycle of birth is. And we are so fortunate. We are born in an era where this true Dhamma can be heard. And there are so many ways that this Dhamma reaches to you. And at the same time, you are born with Dakshana Sampratya, means you have that opportunity to listen, understand, and practice this Dhamma. And if you will be very foolish if you do not make this opportunity a useful for your own freedom, a freedom from suffering. And sometimes we use when we hear how everything is vibrates at a higher speed, and how these sparks happens, and the sound and colors come together and create a notion of something real object outside, and our mind perceive them. This is an intermediary steps in the understanding of the path. These are not intended to stop at this level of understanding, at the thought level, and to certify that one has understood the process and the truth. The seeker has to transcend the mind plane There are no shortcuts in this path. One has to understand the teachings holistically and completely, not by just parts. You have to face the reality. You have to be very sincere and honest. You yourself has to question whether your suffering is reducing with this new understanding. Are you seeing those fading of the defilements? Do you still see that how big you're feeling of that notion of yourself? How much you're holding on to yourself? And your mind will translate these in so many different ways. But unless you have learned this Dhamma and start applying those Dhamma to you and try to understand this Dhamma within you, you will not be able to achieve to be in this path. You will not be able to proceed in this path. You will get stopped in by your mind. And this is a journey within you, and this is a gradual, natural process that transform your inner self. And I invite everyone to listen to Buddothpada discourses, where R.N. Mahanse explained the process, the path to Nibbana, very beautifully, and he simplified this prodigious doctrine in a way that the people anyone can understand.
worshippers' ego, their self-identity view. This ignorance of their self-identity can make them reborn in realms of evil and suffering. King Asoka built 84,000 temples and places of worship, but he was also reborn in a bad realm. You have to understand this dharma, this universal law, the illusion, and that there is no self. If it is not well understood, and if you won't realize the pure truth, the possibility of being reborn in better realms will be very rare. Queen Mallika gave the biggest almsgiving to the Buddha and his disciples with utmost magnificence and richness. This kind of almsgiving will only increase one's ego and self-identity. They give alms to the priest, believing that the outside is true. They believe that they are conducting a meritorious deed. Again, due to their ignorance of not realizing the illusion of self and the illusion of the outside, they will only be reborn in worlds of suffering. The Buddha said, Dhammang vina natti pitacha mata. This means that apart from the Dharma, knowing the illusion of our thoughts, there is no mother nor a father. Knowing the Dhamma is of utmost importance. We honor and respect our parents very much. Yet, for all, the Buddha said that if you realize the pure truth, you will realize that there is no mother nor a father. Amazing, isn't it? Mehenin Mahanse, yes, there is nobody in this world. Aryan Mahanse, the Buddha said, Nissato, Nisjivo, Shunyo. Nissato, no beings. Nisjivo, no living thing. Shunyo, nothing exists. When nothing exists, how can a mother and a father exist? Could there be? When you realize the pure truth, you lose yourself to the pure truth. Realizing the pure truth is the only way you can be assured not to be reborn in suffering hells. If you have realized the pure truth and has an awareness of the supramundane spiritual path, you are safe from suffering hells. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Ardent Mahanse, until you realize the pure truth, you can never enter the supramundane spiritual path. In almost all the teachings of the Buddha asked only one question: Rupang Nichanto, Anichanto. The Buddha asked if the stimulus from the six senses are they permanent or impermanent. Then his disciples replies Anicham Bhante, meaning that all the stimuli we receive from outside and inside are impermanent. There is a very deep meaning to this question. If you think that there are things outside, you have not realized the pure truth. The Buddha said, Ida bhikkhave bhikkhu. The Buddha says that the path to enlightenment, the path to realize the pure truth, is taught only in the teachings of a Buddha. No other religion or spiritual teacher teach about the cessation of suffering. The path to the realization of the pure truth can be realized only if we See that the outside does not exist. That is the way to eradicate this cycle of suffering and rebirth. What we have to realize is that this is only a dharmatavaya. It is an illusion. There is no living being, nor is there a person. It is only a thought, which is also an illusion. When we drink and when we eat food, it is only a thought. We only associate with thoughts. The Vijnana or the mind consciousness is an illusion. We think that this body is me. We think that we are eating a pineapple. We think that we are wearing beautiful clothes. We think that we are beautiful. All these are only thoughts. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Tedwan Sana, everybody.
Terwan Sarnai Shani, Terwan Sarnai all Dhamma friends. It is the beautiful pure Buddhism we are discussing in this Zoom forum. So we are always associate thoughts. Thoughts form in our mind, and they ultimately bring an illusion. So we don't know that we are living in an illusion. We think the outside is always there and our existence also here. But because of this, the people keep on suffering without understanding this. That is why the Lord Buddha asks, is this stimulus permanent or impermanent? It is actually impermanent. So in order to understand this, we have to understand the pure Buddhism. So today also we start our discussion. So to understand what is suffering and how to experience the cessation of suffering. So let's discuss. So I would like to invite Dr. Kokila to start this discussion. Thiruvan Sarnai, Dr. Kokila.
Derwan Sarnai. So, actually, Shani was discussing how we have been in the past, kind of, she started with that, how in the past we have just, actually, I can go back to my childhood, how we thought about attaining Nirvana was actually mentioned every each and visit to the temple. So we are familiar with that. We have heard that we will attain that one day, and we also had good, really, we learned so many good stuff, but yeah, good attitudes, good deeds. We did so many things. I mean, it's really nice. It's the most beautiful thing because I think it molds a child to do good things, to be a good child. I think nowadays we are nowhere. We don't have that or the Dhamma. So we might not have anything. But at that time we didn't understand much about Nirvana, but at least we were taught like good behavior, good will bring good. So I mean that's okay. I mean at that time that was the only thing that we knew. But now there's a change. We know if we act good, it's good. But we know something else also, because we know that whatever the life we imagine like we have is kind of an illusion, where what happens is actually one thought or one stimuli is there only at one particular moment. And even that moment is not true, actually. So we started from there, and then we understood slowly with Aran Hanse's help that there's no self. He took so many examples for us to like kind of even feel this to begin with, that there's no self. But there are things that we feel. What do we feel? First of all, we understand that this mind, or kind of the the perceptions, so much perceptions we have, the ability to telepathy or the resonance at one particular moment to anything which has the same frequency is the, I think, the breaking point. I think that is kind of the breaking point. Then there's no time. Time becomes just another notion, because synchronicity or the some vibration happening simultaneous, the time, we can't talk about a time because it is the same vibration. So the same way we understood that the self vibration is also something like that. But the problem is to understand this, we have to actually understand how then we feel existent. Even though we say there's no self, we feel something, and then we keep understanding what we feel. First we feel mother, father, brother, sister. Then we keep feeling, that this is my school, this is the classroom, this is my teacher, this is the chalk, this is the blackboard, this is my garden, this is the, my village. And you don't have an idea about the whole country, but we call it, this is my country, or we just call a name. And after looking at a globe, we say this is kind of the world. We can't see the world at one particular time. We can't really visualize the world. So looking at a globe, we say this is the world. This is kind of a structure that this world looks like this. So which came first? The world came first, or we came first? Actually, the self-vibration is the beginning of the so-called world. So the self-vibration, the reason for the self-vibration to telepathy into anything is the cause for that is the avidya and few other things. So avidya is the ignorance. So the actual this self-vibration, when there is a vibration to telepathizing into any vibration, any form, in that case, we call it like something, because there is a form we can kind of feel it. But then there are beings, a non-form as well, because you can't actually visualize them, or to your perception. To some other species it may be actually form, but to the humans these three levels are there, because the formless is not directly there. And there's another reason that it is explained like that, because that's the way that you feel things. So as I said, we first feel everything is outside. We feel someone is here, and then the toy is in front of me. Oh, behind me in that case, by the side. So
um, do you know, like, because we have five senses, this the ability to like visualize around us and have an idea. That is the beauty of the actual this mundane world, where we can actually feel like we are existing and people or things are existing outside. But then this association, when you understand that the association actually is not there, what happens is the telepathy effect of the perception. This we have to go back to the child, which we always do. Like we go back to the baby in the cot and try to understand. The baby in the cot had no idea about anything at all. What he or she felt was the skin vibrations or the eye vibrations or the whatever the vibrations of the sensory organs that they feel. So it's a feel only. It's a feel only. There's no form. But but still, even at that level, even though we can't say anything about defilements, we have that feel that it is happening here, and we try to maintain that. That is the next one effect in the, like the liking. So when you say formless world, also there is a raga or kind of in needy feeling to enjoy that. That's the only thing that goes. Actually, form or non-formless or the three layers would be still there, but the entertainment. So that's what goes. The feel that we entertain. Oh, I don't know what's the word for that. Not entertain, but nandi or feeling it or enjoying the feel of it. So the kama raga, rupa raga, arupa raga, that is the only thing that is going. It actually vanishes. That is the liking towards these things. When we like things outside, we want money. Like money is outside, we want money. But we keep understanding money is needed, just doesn't necessarily matter here. But what we try to understand is what we really want is what we have as a perception. We have a perception that we need to maintain this life, and then we need money. That's okay, but I'm just trying to explain how this happens. So we need the next one like that. So we need to actually, when we are in the sensual world, we need so much things. We can't there's no, the list is endless, because when you're sick, you need something. When you're well, you need something else. When you're bored, you need something else. When you are lonely, you need something else. When you are happy, you need something else. Even the food we want kind of to change every day. The most damaging punishment for someone is to leave them alone. That's the most damaging punishment, actually. Like in the world, the punishments, they don't have an association with their social life or any outside world. Then that is the most terrifying punishment, because this self-perception has no other way to exist. So you need the next one. And if you are in sensual world, you need so many things. It will be endless. So definitely you will have a birth, but it matches how strong you need that. I think we all understand that, isn't it? Like how strong you need to need the
pineapple, how strong you need the ice cream, how strong you need the need to go somewhere, how strong you need to maintain your children, how strong you think that the children should be there when you are dying, or should be helping you, or something like that, whatever. So this, how strongly you have this defilements, or how deep they are, how bad they are, kind of how strong they are, is the most powerful thing. That's why, you know, in these European countries, there are so many people who really, really very strongly thinks that she or he is going to be born in heaven. They don't have any question even. They know that they are going to heaven. And that kind of the strong desire to achieve something is the problem where the vibration gets so high. So the raga is, what is the word for raga, by the way, Sudharma? Do we have a word for raga?
That's Dr. Kokila. Desire. Craving is tanha. So it's more or less the same, right? Rather
Desire.
attachment or desire.
Yeah, okay.
Desire.
So the desire, I think word matches it bit. Yeah, so the desire for the sensual world is different. Sensual world is different. It's like, as we always try to tell, thought is different. The attachment to the thought is different, or the feel that you get it as real is different. When you take it as real, I mean, this is where what happens when it is real in mundane plane. As a normal person, everything is real. There's no talk about it now. So we can go back to our recent past and just understand that how easily we thought that everything is, you know, available here, there, at home, at school, everything, yeah, happening in America, whatever. So the feel that we have that everything is existing is a bit shattered now. Like it's kind of the shaken. So then because of Dhamma, it is shaken. But we keep understanding, how did this desire is the place, desire goes first. So the first three things are gone. What three fetters are gone. You know, the first three fetters are all about the thinking pattern. It's actually thinking pattern, because thinking pattern and satyajnana, or the truth, because the doubts about the Dhamma, doubts about the stimuli, doubt about how the mind is formed, which is paticsampada, or the stimuli is formed in this system, and then that there is no self, and all these things are actually clarified in the first three fetters. Then the next two would be actually sensual world. So but in that, even though someone is kind of fully aware that the outside world is not actually existent, that it's a perception only, still, because the self vibration is there, you still have the desire, even though you know you have the desire. Sorry. So when the self thought is shaken, self thought is the one first which is shaken, the desire to the sensual world is shaken. When that happens, because there is no self, the thinking pattern has changed completely. Because there is no self, the value that is given to everything is subsiding, the desire goes down. It slowly goes down. It can take a long time, but it will go down. Definitely, if you have felt this non-self-perception, at least transiently at one particular moment, if you have seen nirvana, even though you haven't achieved that level, if you have felt it at least transiently, everything about this living, the feel of existence is challenged, because the feel of existence is there even in the worm, even in the fetus. That is being challenged. That's being challenged, and the non-self perception is evident. So this starts to get more powerful than the other one. So as we talked that day, there's a fight in between. There's no actual fight, I'm just talking. There is a kind of a fight between self-perception and non-self-perception. So each time the self-perception is there, you because it is there, even though you just have seen non-self perception for a second, it doesn't matter to the self perception, it's still there. But the because that the thinking pattern has completely reversed, the no self perception is getting more powerful. You have the idea that there is no self, and whatever the desires start to slowly dwindle, and then you kind of understand how this is all kind of useless. Then you keep understanding a bit more. You know that even though we don't feel any craving towards money, any craving towards your daughter, any craving towards your son, any craving towards your house, we would like to come back to our house. So kind of we have difference in everywhere. We feel some kind of difference. So we keep understanding this form level. That is the kind of where we can telepathy at any time. That form level is again in the mind, but not the value. There's no value, but still they are there. It's still inside the kind of mind. So if you keep understanding none of these perceptions are true, actually what you keep understanding is self-perception is not true. Because in the first time we understood that the first time if you experience this no self-perception, we understood some of the things. But we keep understanding more and more when we feel this, because we keep understanding that even the perception, just the perception, you don't even need it. You don't go after your daughter, you don't go after money, you don't want anything, but still there is perception. So it is still strong, because if there is a perception, there is a birth. So when you keep understanding this, you understand that perceptions are all kind of like a mirage. Then the craving towards that desire for form world. Form world is mind. So the form world, to have a mind, that's where we actually where we have this so much problem about dying also. that is there, because we are scared to die because we feel that the form world will be gone. So then comes the formless world, where kind of it's not the it's just kind of like a vibration where it's just the sensory level, the initial level, not the mind consciousness. This is the other consciousnesses, like eye consciousness or the ear consciousness or the bodily consciousness. That is not even true. That is not true. So that is due to the like speedy vibration of the actual sensory organ. This is where the non-vibration would arise. So it's really beautiful to feel this, and this truth is out there now. So when this truth comes out, we all understand this. Remember, in Lord Buddha's time, there was a lady, I can't remember the name, all the sons with the father, the husband went to war, and she was giving almsgiving to Lord Buddha and all the monks. And the message came. She read it, she put it in the cloth, and then she went on doing the task of offering the almsgiving. Do you know how equal those stimuli are? Like any message that can come. We can understand how many SMSs would you get per day? I mean, phone. How many messages would you get? And can one message shock you? Can one message make you to feel the self-perception? I mean, we have the potential, isn't it? But imagine getting a message saying to the phone while you're offering almsgiving that your whatever the sons, 7 sons or whatever the number of sons, and the husband has died in the war, and it's just another SMS, and you keep going doing the thing that she was doing. Imagine what kind of what kind of truth should she have? I mean, shouldn't we salute that? I think we should all salute that. And that's where the importance is. Understanding this Dhamma. Whatever perception is a perception, yes. And if you feel that the perception is real, you are there. It's a feel only. You can't think about this. If you think about this, that's a form world or sensual world in that sense. So we can start the discussion. Can you add on Surangika's Dharma? There's some Dharma friends. Well, now, so do you have anything to add, Sudharma? Oh, Surangika, if any. Yeah, Lalana, yeah.
Terasan, Doctor. Terasan, all Dharma friends. Doctor, it's a beautiful discussion you had with you are having with us. Doctor, the non-form world is the problem that we have to undergo because we feel something is there, but the cravings differ with each and every thought, Doctor. But the existing field is still with us, Doctor. So I think. Doctor, non-firm word is the most difficult part to understand because existing field also there. So if we really understand, there is not at all in the thought. Thought is not real at all. The existing field also diminishing slowly, but it is very the decreasing of the existing field is very slow, no, doctor?
Yeah, I mean, that's in the mind again. So you're thinking about it. Yeah, if you want to, you can think about it. But that's not the path. It should be with the feel.
Yeah, it should be with the field, doctor, but not every time we are having that feel, no, doctor. We are always tangled with the mind perception, no, doctor. It comes really, no, doctor, isn't it? So give me a doctor. Can you explain a bit about the non-firm world, how we feel it, doctor?
You can't. It's like
It's really hard. Yes, I can understand,
it's like the
doctor.
salt. A salt. We can describe salt. You know, like we can say when you add a little bit of salt to the you know, pineapple or chips, it would make it tastier. We can say that, but actual the vibration of the tongue, you can't really explain that, can you?
I have a small issue, doctor. Sometimes my mind says it's a vibration. I know it's a thought only. It does not mention that it doesn't mean that the feel, doctor, right? So
No, I can't
sometimes it
understand
comes automatically.
No, I can't understand what you're trying to say. Can you tell that again?
Doctor,
Go slow
now,
because you're very fast. I don't know what you're saying.
sorry, doctor. Doctor, now when the thought comes, when one thought comes.
What is the thought? You have to give an example. It's useless to say anything like that.
Now, doctor, I want to eat something, right? I feel hungry. It doesn't matter. So when I eat this, just imagine a chocolate, doctor. So when I try to eat it once, not at once, I want it again and again. That means the craving is there, doctor, right?
Well, yes, if you think it that way, yes.
But doctor, at once when I want to eat a chocolate, I just eat and it doesn't matter. I don't need it anymore. So, doctor, what is the difference between those two? Uh, that means thoughts and how to understand the form and formless world in this, doctor.
Definitely, you are inside the mind.
Yeah, inside the mind. But at once we
because the field doesn't have the chocolate.
We doesn't have the chocolate, but when the thought comes as a chocolate, I won't eat it now. What is so? How can we understand this, doctor? Whether
You
it is
can't.
mind or
That's
the
what
field.
I'm saying. You can't understand this. This has to be felt. You have to come out of the mind bubble to feel the actual what child felt, the baby in the cot, or the what before the mind bubble formed.
Yeah, doctor. Yeah, that's true. So when I see the chocolate,
So you
sometimes
can't explain. Chocolate has nothing to do with the baby in the cot.
yes, true, doctor. Yes.
So that is the level. So you can't explain this.
Okay.
You have to feel it.
I understood. Yes, doctor. Yes.
And the way you explain, you haven't felt it.
Yeah, that's true. Yes, doctor. Thank you so much, doctor. Yes, I had a trouble in this, doctor. Thank you so much, Doctor. Sarnai.
සරණයි Dr. Kokila. ආර්යයන් වහන්සේට නමස්කාර කරමි. Dr. Kokila, yes, when you started with those childhood memories, now in this section, so Aryan Mahanse explains how people were involved in these offerings, offering flowers, offering making other arms and all those things. But the beauty is, even after understanding the emptiness of thought or this mechanism, we can involve in those also. So uh, in some of the sermons, actually we which they said it's not a criticism, but when some sermons were there those days, if you are heading towards Nibbana, you have to forget all these stuff like participating in pujas, offering flowers, erecting all these, or building or making statues, so on and so forth. But here there are no restrictions. Life is as normal as before. Uh, this happens as you always mention, and Haryan Vase always mentions. It is something to be felt, and it is something to happen gradually, something that we cannot get by force or by making unnecessary effort. So there, when you were explaining this Queen Mallika's scenario, what I was contemplating was in that message, um, that that was self-evident to that queen that there is nothing in a thought, because perception, as you say, the perception of the husband, perception of the children were like she has liberated from them. But Dr. Kokila, is this the queen who got birth in a lower realm after death, like King Ashoka, Queen?
No.
No, not this one. No,
I
there
don't
was
think so.
some.
I don't think
Yeah,
so. But
no, the
I'm not
yeah.
100% sure. I can't
Mm,
remember
mm,
so
mm.
much of this past, but I don't think so.
Yeah, that can't be, no, doctor. And then when we feel, or when we liberate from the sensual world, the value attributed to thoughts go away completely. But as now this lady also questioned the form, how can somebody feel that um, the person has liberated from the form world? It is again
Now I have
unexplainable.
to
You have given, yeah, yeah.
because now Lalana is also, I have to tell this.
Mm,
Just because for a second that you feel all this doesn't necessarily mean
mm,
the actual the you know the what is it called, the outcome or the phala
mm, mm,
avastha
mm.
is different to whatever we talk about these experiences. Because
Yeah.
so just imagine you just feel it once, doesn't necessarily mean anything, but what you get out of that is the understanding that self perception is there, but it happens only when there is a thing, and there is something like non-self perception as well. That's all he can understand, he or she can understand at that
Mm,
particular level. But
okay.
then you're back in the normal life. You're back in the normal life, and you have all these cravings again. You are having the problems, the patiga and kamaraga, but still this person has at least once felt the non-self perception. That's all it matters. That's all that has happened. Because that what Lord Buddha says is, if someone has felt it at least once with
the knowledge of Dhamma, It doesn't happen without the knowledge of Dhamma. With the knowledge of Dhamma, then that person has the samadhi, right vision. Then the right vision, definitely that particular system is going to go to non-vibration. If someone has felt the non-vibration, at least for a fraction of a second, that person is going to go towards the becoming of it. The becoming of it is the most difficult part. Even the first part is difficult. According to Lord Buddha, it is really rare. But still, even after that, it can be very... we have never heard about Visakha being attaining anything else, and like that,
Yes.
it can go on. So we can't do anything here. We can't just do anything here. That's the whole understanding. We have, we can understand finally. That's where we let go. Actually, we keep understanding that we can't do anything. That's the self-perception has nothing to do here. Self-perception has no ability to do anything here in this Dhamma path.
Very good.
So the non-self-perception get more and more highlighted when the self-perception gets weaker and weaker. It is simultaneous. This happens like one Saran Wahanse told about the two roads kind of thing. The railway kind of thing. So I'm just giving another example here. Like the non-self perception gets more prominent, and the self perception gets diminished. This has nothing to do. I mean, the power of the non-self perception only will actually that is actually where what happens with avidya getting replaced by prajna, kind of replace. I mean, I'm just telling, it's not like a dhamma fact. I'm just telling, so the more wisdom you have, the less the ignorance. That's what keeps happening. But the answer where what you were trying to ask, you and Lalana, so remember, just because you have felt this doesn't necessarily mean that actual this world changes. Doesn't. Nothing changes. You're back. You might feel that again. Doesn't necessarily matter, but you're back in the normal world. What happens is, the one example I told you, you get 1,000 SMSs per week. I'm just joking. I don't know. I never get 1,000 SMSs. 1,000 SMSs per week. One SMS can be really horrible. Can just make you to really feel it. But once someone has understood Dhamma, it will shock you. But the shocking is not a shock to you, because it is එක දෙයක් වුණා.
And Dr. Kokila, now it is clear to me that I have to explore more, kind of go deeper in this Satyanana part, because when 2 days ago you said thought is actually thought creation, there are 8 components merge, and you mentioned the body, there we have to think about this, not to think about, there naturally arises the 4 aspects of the solidity, liquidity, temperature, and what does that, and the heat, temperature and cool. No, what's it, Miss Surangika?
temperature and air, isn't it?
Yeah,
Why?
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, potato why. So I was shocked at that time because then again Aryan Hanse also explained it in last night sumo some Andolanatmaka Deshana. So it is evident that I have not got it. I mean, I need to listen to it more. Only way to experience whatever that we will be experiencing is to understand this mechanism. That's why it is being explained in numerous ways. So this how the thought is created naturally, gets created, and although we know it as knowledge, this in the mechanism of these resonance vibrations coming together, the merging of sense consciousnesses, all we still need to, like, without any, although we at different levels, I have felt okay, now this is clear to me, this, but when we discuss and when we listen to explanations of people like you, what comes to me every day is we need to still, it is not.
Yeah,
Everyone's
when
unmuted.
you put a lolly to your mouth, apart from the sweet vibration, the original sweet thing, there is the coldness, the temperature, the fluidity, or they are also there. So inside the mouth also we have all these feelings, because so it's really should understand it's not only the tongue we have inside the mouth, isn't it? So we feel all that when you put a lolly inside your mouth. So I couldn't actually tell that bit to Lalna. Lalna has left now, but it's very important. You put a chocolate inside the mouth. Which part is chocolate? Which part is chocolate? Is it the liquidity part or the the sweet taste, or what? Which part is the chocolate here? Which part is the? I mean, is a really good simile. Yes, Rangika.
There was Dr. Kokila and Sudharma and Dharma friends.
Yes.
Sudharma, I think that example.
I got disconnected. Yeah, I got disconnected, I think, Miss Surangika.
Don't worry, I was talking about a lolly in your mouth. You can think about it. Which part is the lolly?
No, actually, that was a good example. Sudharma, you can listen to it on YouTube, but Dr. Kokila said if you put a lolly into your mouth, you can still feel the liquidity, the substance, the buttery nature, the liquidity, all in that lolly in the mouth. And that's actually a very good example. I mean, if you think about it. The melting of the lolly with the saliva is the liquid component, but the solidity.
Finally, Surangika, you can't find the lolly there.
Yeah, exactly. It's actually liquidity. It's actually heat. It all that combined, because heat makes it dissolve, isn't it? And it's just those combination of those senses, the sweetness, the solidity, all of which we've then coined a label called the lolly.
And you have never eaten a lolly in your life, and you have never eaten a chocolate. Because Lalna asked about the chocolate only, it came to my mind just now only, but she has left, so we'll try to tell that next day to her.
Yeah, I wanted to say something about the chocolate, but anyway, before that, Sudharma to Aryan says Andonatmaka Desana, I think the understanding of the Shuddhashtaka was made so clear by Aryan that day. When he talks about the worm all the time, the example of the worm, but that day when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna, so you know how man with the senses have Shuddha.
Yeah, it was so beautiful. Yeah,
there was so much of clarity when he said the worm has Shuddha Tuna. So the Ashtaka, or the 8 components that are felt in one vibration, is because as human beings, we have these 5-6 senses, isn't it? And that's why the body consciousness has the 3 that you mentioned. And then we have the eye consciousness, the ear, because we have the ears, there is the ear consciousness and so on. But all of these sensory perceptions are all felt in one vibration. It's because we have different senses, they are felt, the experiences are different because it is coming through different doors, different ayatana or different doors, and that is why there are 8 that a human being can experience. But if you take the worm has the
No,
body
but
consciousness.
inside only in the form world this magic is there.
Yes, yeah. So the Shuddha Ashtaka itself is also not real. So
Because that in the mind world only you have this Suddhashtaka business, not the business, but the actual thought, like the chocolate. Chocolate is not there in the actual the vibration in the tongue or in the skin.
Yeah. And what Arenvasi was trying to say, the beauty of that Sudharma was that even the worm with just the body conscious, now just imagine we have as humans, all these senses, right? And all these senses, you can get the Shuddhashtaka, 8 experiences through the different senses. The worm, only with the body consciousness, has that sense of coldness and heat and goes in search of the cold earth. But despite just possessing that one sensor again, gets the feeling of existence. And that is the driving force of Satta Itta, the sense of existence. So even the worm, puny as it is, still has that existent feel which keeps it going on in this samsaric cycle in some kind of manifestation of a form.
It is there even in one cell. Like even if you take a bacteria, because usually under the microscope, you can see how vibratory they are. So yeah, even that cell has that vijnana sabha, the consciousness, the vibration. Yeah, it's very interesting.
The other thing I wondered whether maybe it should have been explained to Lalana was there are 2 aspects of it actually. One is the Sotapanna stage is the stage where the external world no longer becomes real. And then that is that stage where the first 3 fetters get dissolved or cease. But still there is Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Aruparaga. So Ruparaga, Aruparaga is the desire for the form and the desire for the formless world. Those fetters still exist until the point of anagami, isn't it? So which means it is only when one realizes the mind, the thought itself is also of no value and substance, that one gets that then there is a release or a liberation from the mind to the point of reaching that one vibration, otherwise known as anagami. So that if there is an experience of still having a craving, that is entirely possible on that path. Because the Kamaraga Patiga, Ruparaga, Kamaraga Patiga is a thing that dissolves, and that is what one discerns through the Asavakka Jnana, the fading of the defilements. But the Ruparaga, Aruparaga is also still there. One can still have, cravings for various things, but it is...
Yeah, but the story keep changing, Surangika here.
Yeah.
Story keep changing because the someone who has actually felt the non-self experience or non-self experience, what actually gets shattered is the
external reality is no longer there.
Yeah, but that's kind of a story. But how I feel it is actually the power to the self perception breaks.
Yeah, that is because the whole sense of that object being real is no longer valid.
Yeah, but yes, true. Because actually, you won't be able to even have this no self experience if you are inside a mind bubble. Then you kind of feel all this. In this one particular experience, you feel all these levels.
Yes, true, Dr. Kokila, but still that craving doesn't immediately vanish, no?
No. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. In that particular experience, the first time, what makes a realization is, oh wow, there's the fish coming out of the water. It's a wow effect, actually. It's kind of wow, there's no self experience too. Like there is no self experience. That's just the wow effect in there. I mean, I don't know whether I should tell that in that
I
way,
think
but
that's quite true what you said. But I think what Lalana was trying to figure out was
in Lalana's question, there is a question in the question, because that question doesn't happen if someone has the no self perception. So what I'm trying to say here is the most important aspect is no one is going to get the no self perception, at least for a fraction of a second, if you keep thinking about this. So at one point you should give up. One particular level, you should have the confidence to give up thinking about this. Then only this will come up. That's the message to everyone, kind of. Whether it's Sudharma or Lalana or whoever, it is the message is because no self-perception is very deep. Like it should be like one arrow going in depth to the perception, isn't it? Like the stimuli.
Yes, so you're
the
talking
cornermost.
Yeah.
So to do that, someone should actually understand them Dhamma and not have much like no value. Like Sudharma was telling that day, like no value at all. You just go out and come back. You don't feel anything. But at that particular thing, if she had the idea of the form world and the non-form world also, there is a chance, because that she's in such a state that the outside doesn't matter. Then if you actually like signaling, it's like vidagina, like
penetrating
the
side,
penetrative thing.
Inside.
Penetration could have happened just but the penetration doesn't happen if the person is actually outside. So this someone going in this path should come to the inner level, and one particular moment should come out of the mind too. That's where the no self perception arises. That's the difficult part, I think, because to come out of the kind of the mind bubble we talk about.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. Mr. Rangika, තෙරුවන් සරණයි to both of you. Yeah, I'm asking from both of you. Naturally, I'm a daydreamer. That was a weakness.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
Yeah, those days. Yeah. So now, actually, after listening to Dhamma, I feel that the time that I spend in mind is getting less and less, and from the
that's the 100% thing to do. Then the feel will come, because everyone's problem is the feel.
That's it.
The daydreaming, the thinking, everything actually doesn't help. You can think, it doesn't matter if you are like
Dr. Kokila,
but like just randomly thinking is not good.
No, I was telling it's a real weakness of my personality. Those days also, it actually daydreaming is very bad. No, it affects day-to-day work also. So thanks to Dhamma.
What do you actually mean by daydreaming? Are you like imagining things?
yeah, imagining things and getting carried away by thoughts and
That's just a
that, yeah,
common
being
trait.
yeah,
Lots of people have that.
yeah, those days it was like that. And so understanding this, I mean, day to day normal, this is very, I mean, easy for thing. It makes even day to day life easy for getting the path of Dhamma. This day to day life becomes easy when we understand the real nature of the thought creation and all this, I mean, mechanism and etc. So everyday your explanations uh, brings about changes naturally, brings about changes. I don't say I'm understanding or I'm realizing or whatever. Thanks to all of you, Thiruvan Saranai, things, I mean, little by little things happen. That's self-evident.
Yeah, when you went out, when you touch the broken shoe outside of your house on the road,
yes,
if that form world wasn't there, you could have actually, when you touch it, you could have had that. If your mind, the form world wasn't there in the kind of the bubble where this is the broken shoe. So the it's very difficult to explain because it's a perception world that you penetrate. It's just a penetration only. It's very difficult to
it
say.
was like Dr. Kokila,
No,
original experience of
your
the
original experience
sense.
was different. You just went on like you didn't feel anything. So that's different thing. What I'm trying
Yeah,
to say is when you touch the broken shoe, the touch
yes.
itself has no mind consciousness. So it's very a good chance to penetrate. That's why the Aranwansa is using this walking meditation as well, because the body sensations it has no mind consciousness part. Doesn't need it all the time. You can, if the broken shoe is there, mind consciousness is there, but it actually in the touch it is not there.
Got it. No, broken shoe was there. Now I saw the broken shoe. No, the only thing was the
No, seeing
pain
is
or
different. Seeing is different. Okay, now you have to
Yeah, see,
understand this properly.
it's true.
Seeing,
Yeah.
then seeing, you have to become the shoe. Seeing, it's different. Touching, then you have to become the kind of the touch. Then the subjective objective thing get broken if you become the thing.
Two sides, duality. Yeah, duality was not there. And
No.
still,
I'm telling
No.
something else. I'm telling something else. I'm telling about touch itself that will go, but it's something to feel. And we shouldn't talk about it.
yeah, I can't catch what it is, Dr. Kokila.
So touch,
Only
only
thing,
touch. If you take only
burningness.
touch,
Yeah.
the consciousness to become the Anidasana consciousness. That's the difference I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think it's a bit difficult to understand when one doesn't experience it. Sudama, what is trying to be said is that now always the experience that we have is we see something relative to I seeing it. We hear something and relative to me hearing it, right? And then when you touch something, it is you who is touching it. So that experience is that the touch is there without the eye component. The hearing is there without the eye component. It is that basic sense level at the point almost like the baby radiant mind stage where I suppose, I don't know.
Yeah. In that, if you feel that, you know that 100% you know that because it's completely different because it's out of mind. Then in that, wait, in that, I'm telling this to Suranka, in that, if you have practiced the third one so well, you will definitely lose that the self perception.
Yeah, you can recognize that very distinctly.
Yeah, you will lose the self-perception in that particular moment. That's the maximum I can say.
The point to come to, sorry, to come to
Sorry,
Ladana.
Sudharma, I don't know what Sudharma was going to tell.
No, it's okay, Dr. Kokila. No, I was trying to ask at that point if it was only seeing the burning was zero, there was no burning.
Yeah, but you
Does
didn't
it
become
mean
anything. You didn't become anything.
No.
So if you become the flower, yeah, that's fine. Then seeing part is like different. Touch part is different. Hearing part is different. It's completely different.
Got it. That's what Aryan Mahase always say. Chaya and you, there are no two things. You are the chaya. You are the flower. You are the whatever you see or hear, you become that. That's the original sensory experience that
Yeah,
you
but
are
in
talking
normal life, it doesn't happen. The Arahant again living the normal life, okay? The experience is different. The normal life is different.
Yeah, that part I also had a slight confusion, Dr. Kokila, because that becoming that doesn't happen all the time. It's such a rare
No.
Yeah.
There are eight chittas to go, but that doesn't necessarily mean anything, because actually becoming that is after death.
But occasionally there can be an experience, but not all the time. No? That is the thing. Yeah.
No, 8 chittas.
What is 8 chittas?
Marga chitta and pala chitta.
Those things, the 4, 8 there, that way. Okay.
Yeah.
Dr. Kokila, I searched about that and what I found for those chittas were part consciousnesses and fruition consciousnesses.
I don't know about the words, but anyway, it's useless to talk about them too, because this is the more you feel things, you will feel this, because we have talked about these things so much. We know what to feel also. Now we have to let it go. Then only this will come. Do you understand? That's the message to both of you.
Yes.
What is the message? Can you repeat that, Surangika?
Let go. Sorry, I didn't get it. Let go of.
Let it happen. Don't think. Let things happen.
Yeah.
Don't
I just
think.
wanted to highlight it. That's why I asked you to just tell that again, because we keep forgetting that, because the form world is very difficult. Penetrate the form world, you have to let go, even Dhamma. Because the Dhamma is in the form world.
I suppose all these days also Advanced has been explaining
Same
that
thing. Same thing.
If there is a feeling of nothing becoming a thing, then go with that without trying to overanalyze or analyze even, because that is going back to the mind.
Yeah.
But what I was trying to say, going back to Lalana's question, was that despite that experience for a moment, there is still that Kamaraga Ruparaga thing. Ruparaga Aruparaga thing, which means that
I intervene again, because what I'm trying to say is, if someone has if someone is understanding this, going by the feel, the feelings are different. What you feel is different, so you don't feel the outside, like she said, like you like Suranka might say, I went through the whole lot of problems in the office and I didn't feel anything, like something like that. Yeah, it's what you feel, that's the most important thing. And then in the Kamaraga Patika, you will feel the thing, but you don't get any problem with that. What you keep understanding about is what your weaknesses are. that's where we keep understanding what is the karmasthana, what is actually happening, because everything will not affect you anymore. There will be one or two then. The whole day you will feel one or two, and then you have to you might have to go back and just analyze that. So you might, so for about, imagine for 30 days you didn't feel anything, but still the problem I am trying to tell is no one will know that you are in the form world until you have felt the liberation from the form world. So the misunderstandings are more. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? So as long as you are in the form world or in the mind, just take it as not the form world, just the mind. As long as you are in the mind, you are going to get stuck. That's where a lot of us are stuck, because Dhamma is not going to expand further, because you get stuck in the form world. That's where Aranwansi is repeatedly saying, "No, Parva, then it's enough. Just calm down. Just take it easy." You know, that's where he's trying to say that, because penetration of the form world is not going to happen, because we don't really worry about the Kamaraga Patika, because but to actually come out of that, the form world should be understood or felt. So you can't do that unless you have felt it before in that one particular stimuli. That's how Venerable Ananda is aware that what will happen or what is going to happen, isn't it?
Yeah, I think we've run out of time, but maybe we can pick it up again tomorrow, Dr. Kokila, because I think there's a few more things to clarify at that point. But we've run out of time actually now.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. Terawan Sanai, Aranwansi, Namaskara Vema, Worship Aranwansi, and thank you, Shani, for starting the discussion, and Mr. Bernard for organizing the discussion. And we'll continue the discussion tomorrow. Terawan Sanai, everyone.
Terawan Sanai, Dr.
Terawan Saranai, Dr.
Namaskar.
Namaskara Deva, Terawan Saranai to all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sana Aryan Mahansa, Therwan Sana everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 1, page number 63. Meaning Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir, there should not be any connection with the action, but the action will happen on its own. Aryan Mahanse, a lot of things will happen. You will hear sounds. You will see things. Everything will happen. You will also laugh. You will also speak. Everything will happen with mindfulness. You should not generate more thoughts. Just let it go. Nihinin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, if your thoughts don't disturb you, if it does not bother you, then the feeling of self is much less. If you are not affected by what is happening around you, that state is known as akupremeya cheto vimuktiya. When you are not at all affected by your thoughts, and you have realized that there is nothing as good and bad, all these are only thoughts, that is the moment of awakening. You have realized the pure truth, the true nature of this illusion. This is the moment when you truly realized the illusion of the outside world and the illusion of the inside, the me concept. You don't get affected by thoughts. You have gone beyond the illusory nature of the mind. This moment is called Kriya Sita. Then this state of Kriya Sita, Prabhasvara Sita, and this moment you carry on doing an action without thoughts brings about the moment of awakening to the pure truth. Prabhasvara Sita means a pure mind without any trace of anger, jealousy, aversion, etc. No traces of taints or defilements. A newborn baby has a Prabhasvara Sita. Mihinin Mahanse, I understand, Honorable Sir. Aran Mahanse, so then, when you listen to sermons about Mohatata Avadiya or awakening to the moment, you should understand the difference between sihiya, awareness, and thoughts. Awareness is when you don't accept what is outside and what you feel as inside, or the me concept. You see the truth about thoughts, that thoughts too are a lie. When you are aware about the illusory nature of the thoughts, then you won't react towards the thoughts. When you see something, it is only seeing. There is nobody who sees it, neither is there anything to see. No more generation of more thoughts. Nor should you contemplate on thoughts. Mihinin Mahanse, yes, Honorable Sir. Aryan Mahanse, an amazing story about the mind has come to surface, has it not? All this time we have falsely believed that a self existed. When you realize the true nature of things, you feel very pure, like a flower that is in bloom. You feel like the whole world opens up to you. You feel like your mind overflows without any blockages. You don't feel restricted to this body. Where am I? I am nowhere to be found. Now you experience the Buddha Swabhavaya. Buddha Swabhavaya means that there are no thoughts at this point of awakening to the moment. Where there are no thoughts, you have the most precious Buddha Swabhavaya. There are no feelings here. There is no feeling of pleasure or pain at this point. The Arahant, who has reached the fourth supramundane stage of the spiritual path, does not have any desires. Arahant is a state of awareness where there is no person. The Buddha is also not a person or a human being. That non-existence and nothingness is the Buddha state. Within the Buddha state, a person cannot exist, and you cannot draw a picture or mold a statue because there is no person or shape. Nehining Manse, yes, Honorable Sir, Sadhu, Sadhu, Sadhu. Aran Mahanse, Devadatta, an enemy of the Buddha, saw the Buddha as a person. He tried to kill the Buddha so he could become the Buddha. He did not understand that the eradication of all defilements, taints, such as excess greed, ill will, delusion, and anger, brings about the state of the Buddha. The Buddha is not a person. Therun Sanai, everybody.
I just joined. Did we start did Shani read the discussion? Sorry, I just joined.
Therun Sanai, Dr. Kokila. Yes, I have indeed.
You have read it. Could you please
Yes.
like kind of give me some part of it, like
So it's a continuation of the previous discussion with Aryan Mahanse and that Mihinin Mahanse.
yeah.
Yes, and it was like continuing explaining about these thoughts and kriyasita.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, and it ended with the state, the Buddha state.
Okay.
Yes,
So is the discussion actually over or is still continuing?
still continuing.
Right. Yeah, actually, so we will recapitulate everything and until our all Dhamma friends join, we'll continue to talk about Dhamma. And specifically, it's about the Kriyasita or the, what is the English word, Jani, that is used for Kriyasita in the book? What was the word that is used for that?
It mentioned as Kriyasita.
So there was no English word for that.
Yes.
It's okay. So so actually, so we talk about this, you know, when there's the whole, when we talk about a stimulus, because we can't talk anything other than without taking a stimulus without talking about a stimulus, we can't talk about anything else. We can't, because we have five senses and the five senses keep working, and with one so the five senses, one would fire at one particular time. When one fires, it will definitely, in the baby in the cot, it will be just those fast vibrations in the eye, or fast vibrations of the skin, or fast vibrations of the ear, or the nose, or the tongue. But with the development of mind, where this natural phenomena of vibrations happening at the same time, so they kind of co-vibrate at the same time, a new vibration. It's very nice to understand this with a song. Actually, when you take a song, there's so many noises there. One time it's a piano, one time it's a violin, one time it's a drum. Kind of, there are so many, but when we kind of take the outcome, it will be a new music, new note, kind of new outcome. So likewise, when the sensory organs vibrate at the same time, they will vibrate simultaneously, and then it will give rise to a new understanding. That understanding will have a new perception. That's the important thing. So the new perception is, the red light in the traffic lights. In the traffic lights, the red light have a different perception. And in a machine, when the red light is firing, we know the machine is faulty. And in an there are so many types of markers in the vehicle, where there would be like a red marker coming up with some kind of sign saying there's a fault. Kind of this red light has been included in life with different perceptions, but if it is in the traffic light, it is taken as a stop sign, kind of stop. So, and the green light in the different scenarios would be giving you different perception, but in the road it will be the okay to go kind of thing. So likewise, this self perception or or before going to self-perception, we'll talk about the mind perception or mind consciousness. So the thought that new vibration which formed with the with these five senses vibrating together, it happened to be a new vibration, and it vibrates as with an autonomy, like it vibrates on its own. It starts to vibrate on its own. So then we call it, I remembered something, or it's a thought. So likewise, so this consciousness, which is very important to understand in Dhamma, where when we understand the mind, when we understand how the light happens, that we are actually understanding how the Rupana is, kind of how this happens, how the light is produced, how the sound is produced, how the thoughts are produced. But the consciousness means fast occurrence of the any of these vibrations. So we know that to even see the light, we have to have like a very fast vibration in the eye. There are specific cells for that. So these very rapid vibrations make is the only phenomena that we say we can see. And the same thing with the eardrum. So when we talk about these vibrations, when these happen so fast, we feel it as existent, because then there is always ground, or the ground for any mind, or ground for actually even with the animals who don't have much mind, still the self-perception is there. So imagine we always take a Gadavila, or for an example, we take always this a worm, basic worm. When we say that, we can understand that there's nothing much, no kind of a great mind, because all that worm can feel is the coldness and the muddy feeling. But even though we are the ones who are talking about coldness and muddy feeling in our mind, but actually what that animal feels is just a vibration. It's very important to understand this vibration part. It's just that they feel comfortable with that. When the skin is covered with watery mud, there is comfortable, some kind of comfortable feeling. So then when that mud layer is removed, the worm will actually try to go through the mud and go back to the mud layer again. So we can understand that there is a level of living, kind of the feel of living there, isn't it? So as everyone who is not listening to Dhamma, or like has never listened to Dhamma, they feel that every consciousnse, or the eye consciousness, or ear consciousness, or body consciousness, or the mind consciousness, or we feel everything about these thoughts. We take it, we actually feel it as we are feeling it. That is where the ignorance is. So when ignorance is there, when we take it as we feel it, without any knowledge, even the worm does it and we do it, and then when it comes to the mind, it is manifested more than that. So when someone understands Dhamma, what happens is the actual worm can't understand this, but the actual the human with a great mind, who has a very great mind, where the thinking ability or kind of putting these things together, there's a massive ability that this kind of species have, human species have. With that ability, we can understand that there had been some process. There had been a process, and this process work, this consciousness work without anyone. Actually, it is not done by me, it is not done by anyone else. That's what one Venerable told in Buddha's time. So then how does it arise? It arises because of the rapid vibration. So no one is the fault. But the problem is when there is telepathization of a vibration to one particular form, like one particular being, with whatever the organ system, then that organ system, the manifestations begin to mature, and the sense of existence becomes very stronger. Every stimuli confirms the existence field. So this circle will be getting confirmed every time we do whatever. So with the mind, our actually this original vibration which happened to the human fetus actually can get very worse as well. With the vibration can get much like higher, leading to lower realms, because there is kind of building up of defilements, because everything is real. Then we get the idea that it is me who is listening, it is me who is seeing, it is me who is feeling, and on top of that there is a massive problem where it is me who is thinking. So no one even likes to think that what I think is wrong. Every time we feel that what I think is correct, what I think is true to myself. So, if someone actually understands this mechanism of consciousness, we understand that there is no doer, there is no actual person. So what happens is this, when we talk about experience, we talk about it, but this can't be brought about by thinking about it, because at one particular point the actual the mind should subside. The power of the mind should not be there for you to directly feel the vibration of any other sensory organs. And then if you feel that, you definitely know that that vibration has nothing to do with the self. That's already carved into the system with the Dham. So then you don't telepathy with the self vibration there, because self vibration happens only when the consciousness is true, whether it's a mind consciousness, whether it's a light consciousness or the eye consciousness, there's the body consciousness or the sound consciousness, whatsoever, whatever the consciousness is, if you feel that it has existence, the feel of existence is there. But at one particular moment, if you feel there's definitely you have to turn the whole thing, because it will turn with the practice, that
this vibration has nothing to do with anyone, but just a vibration of the sensory organ. And the one particular point, you will cease to feel the subjective objective phenomena. You will cease to feel only the very very low level of stimulus, whether it's a sound or whether it's the light whatsoever, or the body vibration. So it is very beautiful to understand this. It's an experience where we can't even describe it, but you need to understand the phenomena. That is why Aranwanse has brought about these 4 steps. If you don't practice this, you will fail to appreciate that when it happens. And it won't happen also because with Dhamma, whatever you understand should keep happening. But it's very random, very random. So how you can, if you want to do something about it, you can just keep understanding the truth. That's all you can do. And keep practicing as Aranwanse has advised us to do, where we kind of practice that outside is actually a perception in the mind, and the mind perception is not true. So if there is a sound, it is, automatically it comes as the crow's sound or bird sound. But we definitely know that there's nothing like that. Then automatically you might feel the ear vibration, and definitely you already know that it is the function of the ear. Same with the walking meditation. If you feel we can't force into any situation, because you can hear things when you're walking, you can see things if you're walking, you can feel mostly you can feel the feet, the soul, you can feel the soul. But if you actually feel it as the soul of your feet, you are still in the mind bubble. But then if you actually realize that not actually realize, but if you feel that it is, the mind is not a thing, you might directly feel the organ, the sensory organ of the skin. And as definitely as we discuss, if we can turn it, in the sense it is turned, because we are practicing this now. We're practicing day by day. We practice that any vibration we feel, any consciousness we feel, is the function of the. That's the third one. It's a function of the organ only. Whatever you feel, it is the organ function only. Whether it's the eye, whether it's the ear, whether it's the tongue, whether it's the smell, or whether it's the body, the skin. You can't actually taste or feel or actually entertain the vibration. What you actually entertain is pineapple. You can't entertain waterfall. You just entertain the vision. You can't entertain fur of your cat or dog, even though we feel like we are doing it. So this kind of the the attachment we feel to things is there when you have a thought attached to it. You can't really hate just sound. You can hate it when you feel like, oh, he's shouting again. Oh, here comes this one is lying again, or something like that. Then it's always in the mind bubble. You can't entertain without the mind bubble. So but still they in the like the worm, or as we talked, even in that level there is a slight, very subtle feeling of existence. Even though the liking part is not there, still there is liking towards the formless. What is that? So you want to feel something. It doesn't matter what it is. You just want to feel. When you say aruparaga, it is like you want to feel something. It doesn't necessarily mean what it is. So you will be looking forward to feel, because there's no kind of thought attached to it. You actually don't have anything specifically to say that I like what lapang or I like pineapple. But now you have something to feel. So you have a liking to feel, wanting to feel. Is very specific and very subtle. The wanting to feel. In the mind world, when you are in the actual karma, what is it called? I forgot the word. The karma loka.
Sensual world.
Yeah, the sensual world. We need to touch things to feel it. I have to hug my child. I have to call my friend and talk to the friend because it's my friend. Or I have to marry someone because I want to be close to that person. Or you want to do something because you feel like you have to do that because of that person. Whether it's the teacher, whether it's the parent, whatever. So when you are in the sensual world, the whole thing is you need to actually do something to find them, touch them, feel them, see them. You do a lot of things because you feel that person is out there. That thing is out there in the outside. I'm here. I have to go to, if you talk about in Sri Lanka, if you want to see someone specifically, you have to go to Colombo and see it because the person is in Colombo. So you need to go to Colombo to see the person. Likewise, there's always something to do because you want to do something, or because the person is or thing is in the outside. But when you understand that everything is actually a perception, you still do things because you have to take the kids to the school. Yeah, you take the kids to the school. That doesn't matter. But you don't feel it as real. You keep doing things, but you don't take it as real. Then the actual what happens to the mind the self vibration, it actually keep dropping because there's no abhisankarana or the propelling effect anymore. You don't need to kamaraga. Kamaraga means you like actual things. In that it's kind of you like persons, you like food, you like incense sticks, or you like the samampichama, or whatever the flower, this rose, you like the what kotu, whatever. So it has to have some kind of measuring effect because it's out there. But when you come to the form world, it's actually maintaining the mind. You maintain kind of the mind. It's not, you're not doing it thinking, but you just kind of maintain that, the mind. You like the mind. The mind bubble is very strong because all the perceptions are still valuable. So the mind bubble is valuable. So you like forms, kind of you want forms in the sense you actually still have the potential for having a kind of a bigger vibration still because you're still in the mind world. So the mind world means you still have the potential to be born in a realm. It can't be that bad as the sensual world realm, but still there is a birth. Even with the, when you come to the feel level, the desire to feel something, it doesn't necessarily mean anything, but desire. You have the, you would like to feel, feeling, next one, like that. It doesn't necessarily mean anything like patlapang or pineapple or flower or, you know, a garden or son, daughter, husband, wife, your teacher, whatever. Doesn't necessarily matter, but then you like, you would have a desire to feel. So desire for the mind is quite different to desire to feel. But then because someone has started this path with the understanding that we were talking about before, we kind of now has practiced so much, you would come to a point where you will feel the non-vibration. But then when you feel the non-vibration, the most important factor or vibrating with the Buddha's vibration is the main importance is you understand that particular moment, because you don't feel as existing, you feel directly that you kind of, you don't need any evidence now, because you know that there was nobody when the stimuli is not taken as real. It can be in the feel level, it can be in the form level, it can be in the sensual level. If the sensual level is there, both form and formless are there. If someone has understood that the sensual world is actually just a perception, you might actually feel much happier, much calmer, and you know that what you are dealing. If you are hitting someone, you are actually hitting your own perception. How funny is that? If you are actually blaming someone, you are blaming yourself, because you're actually blaming a perception. So who is blaming who? Who is shouting at who? Who is killing who? It's really tricky, isn't it? You try to kill a rabbit. Can we eat a rabbit? We can't really kill a rabbit. But then we are actually trying to do something to something outside. But then we don't understand. We are trying to actually, like, without our, like, due to the ignorance, we think that we are actually doing something, yes, that can harm something, yes. But the dilemma is that you're actually bringing upon a bad vibration due to the trying to, you're just fighting with your own perceptions. When we understand this, we just give up.
What's the use of that? If you're so imagine you have to lie. It's very difficult to lie now because it is kind of who are you lying to? Because you know that there's no one outside. Then you're actually lying to yourself. Likewise. So when we keep understanding how funny this world is, the world of thoughts as well as the world of the field. Even the field is funny because it's just the function of the eyes or the any sensory organ. So it's very important to keep understanding this. I think some Dhamma friends have joined, so it's really good if you can join in. So I also joined a bit later. Shani has finished reading the thing. I'm very sorry about that, but I just started the discussion with the Kriyasita and the telepathizing to non-self vibration. Yes, Sudham.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila. Yes, I can talk about what I have experienced in this path. So, as you said, Dr. Kokila, Kriyas with or the functional mind, actually, we personally, I had a time with trying to understand how the occurrence of thoughts and how to get rid of
Well, if
this.
you're telling you try to understand,
Yeah,
you have to be very careful. It is not anything that you can understand.
that's
It
true.
has
Yeah,
to be felt. You can't really
yeah,
understand this. And
yes.
when you feel it, you feel it. If you don't feel it, you are just thinking about it. And it's okay to think, but it's okay to think. But this functional mind is nothing that we can produce by thinking, because we have to actually win that layer, the thinking layer, to feel that. So it is something which should be felt, not thought about. Just wanted to add something there. Sorry.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Kokila. I was referring to understanding the mind and how thoughts occurred, because earlier when we were involving in concentration meditation, we were really disturbed by thoughts, like when we were like focusing on the edge of the nose or upper lip, and the moment another thought occurs, we like felt very guilty. I felt very guilty, thinking, okay, it's my problem. This thought occurs, now I have failed to concentrate on this, to maintain this one pointed uh, concentration. So we were really disturbed, and because that was the only path open for us, because we were strictly asked to follow concentration meditation, then next thing will happen. So you will realize that was the advice at that time. And then when this beautiful knowledge came, that when we came to know there's no one, but occurrence of thoughts itself is nature. It's a natural phenomena. Like it was for everybody, I think, who follows this Dhamma. This this freed us from lot of trouble, lot of stress, lot of tension we had, because meditation we did under tension in a way, because we had to be seated in a certain position and to control our mind. The person was very strict with the mind and got really disturbed when thoughts occurred. But when we understood this mechanism, actually I referred to initially as action mind. I'm sorry, I was trying to tell this, understanding this mechanism and the mind consciousness, how the thought occurred as a natural phenomenon. It released us from that burden, and with this Dhamma, actually, when Aryan Wahanse said, you can't do anything, let it happen. Other than you have to know the mechanism, then not to rush, not to make effort unnecessarily, like because as Buddha himself has said, one should look for Dhamma as someone who has got like who has caught fire uh, in head, like we have heard such a thing. So that is true. We have to look for it, run here and there, until we find the true Buddha word, true Dhamma. So the moment we heard it, we felt that everybody, whoever speaks in the Zoom discussion, say in the first sermon itself, I came to know that this is the true Buddhism. So 101, so many thousands of uh, disciples or meditators of Buddothpada, they say so. So it's in the same way it applied to me as well. We felt it, and from that moment onwards, on the very first day when we heard this sermon about the sensory organs, and it is a natural phenomenon, we felt because we were trying to control the mind. Sometimes very bad, really bad thoughts, we at this age never want to think us, but certain stuff, honestly speaking, they occurred in the mind, and so we all the time we felt guilty. Why is this? Why is this? Why is it? But when we know that they are the just like if our eyes are functioning properly, we cannot, no one, because there is no self anyway, uh, we cannot prevent seeing stuff, things however vibrate, and that natural phenomenon occurs, this resonance. And if the eye is functioning well, if certain telling vibrations are around, we cannot prevent hearing. The body consciousness, it's the same. Smelling, it's the same. So same phenomenon is applicable to the mind also. So with this burden we had regarding the thought occurrence, this feeling guilty and trying to control, wondering why this is, all thoughts, we got liberated from them. And then the more when we go in deeper and deeper, trying actually basically everyday revealing experiences of ours whatsoever, that we we could like analyze, or we could see through them, I should say, not analyze, with the everyday incidents that we could see through them. We used to then and there join the Zoom discussions and reveal it to you all. And Aryan Mahanse then and there, he actually um, opened our eyes, pointed out, this is not the way, this is not the way. So actually, Dr. Kokila, until very recent, when once actually you said, then why do you forget the self part? You are trying to really liberate from the external, but you never talk about the self and that adding value to that. this, then it is incomplete. So you open my eyes on that day, and from there onwards, this actually I know, although there is no person, it was actually next level after that, because the say how the presence of the self vibration and the attributing value in the thought and all got cleared. And now I have experienced recently uh, how actually I can confidently say it's a nirvana experience for a moment I had, because I faced some incident, something I can exactly share it with you as well. Early in the morning when I opened the door, I found that one of my shoes was missing. I know it was expensive, cannot buy it here, and one of my favorite, and it's gone. And then actually I perceived it, and I didn't contemplate even. I saw that it's missing, and at the same time I saw the
Good morning, everybody. Hello, sir. Hello, sir. My friend. Let's start our morning Dhamma discourse. So, let us begin with something very simple. Every moment, something is happening. A sound is, a sight is seen, a sensation is felt. But what we experience is not just that. We experience what it means. Let us take a simple example. Someone says a sentence. So that event is simple. A sound vibration. But what do we experience? Words, tone, meaning. This was kind. This was rude. This was disrespectful. And that meaning changes everything. But if we take that sound, it is just a sound. That meaning is not in that sound. Now let us look carefully. Was the meaning inside the sound? Or was it added by the mind? Sound itself is just a vibration. Meaning is something the mind creates. This happens instantly, so fast that we don't notice it. We think we are reacting to the reality, but actually we are reacting our own mind, our, our own mind creates. It's not how. Let's say there's this same, there's these two people hear the same is different to one another. So we don't live in the same world. We, that's also we are thinking we are living in the same world. We are not. This is very important. We think we all live in the same world. It's just another thought. But actually, each person lives in a world of meanings, different meanings, different interpretations, thoughts. This meaning, it comes from the thought. Thought is something we learned before, past. It comes from what we were taught, from what we experienced, from what we remember. If someone had a painful experience with criticism, then even a small comment feels strong. Another person may not react at all. The mind does not like neutrality. It wants to label everything. It keeps working. It wants to work non-stop. It doesn't want to rest. Good, bad, safe, dangerous, important, unimportant. It always constantly labeling, create meanings. Over the time, this becomes automatic. This meaning becomes automatic. We don't choose meaning. It appears instantly, like naturally. Well, actually, it's useful. It helps to function. But when we don't see that it is created, we believe it as the absolute truth, as the reality itself. That's the ignorance. That's the there we go. Now we come to something deep. Let us see this clearly. So let's take an event. An event happens. That alone is not suffering, but the meaning, but that mind is, or the thought that comes after it creates this pain. So when the mind, it's this thought of this is bad, this should not happen, this affects me, Now the suffering begins. Example, let's take rain. Rain falls. One person feels peaceful while another feels frustrated. But the thing is, rain is the same thing. It didn't change. It's the same thing. But each person, the way they interpret it is different. This meaning, this thought, it doesn't stay like that. It creates emotions. Like positive means pleasure, negative means pain. These thoughts. So emotion follows these thoughts, whether it's happy or sad. So when something happens, we can pause and notice, not think, but notice the thought, the meaning, that interpretation that appears. When it is not taken as reality, as is absolute truth. It is seen as just a mental construction, a formation, a thought, not from the outside, not the reality. It's just construct in our mind consciousness, and that also different from each person to person. When meaning softens, experience becomes lighter, more open, less fixed, less suffering. I don't are the ones that turn. But at some point, a shift happens. The mind starts to label. When the mind says this is a problem or interprets it in its way, and then from that onwards, everything changes. Let us look closely. An event happens, a basic simple sense event. Suddenly, a thought elevates. It interprets what it is, and then another thought arises. It's simple. It should not be like this. Resist. Very light. You are waiting for something, and it is delayed. That's a thought. Now there is this waiting. This late is a thought. And then the mind says, this is wasted time. This should not happen. More thoughts generate. Now the first frustration appears. But that first frustration was not in the waiting. It came from the mind, from the thought. It's not from the outside. It's the mind that creates those thoughts. And we are suffering because of our own mind. The mind has a strong habit. It wants things to go a certain way. It creates expectations, plans, preferences. And when the reality is different, it reacts, it suffers, always pays this suffering. This gap between what is actually happening and what mind is interpreting, creating, what thought is really saying, is where the suffering is. Small difference, small discomfort, large difference, strong suffering. Everything is created by this mind consciousness, by these thoughts. Our mind wants something repeated. It wants something. It wants to continue. So once something becomes a problem, the mind immediately tries to fix it. More thoughts. It searches, it analyzes, it worries. But often this adds more thinking, which means the mind is continuously working. More thoughts, more powers. So there's no clarity there. There's no peacefulness. There's no calmness there. It's a suffering itself. Instead of experiencing the moment, the mind lives in thoughts, whether it's future or past. Thoughts. What if? Why did this happen? What should I do? It creates more tension, more anxiety. One problem leads to another, then another, until the mind feels overwhelmed. But if we trace it back, it began with one simple contact that also a vibration. Let's say anyway, that interprets and after another. This is not right. So if we those thoughts clearly, this process start to weaken. If we could see it, those thoughts, those interpretations didn't come from the outside, but we interpreted it, mind did. Thoughts, then we can weaken this process. The situation may still be there, but this psychological burden, it reduces. The suffering, it reduces. Because the problem is not being built. This does not mean we become passive. We still act, we need it. But internally, there is this less resistance, less suffering. We can respond to situations without creating this suffering inside. We do everything we usually do, what a normal person do, but there is no suffering, no burden, fire inside us. Without this unnecessary thinking, it's like we are calm now, relaxed. Because most people, what people do is when something happens, they start to create more thoughts and thoughts, and then they start to suffer it inside their head. not from outside, but inside, from their own thoughts. Now they don't solve the problem, but they're stuck suffering. But if we see the thoughts, they are construct. We don't suffer for them. We just try to solve what's out there, the problem. When the mind stops turning everything into a problem, this life becomes lighter, simpler, and more direct. We face problems, we solve problems, but there is no suffering. There's this calmness, peacefulness there. Right now, you can notice something small, a sound, maybe a sensation, maybe a vision. Is it a problem, or is it just happening? This shift is very subtle. From this is a problem to this is just happening, occurring. That small change removes a lot of weight. Interesting. Not in love, but even without me noticing. From the out, so let's take an example. The sound appears. Recognize these thoughts appears. Comments and this feeling appears. But also when a thought appears, the mind so this experience, this simple sense of contact is never left alone. Mind always follows it, creates more thoughts. We can't even stop it because that's what we did for this so long. So it happens. Anyways, there is no owner. There's no self. Mind was without an owner. Then why we are suffering for something that there is no owner? A sound appears. Normally we think, what is that? Where is it coming? But no, just hearing. No naming, no searching. Just the sound as it is. We do same with the thought also. When a thought appears, normally we follow it, but this time, let's just see it. Let it appear and disappear without touching it. A feeling appears, maybe discomfort. Normally we resist, try to change it, but now just feel it without calling it a problem. When we don't interfere, something becomes very clear. Everything is already moving on its own. A sound comes and goes, a thought comes and goes, a sensation changes. Nothing needs to be helped. We often feel, I must fix this, I must stop this. But if we observe carefully, everything ends like the way they appeared, naturally. The struggle, the effort was added by this mind, by this interference, not by the experience. So when this interference is reduced, the mind becomes quiet, not forced, not controlled, just naturally, just powerful and calm and peaceful. This silence is not also something that has been created. It is not something we produce, it appears. When the truth is understood, when the illusion is experienced as the illusion, then there is this understanding that while we are suffering for an illusion, then this unnecessary movement automatically stops when you deeply understand this thought. Without this interference, experience feels like less complicated. We don't need to push away discomfort. We don't need to hold on to everything is allowed. Everything moves like how they appear, same way they disappear. There is a kind of trust here that the experience is moving, change, without needing a constant control. So for right now, what we can do is we can notice something small, maybe a sound vibration. Let it be. Maybe a thought. Let it pass. A sensation. Let it move. If we look upward, we will notice this mind is always doing two things. It tries to hold on and push away. So it tries to hold on what is pleasant, like I want this to say, and push what feels unpleasant. I don't want this. It is very constant, very stuck, but always there. Whether it's a pleasant or unpleasant, you can see it is a suffering again. All this holding and pushing, this tension is created. Even in small moments, even in these simple situations, because our senses, they don't stay still. Our thoughts, they don't stay still. Everything is changing. Their vibrations. A sound changes, a feeling changes, thought changes. Everything is moving. Nothing stays as we know. But the mind resists this move. It tries to hold what is present. It tries to remove what is present. And that struggle is what we feel as well. So what if we don't hold or push too much? Just for a moment, no holding, no pushing. The sound comes, let it come, and let it go. Thought appears, let it in. A feeling, a sensation arises, let it. No need to interfere, no need to control anything, just alone. When I stop holding and pushing, something becomes lighter, less tight, less heavy. Every experience, every sense of contact flows more freely, like water. Nothing gets stuck. When we don't hold, nothing sticks. When we don't resist, nothing feels. Everything moves through. Most of our suffering is accumulation, unfinished reactions, resistance. But when everything is allowed to pass, nothing accumulates. What emanates then? A kind of openness. Very simple, still, calm, not created, just uncovered. Right now, without holding, without pushing, this moment is already gone. Nothing is missing. Right now, a thought may appear at any moment, but just before it appears, there's this small place, very quiet, very still. You usually don't notice it because thoughts come, but one after another. But now, a gentle note, thought ends, and before the next one begins, there is a gap. There is no story, no identity, no problem, just a simple awareness there. Nothing is happening, no past, no future, no me, no time, and yet It is not empty in a negative way, it is peaceful, open. Thoughts come and go, thoughts appears and disappears. And mind also appears. But now we know that thought is not continuous. It appears and disappears. There's no need to stop. No need to control the mind. Just seeing is enough. Again and again we can notice. Is this calmness is not something. It is something that is already there. We are the ones who make things complicated and take a like it's just happening. So let us simply think. No mindset, no more trying to understand, just letting everything rest. For this moment, there is nothing to see, nothing to face, nothing to feel. Life is already happening. Breathing in something real. Awareness is seen. Even what we spoke about, you don't need to hold on to for instance. Let it go and go. No need to keep being interested. Right now, just this simple moment of calmness. Sense of without adding anything to it, this calmness. The sound may come and go. The thought may appear and fade. The sensation may arise and pass. Everything moves itself naturally. There is no owner. There is no person. You don't have to manage this. You don't have to fight it. Everything is already moving by itself. That's it for themselves. Let everything be like it is. Just flow. Let the mind be like water that has stopped to be, not by force, but natural. When it comes, we let the from here on Sunday.
I worship Triple Gem with the greatest respect. I worship Aryan Vahanse at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend and our guide, our spiritual teacher, Thiruvan Saranai. And may all of you be blessed by Triple Gem. And may our Dhamma friends who are helping us with the background work be blessed by Triple Gem. So this is another session of the Buddothpada POTV channel, the English Zoom, which goes on round the clock 24/7 in English medium. And the intention is actually to take this true Dhamma to the world, to our English speaking community who are keen to know what the truth is. And irrespective of your background, the country, race, from where are you, and your belief or religion at present. So irrespective of those things, you may be still wanting to find what the truth is. So truth is actually applicable to everybody, every living being. So it's worth knowing what the truth is. As you all know, Buddhism is a philosophy. There aren't strict rules, and there aren't any beliefs. And what Lord Buddha said was, come and see this Dhamma. He invited, he gave an open invitation, and anybody can come and see and feel by himself whether it is true or not. So that is why Lord Buddha said, Ehi Pasiko, come and see. And also Lord Buddha said that it is something that you have to understand yourself. In other words, it's a Sandittika Dhamma. Sandittika means should be able to understand and then get it applied to the self. So that is the beauty of this true Dhamma. So we invite you to join these sermons, listen to the sermons, and if you have any doubts, every day we have from 3 p.m. to 5 p.m. discussion session where some of these Dhamma speakers are joining there. So if you have any doubts, you can certainly talk to us and get it clarified. Sometimes, if there are any deeper facts that we cannot give a direct answer, we can always ask our Aryan Vahanse, our noble friend, and then get that clarified. So you have the path open for you, and you have been given the address, and the matter of walking on that path to find the address is all up to you. So as I said, there are no restrictions and no strict rules for the person who is listening to this Dhamma. And what is the importance of knowing the truth? Why do you have to know the truth? Because actually that is what is happening. What is happening is the truth, isn't it? So if you know what is happening, that means you know the magic of the magician. So there is no great excitement with the magic. All the wows and shoos and surprising all sorts of sounds and comments won't be there. But still, you can watch the magic. You can still entertain yourself. You can be really be happy and enjoy the event. But you know that it is all a part of that trick of the magician. You have been coming from the behind the screen, and then you found out exactly what this magician called mind is doing. So here the magician is your own mind. So if you know the nature of the mind, how it is formed, then you can easily find out how these tricks are done. And as I said, when the tricks are known, it's you can still enjoy it, but there is no sort of burning type of surprise or excitement. So, in the similar way, knowing the Dhamma, knowing, understanding this truth is not going to make any change in your life pattern. You can still attend to your day to day work. You can still uh, engaged in your household activities. You can still uh, be available for your commitments and the responsibilities. You might be able to do those things better than what you are doing now because you are doing them without a judgment. When yourself is strongly standing on this side, and whenever you are doing something to the others, you always have judgments. So judgments may be for or against, isn't it? So with those judgments, you're actually wearing a colored pair of glasses and looking at it because you have your own vibrations. You have all your frame yourself. You are having all your seasoning from this side. And with that only, in that angle only, you are looking at that. In other words, you are looking at anything, any stimulus with a self angle. So in Dhamma, in Buddhism, what we are trying to see is that look at everything with the no self angle. Really speaking, there was no self here. Not never existed. There was never a person here. So if there was never a person, something fake has been created. A self has been created, isn't it? This is something that Lord Buddha also said. It's given as a dialogue between Lord Buddha and a god called Death, the god who is well in charge of death, I would say. Actually, these are sort of stories like things, but the deep underlying truth of the dialogue is that it is a dialogue with the own thoughts of Lord Buddha. It's actually not a god which came from outside. So this god, the death, who is in charge of the death, the god for the Maya, asks Lord Buddha, monk, are you happy? So the Lord Buddha's answer was that, what for? What did I gain? This is after becoming the Buddha or the Arhat state. So Lord Buddha was saying, why should I be happy? What did I gain? I gained nothing. Then the next question was, then are you sad? No. Why? Why should I? What did I lose? That was Lord Buddha's answer. So by becoming that state, he never lost anything and he didn't gain anything. And then what Lord Buddha said was, if at all, what I lost was that wrong concept of existing myself. So that it was a self-existence or the self-perceived perception was the one that was lost. So see now this more or less has a summary of the Buddhist teaching, isn't it? What is the thing that we are trying to lose? What is the main thing that has to be understood and erased off is the self-perception or the self-view. Self-view is a thought, self-perception is the feel. Self-perception is underneath actually. When the thoughts are piled up on top of that, you do not realize you do not identify the feel. So first thing is that identify this self is simply a thought. So that is the most important thing, that we are trying hard with all this listening to Dhamma discussions, with all these things. What we are trying is to get rid of that single thought of myself. So doesn't it look funny? We are trying hard sometimes for years and years, sometimes for lives and lives in this samsara journey. We have been trying all the time to get rid of this wrong thought, which is myself. So this is what's also called self-will. This is also called Sakkaya Drushtiya or Atma Drushtiya in Pali and Sinhalese. So this is the main Drushtiya. This is the most significant incorrect vision, wrong vision. Wherever the term mithya or michcha is added, that indicates that it is wrong. The word samma, both in Sinhala and Pali, is used to indicate the correct one. So samma drushtiya means the correct vision. What is the correct vision? The correct vision is that there is nothing called world, there's nothing called self. It's not that something which was there, you are forcibly trying to think that there is nothing. It's not. Really, nothing existed. No world existed whatsoever, and myself is also part of that world, and there was no such person existed. But it's felt as if it is there. So that is the misconception here. Though there was no real myself, though there was no real world and never existed, but it's felt as if it is there. It's felt that I am here. So how does it happen? So then we have to talk about the speed. Always it was a fast speed that led to this confusion. And fast speed, we know, will create and show as if something is there. I'm sure if you look around, there'll be many things that are created as if it is there due to the speed, isn't it? I mean, we know the old story, Lord Buddha's beautiful metaphor to suit the time that those days, the spinning of that fireball, which creates the appearance of a fire ring. But presently, you might come across so many things which creates as if something is there. Now, even something like the simple thing, a belt of a machine. If that belt is moving very fast, you will see that as if it is something continuous there. And even the simple thing like the electric bulb, uh, the former bulbs, not the LED type of bulbs, the former one which had the tungsten filament, that is a process of becoming switching on and off, on and off. So the light is there, then light is off, and again on, again off. So there was continuous alternate current coming to that. But because of the speed, that fraction of second where there is no light is not visible. It looks as if a continuously lighting, burning bulb. So I'm sure you can find so many other examples around you. When something happens at a very fast speed, it looks as if it's there. It creates something to look as if it is there. This is actually what happens in all five senses. We know the five senses, the eye, ear, nose, tongue, and the skin. In all five places, this is what happens. Because of the speed, something is created. And the depending on the sense organ, the eye will create a light. Also, we sometimes use the word shape. Something is seeing. And when it comes to the ear, a sound is created there. And when it comes to the tongue, a taste is created. When it comes to the nose, smell is created. And the skin sensation in the form of solidity, liquidity, airiness, and warm and cold temperature feeling. So those are created as a part of that speedy occurrence. What is occurring there? What is happening at the sensor level? Yes, also I must say that the sensor doesn't mean the muscular eye, muscular ear, muscular part of the body. They are needed actually, that muscular part is necessary for this function. Because if there is no eye, you can't talk about seeing. If the ear is not there for some reason, you can't talk about hearing. And similarly, under imaginary situations, you can see lack of nose, there's no smell. And the absence of tongue, there's no taste at all. And absence of the skin, you can't feel anything about this cold, solidity, liquidity, and airiness. So the basic physical component is necessary. That we have to first understand. So the basic thing is necessary, and with the help of that physical component, something is happening, a function is happening at that level. So that is where we were talking about the speed. So speed, as I said, is the decisive factor here. Because of speed of some function at the level of these organs, something is created. And depending on that faculty or the sensor, the creation varies. And as I said, the eye will create a shape or a light. Ear will create a sound. So like that, the other 5 also will create something, taking that physical component as the foundation. What is created? What is happening? What is this function called? That is the word where we use the word vibration. And the word used by Lord Buddha was rupanaya, or vibration. Vibration doesn't mean that you can see it to the naked eye or you can feel it. It's a functional change at that point. So what happens with this functional change? With this functional change, something which wasn't there is created as if it is there. So now you can match the knowledge about something being created due to the speed. Now you can take so many examples where the speed is the culprit here. So something which was not there is created and shown as if it was really there. Recently, there was a short sermon, probably a part of a sermon that our R.N. Mahasi Noble friend did. He compared, actually that was a beautiful metaphor. He compared the 5 senses. Actually, he counted all 6 senses. The 6th sensor is the mind sensor. Mind sensor is the collective function or combination of the other 5 senses. So all 5 may not combine at the same time. Minimum of 2 senses have to be combined, but time to time the other inputs also can come in to give a complete picture. So combination of the other senses will give rise to the 6th sensor, which is a mind sensor. And also mind sensor can separately act as a separate sensor at times, and that is the time that you say, I was thinking and a thought came to my mind. But remember, that thought is a product of the other 5 senses previously. So at some point, now it is coming as a thought, but it has been formulated previously with the help of the or with the combination of the other 5 senses. And in all these situations, the mechanism called telepathization has been repeatedly mentioned. Also, we use several other words to explain this: synchronization, equalization, resonating. So, various other words also have been used. I'm sure the telepathization is more compatible for the modern world society because it is something that has been proven by science also. What is telepathization? Something which is at some point becomes equal to this one. So in other words, that becomes this. There are no two things then. That becomes this. So that is the telepathization. This has been proved scientifically also, that a vibration that occurs in some point can be equal to this point vibration. So the two vibrations become equal. One become the other. So in that case, you can't talk about the time and you can't talk about the distance also. Now there are many modern examples. A telephone, another metaphor given by R.N. Mahanse. Now you are dialing a particular number and you get connected. It may be an overseas call. So you are getting connected and you can see the picture of the other person and you can hear the sound of the other person. So as if both are in one place, isn't it? So that is something called telepathization. That vibration becomes equal to this vibration here. That vibration of that telephone became equal to the vibration of this telephone. So now you say that I can see her and I'm talking to her also. Same thing about the television sets. These are modern metaphors shown by our noble friend R.N. Mahanse. So talking about the television sets, the television set can be compared to the physical body. So it has various components, isn't it? It has the screen, it has the microphone to give the sound, and interior there are some circuits, various wires, valves, so many things. So those could be compared to the parts of the physical body and also the physical components, physical organs, which gives the foundation, which provides the foundation for the sensor functions. Now, if you tune the television set to a particular channel, you can get the pictures, you can hear the sounds. And there's a similar television set, maybe 100, 200 miles away from you. And if that also is switched on and tuned to the same channel, you can get exactly the same pictures, same sounds. So that becomes, this isn't both are equal, both are same. This is actually the mechanism that is explained in the sensor functions. So the vibrations of this point becomes equal to the vibrations of something else, something outside. And then you describe it as, yes, seeing, hearing, feeling taste, feeling smell, and then feeling the skin sensations. So basically, all these places, what is happening is the telepathization. That becomes equal to this one. So this mechanism actually happens without a self. Now, when you open the eyes and turn your head round, you will see so many things, won't you? If your eye was functioning, could you control that process of seeing? No. Same thing about the ears. If you focus to the sounds, you will hear so many sounds. I can hear the sound of a crow now. I can hear the faint sound of a loudspeaker from a nearby temple. In between, I can hear some sounds of the tooting of vehicles. Now, could I control that hearing process? No, because my ears were functioning. I couldn't stop that process. So similarly, the other 5 senses also same. Now, it's a cold and windy day. You feel cold and you are not enjoying that cold either. Could you have controlled that? No, you can't control that. As long as the sensor is functioning, you know obviously that you can't stop feeling cold. And all 5 organs are like that. They function independently. As long as the physical component is providing the correct background, they function themselves. So you can't do anything about it. Similarly, talking about the mind sensor, thoughts are also coming up one after the other. It's simply because the other 5 senses are functioning. The mind sensor is also very active. Even in the night, even in the sleep, when you are seeing dreams, that means your mind sensor is functioning. Mind sensor doesn't seem to be functioning only at the deep sleep where there are no dreams. Whenever you see the dreams, the mind sensor is in full action. And when you are awake, the other 5 senses are also functioning. In addition, sometimes the mind sensor also will act independently. So these are all mechanisms, these are all systems actually happening. There is no person, there is no responsible authority, or you can't say that I am doing this, I am seeing, I am feeling, I am hearing. We are used to that word, aren't we? We are always talking in that sense as if there is an owner, as if the self is in charge of all this. But really speaking, self is really helpless. Self itself is a creation. So what can you talk about the self being in charge for the other things? In one of the recent R.N. Mahanse's sermons, I heard that he compared these 5 senses to thieves who are living in your house. That was a beautiful metaphor, actually. But you don't know that they are thieves. That is the beautiful part. You have 5. You have 5 thieves in the house, and the house he compared to the mind. So the 5 thieves are hiding there, but the mind has no idea that they are thieves. And the thieves are creating something and they are fooling you. They are creating something and showing as if there is light, as if there is sound, as if there is taste, skin sensation, etc. So you are being fooled. In other words, the mind is being fooled by the 5 senses. We think that light is real, isn't it? We think that the sound is real. We think that the smell is real and the taste is real and the skin feel is real. We do not realize that it is simply due to the fast speed something is created. So now we know when you talk about that firing story, we know that there is no firing. But somebody might say, how do you say that? You can see a ring there. You have to agree, isn't it? Okay, yes, there is a ring. You have to agree that there is a ring, but you know, as an understanding, as an inner transformation, you know that there is no real ring. So this is a situation in all 6 senses. Even the mind is like that. Even the thought is like that. Thought is also happening in the very fast speed, and you feel that the thought is also real. Because of the speed, you think the light is real. That is what is called eye consciousness. In other words, it's felt as if there is a real light. That is the eye consciousness. And because of the speed, it's felt that there is a sound, there is an existing sound. That is your ear consciousness. And similarly, you have the taste consciousness, smell consciousness, and the skin consciousness. In all those, because of the speed, something is felt as if it is there. Depending on the type of the sense of faculty, it is created in a different way, as a light, as a sound, as the taste, smell, and the skin sensation. So we know that from that level onwards, it is not something true. So when these combine to form the thoughts, then from something which is not true, another product has been created, which is the thought. Can the thought be true? No, thought can't be true either. So thought is also simply a creation. Then how can you say that myself is true then? There is what Aranvas clearly says is that there is no self in the self-perception. There is no real light in the light perception or the light perception. There is no real sound in the sound perception. There is no taste in the taste perception. There is no real smell in the smell perception. There is no real skin feel in the skin perception. So there is no real thing. That is the importance. It looks as if there is a light, but there is no real light. It looks as if there is a real sound, but there is no real sound. Similarly, the other 3 also, it looks real, but there is nothing real. Then what about the thought? Yes, the thought also looks real, but there is nothing real. What are the thoughts? You look around, you listen to anything, you feel anything. They are all thoughts, isn't it? Some form of name given, some form of identification and description is what is meant by the thought. Even the actions, they are also thoughts. Walking is a thought, isn't it? And if you take the thought called walking, now that thought has all the components from the five senses. All the components means, now take the example walking. Now, when you are walking, you have got a mental picture about walking. Walking doesn't mean that it is only the sound, isn't it? How did you get that mental picture of walking? Now, when you are walking from this room to that room, you don't have to think about each and every step, do you? You don't have to think and lift your leg. You don't have to think and move the leg forward, keep it down, and move the hand backwards and look up or look down where you are stepping. Do you have to do all those steps? No. That is what we are calling it a mental picture. In other words, you have that program as a part of your hard disk memory. Well, this word using the word memory is a bit tricky because there's nothing called memory explained in Buddhism. So we will talk about the memory in a little while. But before that, now if you would say about the walking, the movements of the body, forward movements of the body. Now what happens? You just have the mental picture walking, and automatically the five senses will come to action. Body sensor will be moving around, and then there will be again body sensor where you feel the hardness of the ground. You will feel your destination where you have to go, and you will feel the sound of the steps. That is your ear sensor. So the sensors will function one after the other, and the act is over. No one has done it, isn't it? It's just according to a programmed data. The action has happened. So what is it? It's an action mind, isn't it? There's no owner to this one. Without an owner, the senses were functioning and the act has been over. In that action, did you have any burning feeling? No, there was no burning. So this act of walking happened, and in that act, all the components, all five senses, depending on the relevance. Now, for example, for the walking, a taste and smell, of course, will not be relevant. But the other three senses will be taking their own roles, isn't it? So the three senses will continue to function in an order and with whatever the relevant order, and the act of walking happens. So it is a mental picture. And can you say that I walked up to that room? Was it you who did it? No, some activities happened. Some action happened. So where was myself? So that is something that you have to further evaluate and see. So in day-to-day life, there are so many activities that takes place. Most of them actually happen without any fire. Routine things like brushing teeth, combing hair, changing clothes, washing face, all those things will happen as a routine. And in those situations, there's no fire recognized, isn't it? So when there's no fire recognized, they become actually activities without an owner. If there is no fire, or if that act doesn't become a thing to you, then there is no self there. Always, when there is a value to an act, you call it that self is there. When there is no power or no current to the present activity, then you can't say that there is a self. Sorry, then there is, yes, there is no self there. Now just think about the day-to-day activities. I'm sure you may have noticed so many activities are taking place, but with no burning. At the same time, I have to tell you that the activities that you are doing with your mind, which has flown away to some other point and clinging, that is not the thing that I'm talking about. For example, you are doing some work, cooking work in the kitchen. You don't know how the action took place. The whole activity was over in 1 hour's time. You didn't realize that even you did the cooking. Where was your mind? Your mind has flown to overseas and it was all with about your child. Wonder whether he has eaten today. I don't know how he's preparing his meals even. And what I sent last month, the mixtures and sort of chutneys, everything that I sent must have been over and must send something again. Now, if you were flying and if you were running that in that film, if you are acting in that film there in the other end of the world, while you are doing this work here, it's definitely not the action mind or the kriyasita, because you are clinging to something else in some other place. But if your mind was in this work, but you are doing it without any fire, that you can say that the action was done without it being a thing, without it being a real or something which is valued. So, talking about the memory, now, if memory was something stored in the brain, you should be able to take it out whenever you want, isn't it? Now, for example, if you are preparing for exams, if you are doing the exams, people go to the temple, church, and get the blessings, isn't it? What is your expectation? Please help me to remember every answer to the questions, isn't it? So, if there was some superior power which could help you in that way, no one will fail the exams, isn't it? Because almost every person goes to the temple, offer various things, go to the Hindu Kovil, Hindu temple, sometimes going to the church and pray. And all have that request, isn't it? Please make this exam easy for me. And may I be able to pass the exam knowing all the answers. So if there was any external force that could help you, or if these things were stored safely in a part of the brain, you should be able to take it out whenever it is necessary. There are occasions where you try to recollect something. Oh my gosh, I'm just trying to remember what it was, remember what his name is. And I very well remember everything else, but I have forgotten the name of this person. Haven't you told something like that? Yeah, I'm sure. So, if the memory was a part of the brain where it has been stored, you should be able to take it out whenever you want, isn't it? And sometimes, on the other hand, unexpectedly, something that you weren't even planning, some old nostalgic memories will come to this moment. So that again you can say that I don't know how this thing came to my mind right now. I wasn't thinking at all about it, but just this long story, this long line of memories came to my mind right now. See how bizarre this behavior of this memory is. So certainly we know that uh, we, if the self is this memory or the mind, you should be able to control the mind in the way that you want, isn't it? So it's clear now, the memory is not me and the mind is not me. So of course for the memory, there are certain parts of the brain which is necessary. If there is a damage to that part, you lose your memory. So that is something like that vehicle battery that we have been using as a metaphor, what was told initially by our RN Vahasi. It's like a vehicle battery where the battery is needed to generate the current. And if one part is damaged badly, there won't be a current, will not be able to create anything. So like that, the brain is necessary in the background to make this current. So the current, when it is formed, when it is generated, it's not in any part of the battery. You can't say that this part has the memory or this part has a current. So similarly, the brain should be intact, and particularly one part which is most important for the memory should be there. And if that part is not there, like the absence of the eyeball, absence of the ear, absence of this part of the brain, you can't talk about the memory. But memory itself is a current, and like a thought, it's a part of the thought, isn't it? It is not there, it is not in any part of the battery. So you can't show to a particular part in the battery and say that this is where the current is generated. Similarly, you can't point out to any part of the brain and say, this is where the memory is stored. So there is no place. Memory is simply similar to the current which is created. So current is created with the help of the brain or the battery, but nowhere in any part you can't locate it, and there is no place that you can show where the current is, and it is not a part of the brain, not a part of the battery, isn't it? So again, going back to the this talk about the self, as I said, finding the self or researching about the self is very important, because that is the thought that we find it difficult to get rid. So for that, we have to find out where this, how this self is formed, how the self-perception occurs. So self-perception is again a current, isn't it? It's again a current of the thought. We know the thoughts are the collective function of the other five senses. And these five senses will non-stop function. If the person is awake, the five senses are alternatively taking place. It's like flickering lights or 5 solar panels non-stop creating, generating powers. So each solar panel will create a small current, isn't it? And when the current is collected to the central point, then there is a significant current created by all five sensors or all five solar panels. And that is equal to the thought, isn't it? The central line or the central battery or whatever you call, but wherever the current is collected from the 5 solar panels is always harboring a stronger current. So the thought is also like that. The 5 senses do have the separate 5 actions, and these will collect together to form the thought, which has a higher current. And now we are still talking about this current, and this current is the one which gives rise to the feeling of a different type of a current, which is the feeling of existence. Feel as if it is there. In Pali, it is called Itta Sanyava. And always as a projection of the Itta Sanyava, or the perception of existence, there's a different type of perception, which is a self. So now it's clear how the self-perception is formed, how this myself concept is coming up. It's a result of the speed, it's a result of the collective function of the speedy creations and a different type of vibration, and it is a current. So that current is the one which is felt, and what is felt is given a name, that is myself. So that is how this myself was born. So as I said, whatever the stimulus which is felt true, which is taken as existing, there the self is born. So you can see that non-stop functioning of the stimuli, non-stop functioning of these 5 solar panels, each fraction of second, myself is born. And collection of these born myself gives the feeling that solid me is here. I was there in the past, and I am here now, and I'm going to be present in the future. So myself is persisting now, isn't it? Solid myself. And when myself is coming up as this strong thought, you can see every day-to-day activities are related to myself. You may not use the word myself in all the sentences, but it is automatically, it is felt hiding underneath all this. Myself is there. So when myself is there, you feel sad, and you feel you are ignored. You feel that you are undermined, and you are insulted, and you are appreciated, and you are praised. What else? I mean, think of anything. Everywhere it is a self which is connected, isn't it? So that is the most difficult thought that we find to get rid. But unfortunately, it is a part of this system. The part of the system occurs non-stop, and as a result, the self-perception becomes stronger and stronger, and on top of that, the shell called self-weave is also there in the form of a thoughts. And now everything has become real, including myself, and we are acting in this life drama. Now, when you understand this process, when Lord Buddha reached the Arhat state, that means he fully understood, crystal clear, without any doubt. He understood that there is no self here. This is just a part and parcel of the system. He understood that. And he actually, when he realized, when he understood all 3 worlds, all three levels, the sensual world, the form world, and formless world. Those are the three levels in each and every stimulus. So he understood to the base and found out that there is no self. Everything is happening according to the sensor functions, just a line of activities only. So when he understood this truth, before disclosing it to the uh, world, he wanted to revise it. That revision itself took 7 weeks. So he was revising the dependent origination. That means the paticca samuppada. That is the uh, how the thoughts are formed, how the thoughts become real, and how the thoughts are taken real, and that is where the birth is. So these facts Lord Buddha revised again and again, back and forth for 7 weeks. And then he realized, Lord Buddha realized that there is nothing beyond this. This is the truth. Then only Lord Buddha decided that I have to give this true Dhamma which I understood to the world, because the people are suffering. People are in sorrow all the time. But unfortunately, they do not realize that it is suffering. That is the worst part of it. Without knowing, they are undergoing suffering. Certain acts they think they are happy. Certain acts they think they are sad. But what is hiding underneath the happiness also is the sadness. Because there is nothing called permanent. There is impermanence everywhere. Impermanence doesn't mean that the external impermanence. You mean the external impermanence means that people grow old, get illnesses, and die. And the physical material also, all your property and belongings also grow old and gets old, and then you have to discard them. So it is not that impermanence that Lord Buddha was trying to say. What you assume as part of the outside world is not true. That is what he was trying to say. What was done, what was created by the five senses is not exactly what is there outside. And the worst part is that there is no way of finding out which one is correct also either. Each animal or each living being think that what I experience is exactly what is there outside. So that is the nature, anitya. That is what is explained by that word. What you experience is not there outside. So Lord Buddha revised these understandings, what he found out, and then only he decided to walk up to the city of Varanasi, where his last 5 colleagues who were trying to find the truth were still there. And when he reached, they felt that he has failed, because he left them at one point saying that this is not what I am trying to find. So he left them. So now they felt that he's coming back because he failed with his mission. And what Lord Buddha did was they actually decided to ignore him also, thinking that he has failed everything and then now coming back to us. But they couldn't actually resist respecting him and providing him with a seat when they came closer. So they arranged to receive him, and then they sat down to listen. And Lord Buddha said that, listen, this is a unique Dhamma that I found. And this is not something that we knew all this time. This is something unique. Listen and see. I invite you to listen. So that is how the beginning, that was the beginning of the Dhamma spreading in the world, and starting with 5 disciples. And with the very first sermon, 1 out of the 5 reached the Sohan status, which is considered as the first level in the path. So that is how this Buddhist teaching spreaded. Actually, those days there weren't these advanced technology. So it was always you had to go to a person physically and then preach Dhamma. But still, even with those very poor level communications and very little advanced technology, this Dhamma has spreaded to many countries in the world. And of course, most of them do not have any traces of Buddhism at the moment. Most have been taken over by some other religions. But that time, just by walking as a mean of transmitting, or as a mean of spreading this Dhamma, it spreaded to many countries. So that is briefly about the Buddhist